Welcome on in to the Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble 2v2 tournament. My name is Hackle. I am here with Bahu. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, man. Really excited to see these matches, man. How they begin. But good to see you guys. Welcome, everybody. Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble. How you doing, Hackle?
I'm good. You said you're excited for these matches, and I mean, some of them coming up are absolutely incredible. And unsurprisingly, one of the first matches we have has Luna and Snowy because this is a North American 2v2 tournament. If you didn't hear the names Luna and Snowy, you'd be a bit surprised. So our first match is going to be Luna and Snowy versus Tiffany and Hideaway. What are your thoughts on that match?
I'm excited to see the team come. I'm expecting the cross Onyx coming from Luna and Snowy. I really wonder what Tiffany and Hideaway are going to play. Been watching Tiffany, Luna, and Snowy for a long time. Hideaway a newer face for me, but they made it this far, so I'm hoping to see a really good match.
Yeah, there's a bit of a PR disparity in that matchup because like Snowy coming in currently PR1 North America 2v2, so coming in at PR4, which is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Meanwhile, Tiffany, a much more old head in the Brawl community, coming in PR40 North America, and then Hideaway, to my knowledge, coming in the 200s of PR. So there's a big gap in those power rankings, but the fact that they've made it this far in the tournament means that they definitely have something up their sleeve that's brought them this far.
For sure. Yeah, these guys, champions, Luna and Snowy, won many tournaments together. They haven't even been teaming for very long, too, so it's surprising all the success they've had in their short time teaming together. So I'm really excited what I'm about to see.
Yeah, for certain. And followed after that in the winners quarterfinal, we have Wobbs and Pugsy versus Anime and Pierre. Another bunch of players who have solidified their names a bit more recently in the scene. A lot of players who have been crawling up into those top 8 placements, but never quite managing to snag those medal placements. And then followed after that, we have Dawg and QT with Fakey and Balloon Boy facing them, which is another case of sort of these community tournament demons battling it out for this top 8 placement. I mean, it's a bit of a surprise to see a player like Balloon Boy teaming with Fakey and going up against a team that is quite solidified like Dawg and QT.
Right, and crazy thing about Balloon Boy, he's really more known in the 1v1 scene. He's like a demon in the 1v1 scene. PR #1 North America. He's usually playing the Diana piece, so he has the blasters to his game. But I think he's going to be playing the Rain on these 2v2s. Fakey also nice in the 1v1 and 2v2, so interesting comp. I don't think they've been teaming too long. It's probably a one-time thing, but they made it this far. But they got to get through Dawg and Cutie if they want to go any farther. So it's going to be a good one for sure. I'm really excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And our last match in the winners quarterfinal is going to be MegD and Raydish versus Java and Blazy, which is a bit more of a newer team. I mean, both Java and Blazy, in fact, have been in the space for a very long period of time. Java never quite managing to find the same success in 2s that he's found in 1s. But this is the first time that I'm seeing him team with Blazy. And I mean, they're coming off a 3-0 victory against Stingray and Impala. So, I mean, they're cooking so far.
For sure. Yeah, they're definitely cooking for sure. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Rodeo Rumble for a reason, man. We're going to be rumbling. Shout out to the graphics. Shout out to AJ. Shout out to Hacker. Really excited, man. Players, I know you guys ready to get started, man. We'll get y'all in the lobby soon. This is going to be a great one, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting on those players to get into the lobby. That first game being Luna and Snowy versus Tiffany and Hideaway. It's definitely going to be a bit of an underdog story, as I was saying, with that PR disparity. But we've seen Tiffany take tournaments off players who are much more higher ranked than her in the power ranking scheme. Tiffany has previously been one of the top players in Brawlhalla back in the earlier years of the game, and now she hasn't really gone away from the game as much as she's been playing a bit less than the other pros, and for that reason hasn't been finding that same major success as, for example, Luna and Snowy. I'm excited to see what Hideaway is going to bring to the table, though, because this is a name I haven't heard before in the scene, especially in 2s.
No, yeah, same. Like you said, I've been watching Tiffany since Tiffany was playing Azar back in the day, so long-time veteran. You already know she got the experience, the gameplay, but Hideaway, like you said, too, name I've never seen before, but Hideaway's here, man, got to give it to him. He deserves to be here. Hopefully we'll see, man. We're about to see who can secure themselves a place in the top 8 out of these winners quarterfinals matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And that being said, we'll keep in mind, especially the viewers at home, that this being a double elimination tournament does mean that these first matches we're seeing are on the winner's side of the tournament. So even if you see one of your favorite teams take an L early on in this tournament in the winners quarterfinal, they're not out for good. They're going to be going down to the lower bracket and continuing to battle it out all the way. But right now, these teams that we have coming up are going to be battling it out to get into the top 8 winners side, which is a very prestigious position to be in, because beyond that, you can fight your way all the way into the winner's side of grand finals, which is huge for you and your teammate.
Yes, Facts, man. Anybody makes it in top 8, you know what I'm saying? I think you secure yourself prize money if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure about that, but I do know that you said double elimination. So hopefully, if your favorite team does end up losing, you know you're rooting for Hideaway, Luna to end up losing, they have another chance. We got players coming into the lobby now. Really excited, man. Look at that 2v2 Winter Champion 23 title. Like I said, man, Luna and Snowy, obviously the favorites in this matchup in terms of PR experience, my fault, but you never know what can happen, man. This is Brawlhalla. Never know.
Yeah, absolutely. At this level of play, the difference in between players is really nothing mechanically. It's all about that mental game. So if you pit these players against each other in like a combo contest, they're all going to be able to hit their combos, hit their team combos, find those reads. It's about how they go into these matches and approach the matchup they're facing. So that's where the experience of Luna and Snowy really comes into play here. And that's where the question of whether or not Hideaway, for example, is going to be prepared for going up against what is currently arguably the #1 team in North America and one of the best teams in the world.
Right, and that's one of my favorite things about 2v2, you know, the be able to react off your teammate, what's happening, decision making. It feels a lot like chess, you know, being able to follow up, team combos. That's why I really love watching the 2v2 gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. We both have Luna and Snowy in the lobby right now. We're just waiting on those last 2 players for this matchup. But we actually do see the Thatch locked in by Luna right now. That Snake Eyes crossover. Snowy, unsurprisingly, looking in the Onyx, but Luna is opting away from that cross and onto the Thatch, carrying over those blasters, but sticking onto the sword instead.
No, yeah, Thatch does have a little bit lower defense, you know, but sword might be, that's strange, you know, for me, I think Godless is, you know, a lot favorable towards me in 2v2, so, but who am I, you know, to sit here and say, oh, what's he playing this for, but no, it's interesting, it's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the recent patches we've had to Gauntlets especially, their capability to have like a double Gauntlets team combo in 2v2s has fallen off a little bit, so maybe that's why Luna is leaning towards that sword, so they have a different option to avoid more DI between 2 Gauntlets, or not being able to pick up those follow-ups in a one-on-one team combo with double Gauntlets like you could before. So I mean, we've seen Luna play Thatch before, but it's always a bit of a surprise to see anyone pull out a legend with such low defense in a game mode that can just lead to you being deleted if you're caught in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Speaking of recent patches, what do you think of the new dash mechanic that's been implemented into the experimental queue?
I think it's going to be very interesting. I think the way they implement it is going to be very important in how that affects the meta. But I think any changes to the game are definitely welcome. Definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out for the game. But that being said, we do have Tiffany and what appears to be her teammate getting into the lobby right now. Tiffany, unsurprisingly, locking in that Kaya. It's a character we've seen Tiffany play a fair bit. Tiffany a bit more favorable to the katars in 1v1s, but I mean, Tiffany's had a good bow for as long as time itself, as long as Brawlhalla's been out. So seeing a Kaya coming out of Tiffany is not a surprise at all.
For sure. High defense, high speed, good sigs, good weapons, you know. I'm wondering who Hideaway's going to pick. He is not locked in yet so far, but ready to get started, man. Rodeo Rumble, winners quarterfinals, man. Let's get it.
Yeah, for sure. Just waiting on Hideaway to lock in that legend. But I'm interested to see what is going to be played with this Kaya. It looks like it's going to be a Zarya, also a double. Oh, maybe not. bit of consideration coming. Yeah, no. I think it is going to be a Zarya. So a double bow comp coming out of Tiffany and Hideaway going into this, which is a bit less frequent that you see this, especially in a pro level. Not that bow is a weapon that can't find success in 2v2s at all. But in comparison to the more staple weapons of the meta, your blasters, gauntlets, spear, like that lot of weapons, you don't see quite as much bow in the meta. But maybe Tiffany and Hideaway have something absolutely cooked up and ready for us as we prepare for this first match coming up.
So it might be a comfort pick as well. I mean, Zara has some crazy signature moves too as well. So who knows what they have cooking up, like you said. It's gonna be interesting. Here we go. About to get the first match started. The band's coming in. Looking like it's going to be Apocalypse, Blue Island, a small fortress. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised if we see a Demon Island coming first, actually. That was going to be the one I expected.
That's the only one yet. Same. Yeah. I'm not expecting that one, but let's get right into it, man. Good luck with both teams.
For sure. And I mean, going into this, there's going to be a big disparity in stats between these two teams because, I mean, Luna being the one player on the screen with very low defense. A total of 4 defense coming out off this stat with the defense stance locked in. You know, pretty much every other player has at least 6 defense on their legend right now. And getting into this, we have all players grabbing onto their weapons. Snowy trying to find a 1v1 here onto Tiffany, finding that extra damage onto Hideaway as well, going into the early portion of this game.
So Luna doing a good job of taking little to no damage on bright yellow, not taking too much. You know, like you said, low defense, wants to make sure he doesn't take too much damage, get caught in any crazy team combos. There goes Kaya, down for the count.
Oh no.
Crazy.
30 seconds in. 30 seconds in. 2 stocks
gone.
taken from the blue team. That's not how you want to start this out. And a team combo coming in from the red team as well, just a little bit. But any damage is damage, and they're extending it. But Luna
Oh, is he done?
may fall down here. Snowy isn't there to save.
No save coming in from Luna. I love the follow-ups, man. Anytime Luna touches, Snowy follows up. Snowy touches, Luna follows up. It's beautiful.
Just like that.
Oh my gosh. Makes it back beautifully. In the red though, has to make sure they stay careful. Okay.
I mean, Tiffany already in that red on the second stock. Manages to find the second nail until it, and that is that low defense coming into play. Luna falling down onto his final stock so early, only in the orange on that second stock before he got knocked out right off the top.
That was Demon Island too. The ceiling here is very high. That was a four defense really. Was the fatal error right there. He has to stay alive. Last stock. This is basically Luna versus Zario. Snowy's still on 3 stocks, which is insane. He's holding on to his stocks, being a tank, making sure his team maintains a lead. Luna has to be very careful because any 2v1 situation is dangerous.
Yeah, right now the imperative for Snowy has completely shifted. It's less about finding those follow-ups and more about just making sure his teammate stays alive as he gets pushed down off the stage, manages to make it back. But Luna, in that process, to take a lot of damage. Now he's left alone against both blue team members, manages to avoid the end sig. And the team damage side sig coming out of Hideaway.
Luna in the red, he has to be very careful right here. This could be dangerous for the team. Even though they had the major lead at the beginning, that 1 kill at the top is a huge game changer. This is anybody's game now, really. As long as they take Luna out.
Sure, on that side there might be enough. Luna using all of his options to get back to the wall, manages to make it. The recovery not quite enough. Snowy needs to get in the way of the blue team and keep Luna safe right now, but that forces a 2v1. Ooh, and there goes Luna.
2v1, you saw how he was floating on the bottom right, trying to stay out the mix, but 3 exclamation points came in. He had to come back, got met with the side air. Luna out the game already. With both these players in red, this is winnable for either team. You know, if they get this kill, another team combo, this is winnable, man. This is pro level here. Team combo could really do it. Snowy has a chance though. Both of them in the red could definitely win this.
Absolutely.
Team combo coming in. Are they going to do it?
This could be dangerous. The D-Sig not quite enough, but Snowy in mere seconds losing so much leeway on this final stock. Needs to find a knockout move onto either player right now, but the Say's going to disarm him.
Everybody's in the red. Snowy needs to find a KO ASAP. No weapon. In the middle of both of them. Oh, this is dangerous. And the recovery is going to do it. Game 1. Going to Tiffany and Hideaway, man. GG's.
And that all really just boiled down to that 1 KO off the top of Tiffany with the blow. All because of that 4 defense on Luna. I'm pretty sure any other legend... I mean, we have Snowy out here on 8 defense on Onyx. That's double Luna's defense. And for every point you go below 5 on a stat, the bigger of an impact it has. So being below 5 on defense means you're going to be taking big hits from your opponents. And we saw that firsthand with Luna going out in orange off the top in Demon Island, which really just completely changed the pace, changed up how the red team had to play. But Luna not phased by it, sticking with the Snake Eyes. I mean, that's a sign of confidence, but also that could be dangerous.
For sure, for sure. No character, so I was really expecting a character, so I thought he was going to switch into the cross, but like you said, Luna's definitely confident in his pick. I think he thinks, you know, I just made a little mistake. If I clean that up, we win this next game. So let's see how they start this next game off. Kaya taking almost no damage. He's looking like the opposite of the game 1. 6 coming in quick, down for, ground pound for the KO. Another ground pound. Luna's struggling to stay alive.
I'm sorry, can I just remind everyone that this is PR40 and PR220 versus PR4 and PR1. And they've just completely taken both red team stocks in under 30 seconds. This
is insane. Kai is still on the yellow. Zario barely in orange, you know. They need to do damage quick. Team combo's coming out beautifully.
That's absolutely huge for the red team, but they did manage to find a knockout for it. And Hideaway still staying alive right now. Both blue team members very damaged, but so is Snowy. The blue team definitely has a target here if they can get rid of Snowy. But the double D-Light actually avoiding knocking out his own teammate and finding the knockout of both blue team members cleaned up by Snowy and Luna. But damage has been taken in the process.
For sure, this is still a blue team lead here. This is blue team's game to win right here. They could take a 2-0 lead, which would be huge for this series. Right now, Snowy going out. Luna has to make a play, trying to make sure Zarya doesn't touch, but are we going to see a save?
No!
The opposite recovery, and this guy going too
right.
Oh my God. This is the championship DNA that you can see right here. Back against the wall, and they show you how they can turn the game around just like that. Team combo coming in from blue team. I love the team combos. This is why I love 2v2s, man. 1 second blink of an eye, man, it's anybody's game. Oh my God.
And speaking of which, Snowy in danger already, having been the stock tank for the previous game, is now left alone in a 2v1 without his teammate for a short period of time. Manages to keep them both away though, has both blue team members close to that KO range of damage, but not quite there yet. Now Snowy is the one hanging off the side of the stage as opposed to Luna last game, and Luna trying to do the most right now with the sword. Snowy doesn't find the ground pound for the follow-up.
Everybody in red except for Luna right now. This is tough. Next KO wins the game, I believe, and there it goes. This is going to be extremely tough, and yep, red team takes it. Game number 2. It's insane. Game 1, red team had the lead, and blue team ended up winning at the beginning. And now, game 2, blue team had the crazy lead, and red team ends up taking it, man.
It's these quick 1 second plays that just completely turn around the pace of the game. And I'm most impressed that Hideaway putting out more damage than Tiffany and Snowy in that game. Second most damage on the board as the biggest underdog player in this lobby. That's promising. That's really promising. We're seeing a player who, despite all odds, is really putting up numbers in a lobby that, I mean, usually you'd expect them to perform too well in, but we're seeing Hideaway do absolute work with the Zarya so far.
For sure, Demon Island full of demons right now. You know, these players ain't no joke. But we're switching. I forgot the name of this map. I can't even. Small Lions Fortress, I believe. Let's see how they start off, man. Blue team had the lead last game. They need to maintain to that if they want to win this game. They can't lose. Last time on the left, team combo coming out crazy. Hold on.
Yeah, Hideaway getting cooked up very fast there. Tiffany trying to do the same back to Luna, but doesn't manage to find quite as much success. Hideaway already at risk of losing his first stock. And the side up will secure it. And the D-Light dare may quite do it for Tiffany, but she does manage to make it back for the time being.
This is a strong lead coming in from red team. Blue team has to do something about it quick. Oh, good save. Almost made him. It saved him from hitting his own teammate. Team combo coming in beautiful from blue team. Red team players both in the red. This is still blue team's game to win if they have. Kai does a good job of staying alive. Zarya cannot take too much damage right now before they take these stocks out if they want to clean this up. Nice recovery, side it, okay.
The recovery not quite taking out both, but Hideaway still trying to leave a mark on this game despite being very damaged already. Luna finds the recovery onto Tiffany, tries to find the side out onto Hideaway, but Hideaway dodges around everything, manages to make it back and get a bow.
How did he get around that share?
Now Tiffany forced to cover for her teammate, play the more aggressive game to make up for the damage that Hideaway has taken. Finds the down air, but Snowy, that high defense, keeping him alive for the time being. Luna could be in danger though if the blue team focuses him down.
Snowy's still on 3 stars, doing a great job. Just like that, he's going on 2 stars.
To his own teammate, nonetheless.
Zarya needs to stay alive. This is crucial moments right here. Crucial moments.
Yeah, it's that delicate balance of staying alive but making enough impact to protect your teammate from the 2v1, and Hideaway couldn't quite make it as Tiffany gets caught by the cannon.
No save.
Down, doesn't manage to make it back up on Hideaway.
Team combo, unarmed.
Unarmed improvisation going crazy, but Snowy gets caught with a ground pound.
The follow-ups are insane at this level. They need it.
Really playing off the back foot right here.
For sure, back against the wall. Big kill though, big kill. If they get this, oh, just like that. Game's even, game's even. Anybody's game right now.
Yeah, Tiffany finding the double KO to equalize up the stocks, but the damage isn't quite equal as Hideaway already pushed into the red.
That was a huge leg drop.
Damage.
Hideaway has to make sure he stays alive, man. Or this would be terrible when he's gone, just like that. 1v2 situation coming in. Very tough situation. Back against the wall. One team combo and he might be gone. He's already in the orange.
I mean, if you want any weapon in a 2v1, Bo is definitely up there for how fast some of those aerials are,
Oh,
but
gone.
doesn't manage to make it work as the quick D-Light there coming up Snowy, and the red team looks like a completely different team compared to that first game. It's taking 2 games in a row, another blue team in danger of being knocked into that lower bracket.
That's something I love about watching Luna and Snowy. Every time I watch them, you know, game 1 goes a certain way, and it's like the longer the set goes on, it seems the more they adapt and more they start to convincingly win their games.
Yeah, for sure. They seem to sort of charge up over time, definitely, and build up that energy. And now we're just waiting on Hideaway. Perhaps
are we seeing a character pick? Maybe. Let's see.
I mean, Tiffany is still looking in the Kaya, and honestly, I don't blame her. We've been seeing a lot of success via both weapons, but we see Hideaway looking in the level 8 Koji.
Nah, level 8 Koji. Okay. I wonder maybe he wanted a sword, instead of double gauntlet, or double bow. I'm not sure. I really don't know. It's a bow character too. I'm not sure why he this is strange.
I'm a Koji fan.
Me too.
I see it,
me too.
But I'm just curious about the level 8. I mean, that says to me that Hideaway hasn't played this character too much, and I mean, that doesn't matter as much in a game like Brawlhalla where you have weapons crossing over between characters and the fundamentals of those weapons do carry over, but those signatures, especially on a character like Koji, whose signatures really make up those the weapon kits that he has, that lack of experience could spell difficulty for Hideaway here.
Let's see, man. Game number 4. Luna starting off with beautiful blaster pieces. Nice D-Light Sarah coming in from Koji. Kaya already in the orange, man, but Hideaway white, untouched so far in this game 4 until he gets hit by his teammate.
Yeah, bit of a team damage coming in from Tiffany, but I mean, yeah, Hideaway is really doing a good job at avoiding the aggression from the red team right now, but that could also mean that Hideaway isn't making enough of a contribution, but Snowy trying to go crazy there with the cannon for a moment, ripping out those weapon throws. Tiffany just managing to avoid the recovery and hold on to that stock. Hideaway,
doesn't kill, recovery, Demon Island.
Not going to be enough against that high defense.
That's gonna do it, And Onyx still staying alive. No. Yeah. That was smart. He wants to get back, make sure his teammate doesn't get team comboed, especially since it's that dash, for defense. Blue team looking good this game, Small lead, but if they get Koji out of here right now, it's a quick neutralization. Game will be right even. If Hideaway can get some damage in before he goes down, that'd be amazing. I do want to see a game 5, man. I do want to see a game 5.
Hideaway just looking for these bow reads out of the sidelight. Doesn't manage to find them, but the damage is racking up on the red team right now. Finds the D-Sig as well. Luna just managed to survive the follow-up as well. The blue team racking up this damage at record pace right here, and Hideaway still holding on to this first stock.
It's gone, just like that.
Curse. It's always there.
Red team in the red, man, both of them. This is a beautiful lead for blue team. One of them gone, both of them gone. Okay, beautiful 2-stock lead coming in for blue team. You need to make sure they don't take too much damage before they go down.
Oh no! Oh, Snowy dropping the follow-up does manage to keep the blue team safe and avoid getting caught by that recovery coming out of Luna, but
they're doing a great job so far. Look at them. They haven't taken much damage at all. We got the blue team already in the red. Red team doing a great job, but they're back against the wall right now.
Yeah, for sure. The red team is the one with the match lead here. If the blue team take this game, we'll be going to a game 5, which will be very exciting if it does happen, but that is under the condition that the blue team can take these stocks off the red team, and Luna the first to deny it.
He's beating up Luna a little bit.
It's a bit of a staple of the red team's gameplay, to be honest. So he's going to fall. Luna left alone. That low defense disarmed by the side air as well. Hideaway going out there aggressive with the sword. Tiffany looking for the down sig.
Yeah, this is tough. Game
Neutral
5.
catches, and Luna knows it's over. Game 5 secured by Tiffany and Hideaway.
This is crazy. You asked me at the beginning of this set, what would I predict the set score? I would have probably told you 3-1, maybe even 3-0. The fact that we're going game 5, man, I love it, girl. We love to see it. This is the Rodeo Rumble. You love to see this.
Yes.
That Koji pick, too. What do you think, man? That Koji chitch.
It worked way better than I expected. I mean, we saw Hideaway finding signature knockouts. He found that D-Sig knockout earlier on in the game, and I mean that removed that worry I had that Hideaway didn't be able to place those sigs and find those knockouts. And so I have faith. I have full faith that it's possible for Tiffany and Hideaway to take this game. And if they do, that would be such an incredible upset against the #1 seed team in this tournament. Luna and Snowy taking a moment right now, perhaps looking for different character picks even. I mean, Snowy swapping character pick in 2v2s is a very rare occasion. I mean, the most we might see is a Zol swap from the Onyx, sticking with that cannon. Luna, on the other hand, has played a pretty wide array of characters from, Wushang, Cross, Rayman. We've seen Thatch here today, and so I think it's more possible Luna might swap, but
I have a feeling
right
he might
now
pull out
we
the
are-
cross.
Right now we
Yeah.
are just playing that waiting game as we wait and see. I mean, it's equally possible that Luna and Snowy just taking a second in VC to just talk about
Game plan, right?
Yeah, we do see the same characters locked in, so I mean, we have confidence coming in from the red team that it isn't a character issue, it's how they went into that game and approached how they were fighting out the blue team. But the blue team do have that momentum bonus of having just taken that game. They have that mental buffer of dragging themselves tooth and nail into game 5 and are going back to Demon Island for the final game of this first set.
I'm excited, man. Game 5. Hideaway, I feel like Hideaway can play the same game he did last game, do damage, make sure he does in the game enough, but doesn't die, stays alive. Like right now, still in the white. If he plays like this, I have a feeling they might take this game.
It's definitely possible. And the red team did find a chance for a team combo onto Tiffany to begin with, but the damage already building slightly in the favor of the blue team. The D-Sig, not quite going to be enough to take out Luna, but...
Saves him from the ledge guard. That was a huge D-Sig. Okay, team combo coming in.
The
Beautiful
side
follow-ups. Oh, man. Hideaway staying alive. Everybody in the red right now.
Back.
Next KO is huge.
Oh,
there it
goes.
Is. Hideaway stay alive. He's
all
gone.
of the sword sides coming out of Luna.
Their
Regardless of the early
are...
damage lead that the blue team had, I mean, as I was saying it, the red team starting to hold a bit of a lead, but Luna falls early and Snowy could be soon to follow. Luna coming back swinging with the unarmed.
Snowy's gone. 2v1 situation. Make sure Luna doesn't take too much damage, get ledge guarded, makes it back to stage. Sweating drops, gets his guns. Okay, this is anybody's game right now. This is exciting. The follow-ups coming in from both teams are immaculate. Falling there, beautiful.
Absolutely, and I mean Hideaway now all of a sudden the most damaged player on the field, having been practically untouched for a majority of that first stock. Now the red team seemingly focusing him down. That recovery is going to be enough, and Hideaway going to fall early, leaving Tiffany alone. But Tiffany doing the most right now with this bow, goes for the D-Sig, is going to get punished for it, however.
Still winnable. Red team, dark red, if Tiffany stays alive, make sure they get these 2 kills. This is winnable. This is anybody's game.
For sure, but that's going to be reliant on Hideaway not taking too much damage, but already gets knocked off the top! And Tiffany!
Situation. No!
Oh, it was looking so good for the blue team, but now Tiffany has a mountain to climb, 4 stocks to take with 1 of her own.
Okay.
The recovery not even going to be enough onto the low defensive Luna yet. The D-Sig also not enough onto Snowy. The Nair still not
Demon Island doing wonders right now. This red team cannot die right now. And this is really unfortunate for Tiffany because she has to fight 4 stocks right now. KO is mandatory right now. Oh my god, beautiful cannon straight to the ground.
The cannon goes for the unarmed.
This is
coming on in with the sword. Tiffany finds some bow damage here. There as well. Gets the ground pound.
Is that a kill?
And the side air.
That's a kill. Oh, good save. Good save.
Snowy's there for the save. And they both make it back. The side air will take a...
Tiffany's going crazy
Tiffany.
right now. No way.
1v1 now with Snowy fresh on his final stock.
Dark red.
Nair gonna disarm. Tiffany.
No dodge.
The 3-piece with the bow. Avoids the Nair as well.
Ledge guard situation is huge. Snowy gets back to stage. Big red. Any follow up right now kills. Any kill confirmed.
Oh!
Huge ledge guard situation.
The D-Sig. No way, that's signature weapon
God,
coming in.
This is a game.
The Endlight not even close to being enough quite yet. Gauntlet's struggling to KO on the ground quite frequently.
Weapon toss. Classic
Tiffany.
weapon toss.
A lot of pressure coming in from Snowy, but the damage is equalized. The D-Light into
recovery
and Snowy.
Does the trick, man. GG.
Oh my, 810 damage coming out of Tiffany. 5 KOs. And almost takes that 2v1 4 stock clutch. Tiffany and Hideaway may have lost out that set, but what an incredible final game to have here on Loose Wars. And I mean, what an incredible performance from an underdog team going into that.
For
That
sure.
went back and forth so much, and it was so close to being a victory for the underdog team.
For sure. That was literally 1-2 combos away from being the underdog team's victory. Like you said, though, this game, or this tournament rather, is a double elimination tournament. So look out, man. After a performance like that, we might see them again. It's not over. We might see them again. But Luna and Snowy moving on, advancing to the top 8. Congratulations to them. Well played. Beautiful set. Game 5, man. I love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Us casters absolutely love that game 5. But I mean, with that being said, you said that Tiffany and Hideaway are possibly going to make it into top 8. I would not be surprised at all if we see Tiffany and Hideaway push their way back into that top 8, because their performance was absolutely incredible. That being said, though, unfortunately, we do have to go into a short break just for 5 minutes to deal with some things backstage. And with that being done, we'll be right back to continue with our 2v2 Brawlhalla action. So don't go away, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back on into the Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble 2v2 tournament. As before, my name is Hackle. I'm still here with Bahu. Apologies for that quick little technical pause to fix some things behind the scenes. But with that being said, we just came off the back of an incredible set with Luna and Snow versus Tiffany and Hideaway that went all the way to Game 5 with a 1 stock versus 4 clutch almost made by Tiffany. How did you feel about that set?
Honestly, that set was even better than I expected it to be. I'm very proud of the way Tiffany and Hideaway played because, you know, they were obviously the underdogs, Luna and Snow being the favorites for champions. They played amazing. That was literally a 1 combo game, you know, like if Tiffany had 1 more combo or a little bit more health, that game could have went either way. That was a great way to end the set. Game 5, 1v4 clutch, almost ending it. Beautiful game, man. I'm really excited, man. But next up, we got Wubsy and Pugsy, and Anime and Pierre. So I'm really excited. I like the names too, Wubsy, Pugsy. I like that a lot. It's kind of funny. I really like that. But I'm excited to see this game right here. You know, both very strong 1v1 players, so we'll see what happens. But
yeah, I mean,
Anime
Wubs,
and Pierre,
yeah, well, Wubs is definitely more of a 1v1 player. We see him a lot in the ranked queue and a lot in the tournament space, but has never really found as much success in 2v2s as the other players in this roster. Pugsy, meanwhile, is sort of known for that 2v2s, being previously Luna's 2v2 partner and being the player that Luna played with for countless 2v2 gold medals. Pugsy is known for being a very solid 2v2 player, and going up against that, we have Anime and Pierre, 2 players who have bounced around loads of different teammates, but never fail to make it into those top 8s, those top 16s in both official rankings and tournaments. So I have no doubt that this is going to be an absolutely insane matchup, but the question is going to be whether or not that synergy is going to be there for these 2 teams, because to my knowledge, Wubs and Pugsy have not been teaming together for long, if like ever, and Anime and Pierre, I know they've played together before, but as much as other teams, maybe not.
Dude, look at the character picks. You got Nash coming in from Anime.
Ooh, there's actually some interesting lock-ins right here.
Yeah, different for sure. We got Vrax coming in from Wubsy, you know. There's a variety for sure on this character select screen. Taros, Rayman, you know, but the Nash and the Vrax, I'm looking forward to see what they can do with them too for sure. Really excited.
Yeah, I mean, we see Pugsy looking in the Terrors, which is a character that we saw a lot of previously before the fateful Hammer nerf around MSI, but I mean, since then, Hammer has been creeping back into the meta with a lot of subsequent buffs, and so seeing 2 Hammer Legends in this 2v2 game, not as big of a shock, but I mean, we don't see too much Nash, I mean, anywhere, because those stats, while very strong, you can actually feel 2 decks sometimes, so Nash a bit of a slower legend to recover from those moves. In contrast, Wubs locking in the 9 decks Lord Vrax. So I mean, Wubs is gonna be feeling no end lag on any of those moves that he throws out. We might be seeing a very big disparity between how these 2 teams play. But I mean, seeing Pierre on the Rayman, that's no surprise. Pierre has been playing Rayman since the dawn of time, and has shown that he is very proficient with those legends. So I mean, going into this, these are some very interesting picks, but ones that I have full faith these players can all make use of.
For sure. I hope we see some interesting gameplay too. Let's see, let's get it right into it. One, bro.
Yep. Going in on Apocalypse for game number 1. First weapons going the way of Anime and Pugsy. Pierre now being the last player to get his hands on a weapon. Wubs, the lance in hand, trying to go for an edge guard onto Anime. Finds a tech off the wall. That quick side air tech almost finds the side sig knockout onto Anime as well. Hello?
Lan's so powerful on stage with the jerks, man. It's like, you're just not scared. He could come back with anything. Oh my gosh. Vrax looking very strong. I don't know what it is about the 9 decks. I think there might be something that's true when you lock in 9 decks. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just guessing. Blue team dropping the combo.
Yeah, those gauntlets changing the launch angle off that end light, and Pierre throwing out 2 side sigs there, doesn't manage to hit his mark, and now all players entering into that red state of damage. Side light set, not quite gonna knock out Pugsy, but the pickup into down air on the Hammer is gonna take out Wubs.
I love down air knockouts. The scoop, it gets me every time, bro. I love down air knockouts. Okay, no, good save, beautiful save. Get a down leg coming in, yeah. Okay.
Oh, recovery not quite enough to take out Pierre and Pugsy. Pugsy has always been a bit of a stock tank in the 2v2 space, and meanwhile Wubs really struggling with the defense on this Lord Vrax, already being pushed into the red while Pugsy just landing onto his second stock.
Anime is
Wobbs could be in
shredding
danger
with this Nash. He's literally just putting in pain right now. And there he goes, and like coming in from Teros. Ensit coming in from Vrax, okay. Neutralization, Vrax in the red. Still anybody's game though, for sure.
Yeah, this level of play, one well-placed team combo or hard read really could turn the tables. We saw that so much in that previous set. Pierre dropping the D-Light into the recovery, which definitely would have taken out Wobbs. Wobbs just managing to stay alive. The exhausted recovery not enough onto Pugsy. Pugsy
Blue team looking
for his
so
life
solid
right now.
right now. Oh, he missed that end light. Oh, good
Oh!
side sig. Beautiful.
Oh, the team combo coming in. Doesn't manage to find the D-Light.
Oh, man.
I mean, even that being said, Wobbs already approaching the orange on this final stop.
Right.
Meanwhile, the blue team both in the same position, but one full stock ahead. D-Light set not quite going to be enough. Yeah, looking to end this early against Wobbs' stock. Target swap onto Pugsy and now Anime with the spear in hand.
Red team back against the wall right now. Surprisingly, I've seen about 4 combos, team combos dropped already that I normally wouldn't see dropped. It's just, you don't see that too often, but it does happen.
Oh! A hard counter with the juicy D-Sig.
That spacing was immaculate, man.
Yeah, Pierre was absolutely ready for it. And Pugsy immediately just throwing the terrace out the window, going straight onto the Jala. This is the character that Pugsy has been known for since Pugsy started being Pugsy. I mean, Pugsy has always played this character, no matter what crossover it is. Could be Finn, could be Maggie, could be Simon Belmont, but it's Pugsy and it's Jala. This, I mean, name it for duos, to be honest.
Yeah, I love the Jala pick, honestly. I think that was a smart choice. I think it's a good comfort pick for sure. They started off strong though with the Vrax on the right side of the screen last game, but blue team just throughout the game they were stronger throughout. Let's see how this game 2 goes.
Yeah, I mean, I was so surprised to see Wobbs pull out the tech where if you use a Lance aerial move off the wall, it has no startup frames. He used that without a second thought to try and take out Anime super early.
Yeah,
and I mean,
and then he followed up with the
that is a tech that takes some practice, and Wobbs was just absolutely ready for it. Now trying to do the same thing onto Pierre, but Pierre has that axe in hand.
Beautiful
recovery.
Yo, he's playing with his life. Yeah, I was gonna say he's playing with his life for sure. He got a little too greedy. Pugsy staying alive though.
Good edge guard off saving the sword.
They could get one more kill quick. I think it's anybody's game. Blue team all in the red and Pugsy, hanging in there playing stock tank like you said, doing a great job of hanging on to the stock, keep his team in the game. Even game now.
Oh, the ground pound coming in as well. And Pugsy securing a small stock lead for the red team, but Wobbs needs to stay alive. It doesn't matter how much tanking Pugsy can do if Wobbs can't at least cling on, and Wobbs definitely getting targeted down by the blue team right here. D-Light set from Anime, not quite enough. Pugsy will fall, and Wobbs left alone off the side of the stage. Manages to avoid that D-Sig, fading very low to avoid this aggression.
Good recovery, Pugsy. Wobbsy's just floating right now, making sure he doesn't die. Good team combo. Oh, they dropped it.
That was a really nice response from the red team, turning a blue team combo into one of their own, just like a bit of extra damage. And now Pugsy, the only player on the board who is not in that red state of health on the second stock. Wobbs clearing out the stage with those side airs, but gets caught by the down air. The scoop comes in once again. Pugsy finds the recovery, but it's not quite enough just yet.
Nice D-Sig. Pugsy's doing such a great job of staying alive on Jala too, a 4 defense character, making sure he stays in the game. D-Light said, still alive. Is he gonna make it back to stage though? Beautiful recovery. Oh my gosh, recovery does the trick, gets the kill. They're up 1 stock now in this game. How much pain can Pugsy put in before he goes down? Let's see.
Yeah, Pierre managing to do a good job at avoiding that extra aggression from the red team while he was left alone, but Wobbs is the player to watch right now as he is the most damaged on his final stock.
Yeah.
And Pugsy will fall to the down at the sighting, almost knocking out that early, and now Wobbs
has to stay alive right
to get back to side air, drops for Pierre, and Wobbs
dodge.
Staying alive for it, just for the moment, and Pugsy trying to put on so much aggression to cover the low health that his teammate is on. But is it too little too late as Wobbs falls down?
1 team combo on a character like Jala, you're in the red, if not dead. Oh man, Pugsy's back again. Wobbsy back against the wall. Now 1v2 You know, Rayman in the orange, but Anime looking pretty healthy right now. This is a tough one, but we saw Tiffany almost pull something off pretty crazy like this, so we'll see what happens. But back against the wall, no weapon. D6 does the trick. There you go. Game 2, going to blue team.
Yeah, it's been so close, but the blue team are just taking this edge every single time. They seem just way more, I guess, confident in how they're playing on stage more than anything. The edge guards are very messy from both teams. At the moment it gets onto an on-stage neutral game, the blue team seems to be finding their edge really consistently. No matter how much Pugsy manages to tank, Wobbs is falling down very early, very consistently. I mean, both red team members coming in with 4 defense, while both blue team members coming in with 6 for both their legends. So there's a big disparity there in how quickly these blue team members will be able to take out the red team. And I mean, Wobbs is kind of demonstrating that so far.
He switched to the bubble gum. I think that was a nice switch, you know. Sometimes it's the skin, sometimes it's the color, you know, that's all you need sometimes.
Yeah, just that bit of skin buff that you find in the crossover.
I love to see it, man. But game number 3, man. Red team needs to win this if they want to stay in this series. Obviously, we'll lose this bracket run, but, you know, both teams definitely don't want to go through that. They want to come through this bracket on the winner's side. Pugsy is doing such a good job. Last game, this game, the Jala switch was the perfect choice because he's comfortably staying alive.
Oh, the follow-up! Both follow-ups!
Nice recovery, man. That was beautiful. Nice save. Doesn't do the trick, though.
Maybe it was the skin. I mean, so far, Wobbs managing to hold on, and Pugsy only just closing in on the orange on this first stop a minute into this game.
Yeah, there you go. Lose the stop with Pugsy. Still in the orange. Takes a huge combo. Almost in the red. Not quite. Sarah with the trick. Beautiful spacing. Staying alive. Creating that share. Okay, team combo coming in. Drops the
doesn't find the recovery, but Wobbs doing a better job of surviving so far, and Pugsy, unsurprisingly, just holding on. The team combo coming in again.
Follow-up. Nice little 3-4 pieces coming in from the red team. It's adding up. Blue team is finding themselves behind. Red team is developing them a nice little lead. Pugsy still on his 3rd stock.
And Wobbs avoiding this aggression way better. Now has to play a safe game to avoid the blue team. Manages to get down with the dare. Takes no hits from the blue team at the time he's hit the load, and Pugsy comes back and immediately takes the stock off of Pierre and cleans it up off Anime as well. And now this is a completely different game state to what we've seen throughout this entire set so far. Red team poised to take us to at least the game 4 if nothing changes from the blue team, but Pierre going all the way up, finds a double recovery onto Wobbs, and now it's just a 1-stock lead for the red team.
Yeah, Wobbs, you gotta stay alive right here. Pugsy got 2. Make sure you keep your stock, and I'm pretty sure your team takes this one for sure. Nice damage coming in from blue team on Pugsy. I mean, sorry, red team on what's his name? Pierre. Sorry about that. Pierre, almost gone.
Yeah, I mean, the damage has built up on the blue team. Even if Wobbs falls down early, Pugsy is perfectly capable of taking a 2-1. We've seen it before. And now Anime disarmed. Pierre hit by the side air as well. Both blue team members in trouble. And they won't get taken out by the side air. The big swing to double knockout both members of the blue team. 700 damage, 5 KOs coming out of Pugsy that game.
I need a game 5, man. Come on.
Yeah, we need another one.
I need a game 5, man. No switches, man. These guys are going right into it. No time wasted on the character select screen. Right back into the map banning stage. And boom, we're going on the Apocalypse. Game number 4. 2-1 in favor of blue team right now.
The exact same game state coming in. I mean, I like the confidence. I like the mentality that it's an adaptation over character picks, because sometimes you can get a bit lost in the source, swap characters a bit too much, and find yourself struggling with having to pick up a new playstyle to counter every single time you go into the game, and that is an issue that we're not really seeing here, as these players are just sticking with what they know and sticking with what they're familiar with.
For sure. Nice little follow-ups coming in from Bubblegum. Okay, red team is pretty in pain right now. Yo, Anime is almost gone.
Wobbs almost finds it onto Anime. Pierre needs to find some defense, finds the D-Sig. Pugsy does manage to touch. Wobbs is there to relieve the pressure. The side sig as well. The follow-up comes in. The weapon though to save!
Nice save.
Yeah, keeping his teammate alive for just a little.
The bubblegum buff is real, man. The bubblegum buff is serious.
I mean, so far, so true. Pugsy finds the like ground pound onto Pierre. Can they take out Anime? I mean, keep in mind, Anime was the one who got damage put up on him so early, and yet he's the one who falls second on the blue team. The target swap by the red team is immaculate there.
They had so many follows at the beginning, developed them in a nice lead. Right now, if they could do the same right here, they could probably secure this game. If they don't go down. The blue team, they're still in the game. If they get these kills quickly, quick cleanup, it's a game.
Absolutely, and Pierre is taking a lot of damage here from Wobbs. That Lance doing work, and still, Wobbs actually tanking a lot better than we've seen throughout this entire set so far, managing to keep pace with Pugsy's tanking. And speaking of Pugsy, looking for an edge guard here, does reset back onto the stage, finds the end light. Pierre just managing to survive, but Pugsy still holding on.
Misses the dare with the spear, but gets the kill anyway. Nice follow-up.
How often do you see a Lord of Rax in barbecue sauce?
Barbecue. I don't know. That's a 4 defense legend. That's in 2s also. Yeah, Wubbsy's playing immaculate right now. He's holding on to that start.
Oh, the pickup on both as well. Pierre falls down. Anime could be soon to follow. Wubbs is going crazy with these blasters right now. But the side sig, Pugsy with the team knockout, getting a little overzealous there.
Man, even in barbecue health, he was putting in pain. It's not like he was running away the whole time. He hit like 3 nairs back to back right there. That was insane.
And I mean, stocks one in favor of the red team, but the damage very heavily in favor as Anime is one good hit away from being knocked out. And Pierre, in the meantime, getting focused down a little bit. Anime not afraid to go in with this hammer regardless of the damage state he's in, but does get caught out by the recovery. Team combo coming in by the red team. Pierre just managing to stay alive, but the damage has been done regardless of the knockout not being found. Pierre, one good hit away, and the NC just launching in the top corner, not quite enough.
Oh yeah,
it's giving the red team so much time.
Oh yeah, they're heating up, man. You see the team combos, the follow-ups, they're not dropping nothing no more, man.
The double NC.
Yo, what is Jala NC, man?
Pugsy feeling confident right here. Anime running out of options. The D-Sig to secure it. Pugsy knows those SIGs like the back of his hand. And 700 damage coming out of Pugsy. Again, these huge numbers.
Wubbsy did 500. I'm willing to bet he did like 300 on that first Dawg.
So much was done at the start of that game. And going back to Apocalypse at Pierre, swapping to the Val. I mean, I gotta say it, as a Val main, I do love to see the lock-in of the Val and the swap over to the sword as opposed to the axe. I mean, gives the blue team a bit more speed of those weapons, but that's the only change we see in the game state here going into this next game.
For sure. Pugsy's been so solid on that Jala pick, man. That was a great switch after the loss, for sure. Okay.
And this is another game 5, by the way. This is the second game 5 we've had in a row.
Yeah, you love to see it, man. Blue team playing a little bit slow right now, trying to get their footing. Nice D-Light air coming in from Anime. 2 recoveries coming in from Pugsy.
Yeah, Pierre finding a lot of success with this swap to the sword so far, dribbling Pugsy very well. Anime not there for the follow-up. That could be very dangerous.
Sam for the cleanup, okay. Let's guard situation. Okay, Wubbsy coming in unarmed, making sure his teammate gives backstage.
Yeah, the pressure really being put on right here as the red team poised for a reverse 3-0, but the blue team are coming back swinging. This Val swap really doing work, and Pugsy denied that stock tanking that he's found so far. Now Wobbs could be in danger, but Pugsy is there for the save, the exhaustive recovery as well. But Pierre could be in trouble here. The second weapon throw, and he knows he's done. The quick cleanup coming out of the red team, keeping themselves in this game.
Pugsy has been so hard to kill all series after that Jala switch, so that was a huge kill coming in from blue team. Right now, game all even, but we'll see what happens right now. No dodge coming in, no follow-up from Anime. Blue team needs to get their combos together if they really want to win. They have to capitalize on every interaction. This is a very close game 5. Lead slightly in red team favor.
Anime being the most damaged player on the board. The follow-up finally does come through. Pierre doesn't find the side signal. That could have been it for Wobbs' stock. Now damage very equal across the board. Pierre, the healthiest player on the screen. Pugsy needs to try and get in there and protect his teammate because Wobbs could be in danger here. Pugsy looking for these sword dribbles, but let's get caught with a D-Light Sare.
Recovery's not gonna do it. D-Light Sare for the kill. 1v2 recovery, okay. Stage control going to blue team. This is huge right now.
Yeah, cleaning it up.
Orange.
Pierre really is going to be the player who's going to be playing the most aggressive right here with so much room to work with. But Pugsy looking for the knockout, and Pierre falls first.
That was huge.
Can the red team keep up their cleanups? They can. No matter how many times they fall behind, they're cleaning it up so consistently. And now Pierre could be in trouble. Does manage to avoid the extra aggression.
Huge kill on Pierre, man. Pierre
was
yo, is he gone?
The ground pound sends up.
Send him upward, man.
Pierre went from being the healthiest player on the board to the most damage, and now Anime has his work cut out from trying to put his teammate Wubs. Entering the red soon as both red team members sent by the Nair. Anime just finding all of these hammer hits. The red team crumbling a little bit as the side sig comes in. Pugsy could be in trouble here. The side sig once again, delay Sair. Pugsy in the 2v1, the side air comes through and the blue team deny the reverse 3-0, but what a turbulent game.
I really thought red team was going to take it after they took Pierre out, and they had both the weapons, stage control. That was a beautiful game. GG's to both teams. Well played, well played. Not over, man. We might see Wubsy and Pugsy coming back on the top 8 side. But beautiful game. Shout out to both teams played, man. That was amazing gameplay for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet another game 5 that goes absolutely down to the wire. I mean, that's 2 for 2 we've had so far, right? And I mean, the next question is going to be on whether or not our next set can match the hype. And I get the feeling it might. With that following on, we have Dawg and Cutie versus Fakey and Balloon Boy. Which is a case of... Hang on.
Cutie and Dawg, I say not gonna lie, Cutie and Dawg got to be probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite team in the 2v2 scene. Their team combos, they're beautiful, bro. It's like a work of art watching them play, man. I always got my pen and paper out, writing notes, like, man, all of us are crazy, but what are we seeing? This gotta be fake. Is this double taros? This can't be.
Yeah, I mean, Dawg and QT have been kind of known for like double gauntlets lineups, and so I think they might be doing a little bit of trolling in the lobby.
Yeah, right for sure. Yeah, they always be on Cross and Wu Shang is typically their big. But no, I'm really excited to see this team play. Their team combos, follow-ups, it's a work of art for sure. I'm really excited to see this one.
Yeah, I mean, Fakey and Balloon Boy, 2 players that have found their most success in 1v1s. Balloon Boy holding a very, very good placement in the online ranked ladder that we've had in North America recently, and Fakey finding some recent top 8 performances in 1v1s as well, coming off teaming with Java recently as well, and playing with Balloon Boy here today for Moose Wars.
I believe he top 8 too at DreamHack, correct? In 2v2s, I believe so. Him and Java?
Off the top of my head, I could not tell you.
Okay, I think so. I'm pretty sure they did. So I think
DreamHack felt like a fever dream for me, to be honest, man. I can't remember some of the places of that. But yeah, we're just waiting on QT to get back in the lobby after a quick name change, and we have currently Dawg locked in on the Luke, the crossover, which is not a huge surprise. I mean, level 70 coming in on this cross, not a huge surprise coming out of Dawg. It's a character we've seen him play time and time again, a character that we've seen in 2v2s for a very long time now, being a staple character.
Look at the earnings disparity. Oh my god, Balloon Boy with only 165 earnings, trying to hang with the big fish, but he's here, man. Believe me. Don't let that number fool you. Balloon Boy has the gameplay, has the skill. He can do something. Believe me. Like you said, he's more known for his 1v1 gameplay, but I have faith in him. I think he's gonna do something crazy because he is locked in on the Zarya, bow legend, comfortability with that bow pick. I believe he's about to put in some real planning and watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Balloon Boy, he has a good bow. We know he has a good bow. He plays a good portion of Diana. And going into this, I mean, Zarya as a pick in 2s, absolutely nothing to sneeze at. Popularized a lot more recently by Fozy. And off that one pick by Fozy, people started to realize, wait, Zarya's actually a pretty awesome pick for 2s. And now all of a sudden we're seeing more and more Zarya going into this fake heat, sticking with one of the most tried and true bread and butter 2v2 legends, the Hattori, the sword and the spear coming in. You cannot go wrong with a legend like Hattori, just absolutely solid in the game mode. And yeah, double gauntlets, unsurprising, coming out of Dawg and QT, and the follow-ups already coming in.
Insane, man, insane. It's a work of art, man. 1 hit turns into 5 with the blink of the eye.
Dawg is trying to absolutely rip up with the unarmed right now. The confidence coming on this game is absolutely crazy. And yeah, as you were saying, I mean, Dawg and QT are a team that, I mean, the same with QT and Walshy previously, that it seems whatever team QT is on, follow-ups just spawn out of thin air. They're always ready to find these team combos. I mean, look at that. Dawg, one single down air almost immediately goes for the recovery, and they're just ready for everything.
For sure. And
just
you know,
like
team
that.
damage is 50% or whatever the number would be, so he's definitely going to go for that, secure the enemy KO. Might damage his teammate a little bit, but it's 100% worth it. Oh my god. Nice neutral game coming in. Ooh, the end light into he set his teammate up with that one. That's tough.
Yeah, Fakey capitalizing very nicely, but Dawg coming back swinging with the blasters, already racking up a lot of damage onto both blue team members, and QT still holding on to this first stock. The side sig.
Nice save.
Absolutely saved by QT, and QT not afraid to go in with this spear.
Dawg makes blasters look so easy, man.
Absolutely.
Cover for the kill, beautiful. One stock lead coming in for red team right now.
Yeah, we have that stock lead, and we also have QT just being absolutely fresh on this second stock as well. The damage is equally as important, and with that in mind, Balloon Boy, very damaged here. Doesn't get taken up by the recovery just yet.
Fakey needs to stay alive. He's doing a good job of doing so far. Putting in pain as well. He's not playing too scared, just making sure he's in the back, getting whatever follow-ups he needs to get, but boom.
The GC end light for the follow-up of that end light as well. That's crazy, Dawg. Yeah, not managing to find that touch, and Balloon Boy managing to stay alive for the time being, caught by the recovery of Fakey.
Fakey in the red, this is dangerous for blue team right now.
For sure, Dawg fresh on this final stock in comparison to Fakey, who's going to fall down now. The side sig as well, and the 2v1 secured by the red team.
Man, I have a feeling we're about to see a crazy team combo. Let's see. I have a feeling. Okay. Okay. Okay.
It's real. It's real. No!
Oh, he dropped the recovery, man. That would have been crazy. That would have been my whole day. I'm trying to tell you, but these combos.
Yeah, I mean, that all it took was that one recovery catching.
With the weapon toss to help him secure that D-Light said, man. Beautiful, bro. Beautiful.
Yeah, you gotta love the fact that QT and Dawg are not afraid to go for those style points when they get the chance, and absolutely did so in that game. Going back into this, Fakey securing the ban on Demon Island, does not want to go back to that stage whatsoever, leaving open Fabled City, Fortress of Lions, and Miami Dome, which is where we're going to be going for this game number 2. With those two higher platforms being a bit of a difference compared to Demon Island being a straight flat platform, it's going to be a different environment for these players to battle it out in.
Yeah, for sure. 2 platforms coming on this map, you know, a little bit thinner of a map, not as wide. So we'll see what happens. Blue team with both weapons to start this branch. Okay.
Yeah, the damage taking some time to rack up right now. Players not wanting to go too hard in on this neutral right now. And Dawg taking a bit more damage than everyone else on the field. The blue team looking a little bit more comfortable. Fakey, a nice dodge off that side air. And Balloon Boy, what just happened up there? I take my eyes off him for 1 second. He just deletes Dawg's first stock.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Dawg went down extremely early this game. Fakey down in this already an even game. Look at the stocks. Orange, orange. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful, beautiful job staying in the game by red team.
Yeah, absolutely. The equalization, the cleanup coming in super quickly.
Top.
Dawg could be in trouble once again here, QT.
QT's gauntlets reads are something else, man. He's so comfortable with that weapon. His flow chart is top tier for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And you have to have that.
For sure, yeah.
Right now, Balloon Boy just ripping the D-Sig on the center of the stage.
Everybody in the red. Tie game.
Even a piece.
Oh my gosh. Weapon toss. Now he's naked. No weapons. Going. Nice little set.
Finally, a minute and a half. QT falls, but the equalization comes straight in, and Dawg looking to close it out on Fakey. Doesn't manage to find it. Fakey staying alive. Finds a thing like ground pound.
Oh man, he really
can the QT equalize in time? Team combo looking like it's going to come in here. A little bit of damage built up onto QT. Ground pound narrowly avoided, and QT being edge guarded by both blue team players. Dawg keeping the edge guard alive by accident there.
No, yeah, blue team got the lead right now. They're playing this game a lot better. I think the stage switch was definitely a good choice coming in from blue team. Right now, Fakey holding on to his second stock, but even if he does go down, blue team still has a convincing lead. Nice follow-ups coming in. Don't count red team out though for sure.
Yeah, one well-placed team combo could absolutely turn this game around in favor of the red team. It's got to land one setup move in the right spot, just like that. Doesn't manage to find it, but the socks now even.
Yep. Nice, great follow-ups. One piece turned to three piece quick. Nice read. Oh, this will get the follow-up the platform.
Yeah, Dawg is just always ready to find those blasters sidelights on the dime. Like he just has the timing down perfect, but regardless, he is still the player with the most damage dealt onto him so far as Fakey. Into the recovery, is it going to be enough? Dawg lives to see another day. QT finds the recovery. Follow-up comes in, the double side air.
Beautiful team combo. Snatches the lead straight out of blue team's hand, man. Now this is red team's game to win. Balloon Boy back against the wall. Strong 1v1 player, so we'll see what he can do. But this is a 1v2 situation, so we'll see what happens, man. Might see another team combo.
He knows that he can't afford to get caught by any setup moves that push him towards one of his opponents, because that could just lead to the absolute end of his stock. The side sig will be enough, and our Balloon Boy
that's huge.
Even 1v1 with QT. And this isn't QT's 1v1 pick. QT usually opting for the Fate or the Kaya in the 1v1, so Balloon Boy might have the comfort advantage here.
Mind you, this is PR1 in NA for 1v1s. We're not PR, sorry about that. Ranked 1, I believe, in the, what do you call it, the rank queue. So Balloon Boy has a lot of time in the 1v1s. And right now, QT is decent with the gauntlets. Nice reads coming in.
Yeah, Balloon Boy really struggling to find a response to that Gauntlet's aggression. Finds the Nair.
Both in the red.
Second one will almost do it. Balloon Boy at the third as well.
One more will do it.
One strong recovery will do it. He likes the recovery, and Balloon Boy secures
with the
2v1 victory.
Bro, had to flex his wings real quick with the outro. Huge 1v2 for the win, man. That was red team's game to win, man. Shout out Balloon Boy, proving why he, even though $100 to his name, proving why he can hang with the big guys, man. 1-1 on the set count.
Yeah, and
huge.
We are now, I think, waiting for a quick rejoin coming in from Fakey, perhaps just to fix that lag. But I would not be surprised if we don't see a swap in Legends between these players. What I'm most surprised about is that Miami Dome pick and how Balloon Boy seems so comfortable playing around those platforms. Everyone else sort of playing a bit more grounded, trying to just keep it on the download, but Balloon Boy was just ready to go right up into the sky, play off those platforms. And we saw that with the gauntlets right at the start, taking Dawg's first stock in record time. And I'm curious to see if we're going to be going back to Miami Dome, or if the red team wants to get rid of that verticality that Balloon Boy was using.
Let's see. Oh, they banned Miami Dome.
Right off the bat.
Yeah. Small Fortress Alliance, all right.
Yeah, very staple map for the 2v2s.
Set count 1-1.
The exact same legend picks going into it. And I'm honestly not surprised to see that, because now we've seen both these teams take one game with this team comp. You should have no reason. You know you could win a game with this comp. So I would not be surprised if we don't see any legend swaps for the rest of this set, especially between QT and Dawg. They don't like those weapon swaps. The team combo. QT manages to weasel out of it, but Fakey improvising with the unarmed, and no, the red team trying to do the same.
Beautiful way to start the game for blue team right there. Unarmed combo. Java didn't even have a weapon, didn't need it. Kept the team combo going. But right back, another team combo coming from red. Man, games like these, when they're so close, you're not going to be like, oh, it's the character. You know what I'm saying? Just a few mistakes here and there. Got to clean them up.
Side sig. QT very healthy on this first stock, but that could change at very fast speed as the blue team finds a small team combo onto him, and I'll try to do the same onto Dawg. The control by the blue team this game is immaculate so far.
Let's guard. Beautiful let's guard. Oh man, Balloon Boy doing a great job, but he's gone just like that. Slight lead coming in from red team right now. One stock, but Cutie is in dark red. One big hit and he's gone.
That is one thing you can attribute to the red team that is so consistently good, is their ability to clean up the deficit they have so quickly. It doesn't matter how quickly you build up a lead on them, they will keep on pace and stay on your toes for the duration of the game. Unless you're like Luna and Snowy, you're not going to be able to hold the lead over the red team. And right now, we are seeing that as damage is equal across the board, as are the stocks. Balloon Boy and Dawg being the more damaged players on both teams. Balloon Boy getting disarmed, managing to weave around everything to stay alive. QT caught by the 3-piece. And now Fakey trying to do the most with the spear. Weapon throw down as well.
These games have been so close, man. This really comes down to a few decision-making errors, you know, and the outcome of the game. Right now, the whole stage is in red right now. The next KO is important right now because I believe it'll turn into a double KO. Dawg struggling to stay alive. He's weak up. There it goes. Stays alive. Nice ceiling. D-light recovery. Doesn't do the trick.
Yeah, now QC, the only player on his final stock, does manage to find the cleanup onto the blue team, and that's what I was saying. The red team, Dawg and QT, are so consistent with these cleanups.
Yeah, they're cleanup crew for sure. Ooh, dang. They're on the teammate, no problem though.
Well, the ground pound just narrowly dodged by QT. And now Balloon Boy looking to find the knockout onto Dawg. Fakey trying to step in with the spear, doesn't manage to find any value.
Going down. Dawg is in barbecue health right now. He refuses to go down.
Yeah, and that could be dangerous for the red team because QT is now left alone. Could be at risk of being knocked out right here. Doesn't manage to get the knockout onto either blue team member despite trying to go for that early juggle.
Team combo. Nothing too crazy. Right now, blue team both in the red, Dawg still in the yellow.
Oh, the big D-Sig. And Balloon Boy once again in a 2v1.
Yes. Except Balloon is more in the red, and this time one recovery is going to do the trick. 2-1. These games are so close, man. Like, really, really, really close. Coming down to 1-2 team combos that are really making the difference. Red team is cleaning up. They're fighting, you know what I'm saying? They'll be down, but these team combos are keeping them in the game. 1 or 2 interactions. Really making the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a case of, I think, the blue team have demonstrated a couple times that they're struggling to pick up these final knockouts to just take out a stock. We saw Dawg go all the way into almost like black level health there, right down into the depths of damage in that second stock. And meanwhile, the red team, the second they need to, they will find that cleanup. They will find those handoffs and take out your stocks the moment you're within range to do so. And sometimes even earlier. And I think the blue team needs to be able to either catch up on those cleanups or compensate with as much damage build up as they can with these team combos. And we saw that second game they had, speaking of team combos, just see another one coming in. Balloon Boy doesn't manage to find the end-sig, but it's a lot of damage built up very, very quickly onto both red team members. And Fakey might be taking the knockout right here onto QT. Doesn't find it with the D-Light ground pound. And Dawg is soon to follow both red team members. 20 seconds needed for both of their stocks.
Blue team both in the yellow. This is convincingly coming in. Great D-Light ground pound coming in from Fakey. QT tried to go for the save on Dawg. Wasn't going to happen, man. Right now, blue team is in a position to win this game. Red team has to do something crazy, miraculous if they want to take this game. Oh my God, it's coming right here, right before our eyes. Just
there it is!
There it is, right there. That's that.
The cleanup crew does not fail to disappoint. Does not fail to please.
24 hours. Okay, team combo. Nice stop coming in from Balloon Boy. Serial and
if you've ever watched like a stage 2v2 game between a bunch of chosen bots, that's what this looks like. There's not a single pause in the action. There's constant damage being tacked on, and it just doesn't slow down. Dawg looking for the knockout onto Fakey, and Balloon Boy, the only player not in the red on the second stock. Dawg, actually, Fakey got too greedy for it, went for the ground pound. Dawg was actually already falling to lose that stock, and Fakey getting overzealous goes for the ground pound and falls as a result. And now what was a small lead in favor of the blue team has been turned around already, and it's looking like the red team may be able to close this out.
With all these interactions and constant fighting, Rodeo Rumble is literally the most fitting name for what I'm watching right now.
Absolutely.
Straight interactions. Okay.
Oh no, the lag! Balloon Boy lagging out, not in this situation, not in the game 4. That's what we hate to see.
That has gotta be heartbreaking.
Yeah, now the team combo coming in. Dawg not able to find the recovery, goes to the ground pound instead, but
There's
damage
no
may have already been done. They're cooking off the side of the stage. The weapon throws, the pogo is coming in, and Balloon Boy knows it's done.
Oh my gosh, that's so heartbreaking.
What a way for that to
devastating.
go out, yeah.
That is utterly
Absolutely
devastating.
heartbreaking for the blue team. The red team aren't going to take it. I mean, at least it's in a situation where the blue team was already behind, and it's not just a case of them losing a massive lead due to lag. That's obviously devastating and incredibly unfortunate for Balloon Boy. But we have to keep in mind, this being a double elimination tournament, those players are not out of the tournament yet. They put up a very, very good fight against a team as prestigious as Dawg and QT, and we will most likely see them again if they manage to fight their way through the lower bracket back into the lower side of top 8. But with that being said, Dawg and QT will be advancing onto the winner's side of top 8, and our next game coming up is going to be MegD and Raydish versus Java and Blazy.
I'm excited, man. I'm sad. I can't even lie. After watching something like that, I'm devastated, man. That was so sad, so unlucky, heartbreaking. But, you know, it's online. Very, very few things we can and can't control, and that's one thing we can't control, you know?
Yeah, that is the issue that comes with online tournaments. You know, we can't always control the issues of lag that some players experience. Something might happen at home that causes them to disconnect. Whatever happens, that's just the nature of online tournaments, and unfortunately it happens more often than we'd like. But
we'll see them again.
That being said, what I did like is Balloon Boy did not give up on the fight in that last situation.
Right,
Regardless of losing that stock, he kept going till the end. He took that damage from the red team and ran with it, and that you have to respect that motivation to keep on playing. With that being said, though, we do have our players joining up into the lobby, and I'm really excited to see this team of Java and Blazy, because these are two very established players. Blazy a bit less successful in especially the 2v2 space than Java, especially recently, but Blazy has never been a name that's sort of fallen out of relevancy in Brawlhalla. And again, this team is coming off a 3-0 victory over Stingray and Impala, and keep in mind, Impala, while it may be 1v1s, he is the current 1v1 world champion.
Just one team back as well,
yeah. The repeated LAN champion going out 0-3 against Java and Blazy, a new team by the looks of things. And I'm excited to see what this team is cooking up. I'll be honest, what I'm most excited to see is whether or not Java's going to be playing Bobar, right? With Java on Bobar, we need to see it. It's the staple character that he was known for playing. And with the recent hammer buffs, maybe maybe we see a bit more Bobar coming out Java. But I mean, that's not to say that his Satori that he's been cooking up recently has not been absolutely devastating. He has two very strong characters to choose from, and two characters that are incredibly solid, especially in the 2v2 space. So I'm just excited to see how these team comps are going to be shaping up.
Me as well. I really do want to see that Bobar as well, especially post hammer buff, like you said. You know, so I'm really excited to see what Java pick out. Everybody's trolling right now. We got a lobby full of Terroses. So we'll see. I know this isn't about to happen, but waiting on one more player to join the lobby. I believe it is Blazy. Waiting on him to enter the lobby, and then as soon as he gets in, we'll get the match started ASAP. But MegD, Raydish, they found themselves success at DreamHack 2v2. MegD getting himself his first podium, third place with Raydish in the 2v2. Raydish was playing with the Tesca though, and MegD was playing the Chun-Li, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm right, because I remember every single time Raydish was hitting the enemy, I would see MegD follow up with the most beautiful sick follow-ups I've seen in a while. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Chun-Li or Wushang being one of those legends that is just so consistent with those signatures, having so many things that can just lead into a follow-up for almost any situation, whether you want to go higher, lower. You got N-Sig on spear, you got side-Sig on spear, both launch the same way but have that different level of height. So for that reason, Wushang is a really solid pick. I don't think we're realistically going to see a full terrorist game. That would be hilarious because it would probably last about 10 seconds. But I am expecting to see the normal picks of these players coming in once we get Blazy in here. So that is just what we're going to be waiting on for the time being. And yeah, I will be expecting MegD to be sticking with what he knows. I mean, MegD has a pretty diverse character pool. He always has in both game modes. You've seen him play Foul both in 1 and 2. We've seen the Wushang in 2s. We've seen the Asuri in 1s. You see a very wide range of characters. And Raydish, a bit more of a one-trick in the 1v1 space, but Tesca was a pick that Raydish was playing in 2v2, so we're probably going to be seeing between Tesca or the Petra for Raydish. And then for Java, I'm expecting either Hattori or maybe the Bodvar. And then Blazy, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't seen Blazy play 2v2 in a bit of a while, so I don't know what Blazy's been cooking up recently.
Same. That's the one I'm least prepared for in terms of expecting what character he's gonna pick. But either way, I'm sure they have something for us. They made it all the way here. They're here for a reason. And there we go. Blazy gets in the lobby, man. Welcome to Blazy. Let's get this going, man. Game number 1. Red team being KD, Raydish, and MegD versus 4 Teros game. Let's do it.
Oh no, the legend picks are actually coming in. They're creeping in now. It looks like you might have Jabba on Bobar. Oh no! What?
Nah, ain't no way, bro. There's no way.
There's no way they're starting a game.
Yeah, trolling, bro.
Yeah, there it is. You have MegD locking in the Chun-Li, the Roshan crossover. We have Raydish on the Tezca, Jabba on Bobar, and Blazy on the Hattori. I mean, Bobar Hattori doesn't really get more solid of a team comp than that in terms of 2v2s, right? Like, this has been bread and butter in no matter what region you go to.
Look at the NSYNC avatar. Is that new?
Sorry?
The NSYNC avatar that Blazy it's new. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, congratulations.
Just dropped, yeah.
Well, good luck to both teams, man. Let's see what we got going on.
Raydish on the Tezca for this first game.
Yeah, Raydish locking on the Tezca, you know, comfort pick. Same team comp, they rocked that DreamHack, so interesting to see what they're going to be doing. I have not seen Blazy play too much, honestly, but I've heard a lot about him. I do know he is tried and true, a very good Brawlhalla player.
Yeah, the follow-up's coming in right now. Raydish taking a lot of damage, and Blazy trying to continue that trend with the sword, just racking it up onto both red team players. And now Java looking to end this stock for MegD. Weapon throw does manage to secure it just about, and Raydish at the lone. Yeah, try and cook up with the boots here. Doesn't manage to find too much for Java. A little bit of team damage coming in here. The recovery, not quite enough. Ooh. The follow-ups.
Now, all of a sudden, start early, but you know they're still in this game. 1 team combo, 1 kill. You know, oh, he almost kills his teammate though. But now, yeah, they get these 2 cleanups real quick, and they're in the lead if Raydish can hang on to his start.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd expect that with a legend lineup like Bobar and Hattori, the KOs shouldn't be too hard to secure. But right now, Raydish doing the most to survive right here. The end light almost taking out on the boots. Lazy protected by Java, landing in and relieving that pressure right there.
See, I never thought boots were a strong 2v2 pick until after DreamHack, and oh my god, Java with the toss, almost killing Raydish early. But yeah, after seeing DreamHack, I saw Sandstorm on the Tezca, I saw Raydish on the Tezca, and I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. Boots are solid.
MegD cooking with the gauntlets. Java does manage to touch, and MegD's gonna fall! The overcommit under the stage, trying to chase all the way around to the blue team, and will take that full stock lead and run with it now.
Oh man.
With a follow-up out of MegD catching out of that side stick with the unarmed. Great precision coming out of that. But MegD just leaving Raydish to take some damage from the blue team right here.
Okay.
He needs to, being that full stock behind.
Okay. Let's go situation coming in. He's not going to do the trick. Nice kill coming in. 2v1 situation. Can they keep him back from getting on stage? Nice. Oh, the net doesn't connect. Right now it's a tie game, just like that.
Oh, the double D-light. Raydish just surviving, and Java getting the hammer in his hands. Doesn't find the knockout just yet. Team combo coming in. Big damage! And now all of a sudden, red team turning things around. Java, the most damaged player on the board. MegD doing a great job at avoiding this aggression from the blue team, despite losing that stock incredibly early to an overcommit.
Java needs to stay alive, or this game will be dangerous with Fakey. Not Fakey, I'm sorry, Blazy. This is the same team comp, actually. I just realized that Java and Fakey were rocking at DreamHack, so Java does have some experience with this team comp.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, when Java was teaming with Phazon, we had a similar team comp as well, if not the same. I'm not sure if it was 100% the same, but he knows the Hattori very well.
But Hattori's getting beat up. Yeah, you know, he's trying to make sure he stays alive, but his teammates getting beat up while he's staying out the mix, you know? Man.
Blazy needs to try and take this pressure off Java. Java has not got much room to work with. Does manage to sneak in and interrupt the team combo. That's what you want to see if you're this low. And now all of a sudden, Java might be more confident as the red team are both approaching that KO range of damage. Blazy finds the side sig. MegD left alone.
Blazy looking super healthy right now.
One good handoff for the blue team could be enough. Double sword coming in. D-Light Ser, MegD caught by the weapon throw, still alive for the time being. Manages to touch. Blazy not going to overcommit off the side. Looking for anything. Oh, the punish! And MegD will fool the blue team, clawing it back in their favor and taking that first game. Blazy putting out an incredible performance and keeping that lead for the blue team throughout.
And MegD falling off that one stock really cost him when he was down low going crazy. I think he got a little too hungry. I think if he cleans that up, I think they can take this game too for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to be waiting for a reconnect coming out of MegD for a minute. Perhaps some lag issues coming out. Once again, that's just an issue we have with online tournaments as a whole. No control over that, unfortunately. But I would not be surprised if we don't see a change in the game state in terms of character picks or map selection. As we see Java and Blazy obviously still locking in the same characters. I mean, swapping off Win, especially in 2v2s, is a very, very rare thing to see. And Raydish really was making those boots work in that last game as well.
Yeah, he was putting in pain for sure. Like I said, man, I think if MegD, cleans up, the little mistakes he was making in terms of going a little too hungry, losing a whole start early, I think they win this game for sure. For sure. We'll see though what happens, but anything can happen.
Yeah, the exact same legend picks coming in and locked in for this next game. Going into game 2, the exact same game state, APOC once again. And it's really just going to be a question of, can the red team clean up those little issues that we saw, especially with MegD throwing away that stock early, that second stock, by chasing all the way under, trying to take out, I think it was Java underneath the stage. Now Raydish already getting big damage with these boots, but Blazy is there to interrupt, and the small team combo comes in. The synergy between these two blue team players looking good so far.
Oh, beautiful fall up. Java getting beat up right now. Gotta make sure you stay out the mix.
Yeah, the damage pretty equal across the board. Blazy being the most damaged player on the field, but not by much. Java splitting up the red team.
Ooh,
the trades are just impeccable, as the blue team are not letting the red team find too much value in the side air handoff. Will secure that first stock onto Raydish. Now MegD, the one having to tank these stocks. Java already looking to try and take out MegD, while Blazy splits it off into two 1v1s for a second, but the cleanup does come in, and now Java left alone. Caught by the ground pound, and that will secure the red team.
And now all of a sudden, red team has the lead. They're up one stock, but not by much. MegD's in dark red. Anything can happen right now. Nice combos, nice follow-ups coming in for red team. He picks up his own teammate, unfortunate. Good save.
Yeah, MegD holding on to this stock quite well so far. The side air will secure it, but did manage to do a good job at tanking for the time being. Now Raydish, the most damaged player on the board, the player to watch. Blazy doesn't manage to find the D-Light out the side light, but Raydish disarmed off the side. Java finds the edge guard. Now MegD alone. Team combo could be coming in, but the weapon throw interrupts.
Unable to clear the way for him, costing him a start. Right now, blue team with a pretty convincing lead right now. MegD coming back to stage, nice save. They need to KO quick. If they could KO Blazy real quick, this is an even game.
Ooh, nice. That could be happening with Java.
And guard situation. Can they keep him off? No. Good save.
Good accident. I mean, Java needed to get back to the stage. They had to use that last option.
For sure. Nice follow-ups. Good there.
Just trying to get into the brawl here with this hammer, but not managing to reach Raydish, and Blazy really getting ripped up by the red team right here. This is dangerous for Blazy, running out of options. Gets caught by the ground pound. There to save. Blazy manages to make it back, but caught by the side air. Blazy is just being forced to recover over and over the end sig. And that's going to do it.
The dare save from the hammer was so clean, bro. He literally scooped him up all the way up back to stage. That was crazy. Oh, it's not looking too good.
2v1, but stocks are looking clean for the red team. Java needs to try and avoid every single setup move that the red team is looking for here. Playing high over the two of them.
Right, he wasn't able to find enough damage before going down, so this is going to be a very tough one. A lot of left, right coming in.
Comes in, the damage racking up already. Java forced into the orange.
Good weapon
to protect his return. Just hanging on to this side here. Playing the patient game. Raydish not looking to overcommit to a punish.
Good damage coming in.
The side sig is huge, but not quite enough.
He's starting to get towards the red side. We won 2 more hits in the team combo. Oh, doesn't get the catch. Nice follow-up.
Oh, dodges in against the Ensig, catches it.
Beautiful.
And the red team clinched that victory. And Blazy just really struggled in those final stock situations, just getting caught over and over again. And Java trying his best to relieve the pressure, couldn't quite make it. The red team doing a really good job attacking on that pressure, forcing Blazy to play the recovery game over and over, not giving the blue team time to sort of find their footing again. Really well played towards the end there by the red team, bringing us to that 1-1 scoreline.
And blue team actually started that game in the lead, you know, so props to red team, you know, keeping their mental, making sure they stayed in the game. At the end, the follow-ups were getting insane. They were following up on everything, finding team combos out of every little hit. The follow-ups really is what won them that game. Let's see what happens in this game number 3.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the exact same game state going back to APOC. No legend swaps whatsoever. Raydish straight onto those boots, already putting on so much pressure.
Boots have so
really
much
struggling to respond.
I believe it's just so easy to follow up after any time Raydish gets a hit with them boots. It's like a whole auto combo. It feels like, you know, just that long string right there has so much hit stun. It gives MegD time, like, oh, look, he's getting hit. Let me follow up. Nice side save. Oh, I don't know if he saved him, though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he would have died off that side save.
Yeah, damage definitely in favor of the red team right now, as MegD the healthiest player on the board. D-Light Sether will disarm, and both red team members forced to be without a weapon for a moment. Java really committing to that ground pound.
The raw ground pound is crazy.
Nice Raydish punishing the punish attempt for the recovery and the weapon throw to save. Now Blazy forced to recover once again. Java, the first player to fall. The blue team really need to look for these equalizations here on these stocks. Java afraid to overcommit here against these boots as Raydish pushing him off the side, but Java is there for the punish. The end light won't be enough onto MegD yet, but the edgeguard situation could lead to the knockout. But Raydish comes back in, finds that recovery. Now Java once again left alone. Ooh, MegD getting some work done with the gauntlets. Java taking a lot of damage in the process, just trying to survive, finds the down air. MegD will fall, but got a lot of damage onto Java in the process. Can the blue team find a team combo onto Raydish just for 2 hits?
Java not looking too well right now. Looking pretty unhealthy. Dark red. Needs to make sure he stays alive. Doesn't want to go down too early, man. Oh my god, nice team combo coming in. Good follow-up though. Oh, D-Light doesn't
really looking for these openings with the hammer, the punish, and the follow-up, and Blazy.
Good save!
The save from Java, but he falls forward, and Blazy trying to get the equalization. The weapon throws into the down airs
bouncing
repeatedly.
Right now. Nice
decisive Blazy. What was that?
Blazy was jumping on everybody's head like Mario right there. That was crazy. They need to find some damage.
Continuing to tank, and Java hanging off the side of the stage despite not being too damaged. I guess he's really afraid of the pressure that the red team can put out here.
He's trying to
stay out. Down goes for the dare. Bit of a commitment there. MegD doesn't want to go for the early punish. Instead, just get it back onto the stage and takes a bit of punishment for as a result from the unarmed of the blue team. But now it is 1 stock apiece. Damage completely equal. Everything that's happened in this game so far does not matter. It's all down to these final stocks right here, right now, and the damage building pretty consistently across the board.
Yeah. Good follow-ups coming in from red team. Damage is pretty even right now.
With the DI.
Oh. Red, orange. Next kill is huge. Whoever gets his next kill is huge. Leaving the teammate in a 1v2 situation would not be good right now.
Yeah, Java looking for the knockout on to MegD. Doesn't manage to find it. Blazy trying to relieve the pressure off Java, get him back onto the stage. The NC comes through, MegD left alone. Java really afraid to commit here with a weapon as slow as hammer. Gets back onto the stage, sword in hand. D-Light does not connect with Blazy, but no punish by MegD either. Looking to go for Java for the time being. Blazy playing this cover game. That recovery just catching, and that's going to do it.
It's 2-2, man. Game 5 again. This is the 3rd game 5, man. You love to see it, man. I'm excited. That was such a good close game. Blazy ultimately winning all these interactions, putting his team in the lead. Great job to both teams, man. Salute to Blazy. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, really relieving the pressure off of Java very, very well there, and very, very consistently as well. There were so many times where Java was sort of taking himself off to the side and trying not to commit too hard into the battle that was happening on the center of the stage. And Blazy didn't really seem phased by that. He was prepared to sort of relieve that aggression and be that damage sponge for Java. And perhaps, I mean, with the addition of these platforms we're going to be seeing going into Miami Dome for this next game, that might give the blue team more space to avoid that big, because the red team really wants to crunch you into the middle and find those team combos, get that hyper aggression with those boots and those gauntlets. So if you can try and space them out a bit like the blue team has been, especially with the addition of these platforms, that might be exactly what they're looking for.
For sure. Good map switcher.
Java right now just swinging hard with his hammer, finding tons of hits, but the response comes in from the blue team, commits hard to the dry ground pound, but doesn't manage to find it. No punishment coming in either, though. Blazy.
And our game looking
pretty hard
even right now.
Nice.
Ooh,
Second one into the end sig!
Beautiful follow-up, man. Props to Raydish on the bravery. Going for that sig twice in a row. Blazy. Keeping Raydish off stage. Can Java keep him from coming back? Let's go situation is huge. D-Light
Oh, the second D-Light into end sig!
Blazy is cooking right now, man.
Yeah, Blazy really doing the most right here, and Java
Team
to
combo.
get back onto the stage, protect his teammate, manages to find the side air. MegD just about surviving. The team combo of their own coming in, another damage staying equal across the board. MegD will fall. Java, the only player remaining on his first stock, finds the side air, looking for the edge guard onto Raydish, doesn't manage to find it. Now Blazy trying to cook up with the spear onto MegD, getting some decent damage done. But that recovery will leave Blazy alone for a moment as Java is forced to respawn, gets the sword in hand.
Let me see some more SIGs, man. I want to see some chaos, man. No, I'm playing, but yeah. There you go, Blazy.
Oh, he heard you. He absolutely heard you. Raw with side sig. The end sig as well.
For sure. Right now, a pretty even game, man.
Oh, Java finds the down air.
Slap, man.
Oh, Blazy gets clashed by the ground pound. That's dangerous now. Oh, the ground pound to punish.
Get back to stage,
MegD does manage to survive. Stocks even damage very slightly in favor of the blue team. Can they take MegD out of the equation early enough to get a team combo to Raydish? The recovery says yes, but Raydish does manage to avoid too much aggression. Catches the side sig. Java just narrowly surviving.
The Beast of Long going crazy, man. That's Rey Mysterio right there, I'm telling you. Okay, nice follow-ups there. I need to get Java out of here ASAP, man. They want to win this. There you go. All right, baby. Team combo.
The team combo coming in. The D-Sig, the DI though is saving him just
Java not there
at the right time. Now all of a sudden, I mean, the blue team had a lead for so long, but now Java forced into this 2v1.
That one team combo while Java was dead literally was the game changer. That was insane.
Yeah, and the red team now poised to take us to another game 5.
Can we see a triple sig combo to end the game?
But Java really doesn't want to let that happen.
No, yeah, for sure. He's
It's a
playing
very
slow.
patient game here. Oh, the dodge just now able to the side air. Raydish goes down for the dare. Java just managing to touch.
Oh my gosh, they're playing with life right here. This is crazy.
Oh, the wall slip coming
Java
for a
is still
second.
super healthy. Like, this is winnable. Java is bright yellow.
Absolutely.
They can't find no opening on Java.
Java doesn't
The
want to give
platforms
it to
are helping so much.
Slow. The hammer, though, a bit more of a punishable weapon. That D-Sig is very, very ballsy. Doesn't manage to connect, but no punishment either. The side air, that's big. He's had to punish the 3-piece coming out from the gauntlets. Oh, not the end sig, Java! Oh!
He's done.
Oh, the end sig led to some. He lands a recovery, and the red team just manages to take it, but there was a long period of time though it was looking really doable for Java, but just slips up, dives into the middle of the stage with the end sig.
Oh, that was not game 5. I'm tweaking. That was game 4.
Yeah, that was game 4. We're going to game 5 now.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's game 5. Yeah. That's That's awesome, man. Third game 5 though, in a row. Java, man, was in a position. He was playing so well in that 1v2. The footsies was crazy. They couldn't find an opening, but once they did, they ultimately secured the dub. And Miami Dome immediately banned. They're not going there
Absolutely out of
again.
there.
Yeah.
It looks like they're really leaning towards going back to APOC. I don't think it's very likely that the red team takes us to Enigma or Western Air Temple. I mean, it's possible, but you really don't see those maps too often. And note, we will be going back
Right.
to Apocalypse.
Game 5, man. All the marbles right here. Loser gets the chance in the loser bracket, but obviously he's trying to come out on the winning side of things. Secure yourself a top 8. Good luck to both teams, man. Let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? This is okay. This is not a 4th game 5 in a row, but this is the 3rd game 5 out of 4 sets we've had so far.
Okay,
and opening up, the red team immediately trying to tack on a lot of damage here with these gauntlets. Java floating around over the side again. Both teams looking a bit more hesitant to sort of dive into the neutral here, knowing that this is that massive stakes game 5. Team combo coming in from the blue team. Java doesn't find the D-Light. Damage building across both teams right here. The ground pound straight onto the stage. Catches Raydish off guard.
That was too silly, man. Okay. Oh, he drops in there. Nice. Okay. Lazy in the
Most
red.
damage player right now.
Can he stay alive long enough to keep his team in the game?
Neutral coming up with plays the recovery as well. The follow-up. Java sending the red team flying again and again, but not finding the knockouts quite yet. Side sig Java Intops doesn't find the side there.
He saved the enemy too, and instead of going for the Sarah, it's strange. There you go, nice there. Good recovery. Okay.
Well.
Blue team.
Blue team, they're going to secure those first 2 stocks. Can the red team find the equalization quick enough? The recovery on Boots not strong enough quite yet. Java finding some big punishment onto MegD there. MegD entering the orange.
He's ground pound, so insane, Java.
The side out to his own teammate. D-Light set is going to be enough onto Java. And the dare as well for Blazy. Equalized in pretty decent time by the red team. Some damage taken by MegD, but nothing irreparable so far.
For sure, this is anybody's game. Oh my gosh. Raydish is cooking with these boots. Right now, a lot of neutral. Nothing too crazy, no team combos. We're about to see one right here. Nice follow-ups. Okay, coming back with a team combo of their own. And the damage looking in blue team's favor right now. MegD, dark red.
Oh, big N-Sig.
Raydish with a nice read.
Yeah, Raydish needs to try to avoid the aggression here. The double ground pound for Java, just ping-ponging him around. I think it's going to get punished by the side. MegD not there to protect his teammate, doesn't want to overcommit and take too much punishment. The side air just catching on the top of the hitbox. Java really getting aggressive with this edge guard. Doesn't manage to find it, dodges up, caught by the recovery, and now the team combo coming in. And in split seconds, the red team just immediately snatching that lead away from the blue team. Recovery still not going to be enough. Raydish tanking this very, very well here. Java just can't find an opening to interrupt this. Grabs the sword, finds the N-Light. But in that time, Blazy entering the orange. Can they find the Gimp onto MegD? They won't be able to find it. That could have been huge for the blue team. And MegD floating high, avoiding a chance for a team combo. Blazy needs to stay safe here.
Yeah, great job by MegD staying out the mix until his team got back to stage.
Oh, that being said, though, the double side air.
No save.
He thinks about going down there for it, but the blue team now have Raydish in a 2v1. They really can't afford to play this risky game off stage, though. Yeah, going straight back into the center of the stage. E-Sig thrown out, punished as well. Java playing that front seat position. A bit more health to play with here, but the boots have great Gimp potential. But by the downer. He doesn't go for the jump for the Sair.
There it goes. Java looking healthy, man. It's gonna be super tough for Raydish, man. If he can get Lazy out the mix,
oh, drops the follow-up. DC comes in. Java finds the D-Light Sair to punish, though, and the blue team will take it in a very, very close final game. 737 damage coming out of Java in that final match.
Across the both teams, man. Honestly, upset if I had to say so myself, man. But that was huge. Well played, blue team. Well played, red team as well. But blue team ultimately securing the victory. MegD and Raydish not out the tournament yet. They do have a chance to come out on loser side, and I do have a feeling like we're gonna see them again for sure. And that's the end of winners quarters finals. We had Dawg and Cutie coming out on top, Anime and Pierre, Luna and Snowy, and Java and Blazy, man. Shout out Java and Blazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being our last winners quarterfinal match, that's going to be leading us into the start of winners side top 8 with our winners semi-final, starting with Luna and Snowy versus Anime and Pierre, and then followed by Dawg and Cutie going up against the winners of that match. We just saw that being Java and Blazy.
Ooh, I'm excited. I can't even lie. I think we have some great matches on the way. We have Luna and Snowy versus Anime and Pierre. We already saw the team comps, Anime and Pierre, playing on the Nash, and the Pierre was switching around, but Luna and Snowy, we know, going Onyx and what's the pirate's name? Dash, my fault. So this is gonna be a good winner semifinal. I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen. Dawg and Cutie.
Yeah. And just for people at home to update on the bracket, in the lower side of top 8, we do have Tiffany and Hideaway, who managed to pull their way back up from their incredibly close first set against Luna and Snowy, all the way back into the lower side of top 8, facing Capstar and Kosalix soon, and Fakey and Balloon Boy doing the same, pulling their way back up into top 8 despite their loss in winners quarterfinals, which means that a lot of the favored teams that we saw earlier on have very close sets with much more well-known teams are still making it in this tournament. That being said, though, our first winner semi-final match is, as we said, Luna and Snowy versus Anime and Pierre coming up.
I'm excited to see this one for sure. Can't wait till the players get in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting on those players to get into the lobby. I'm excited, honestly, to see how this goes, because that set with Anime and Pierre was really close, really down to the wire. I mean, it really came down to it. Robson Poggy put up a really good fight and almost took that reverse 3-0. So Anime and Pierre, I don't think either of Luna and Snowy or Anime and Pierre are going to be feeling like massively confident over their wins they've just taken, both of which go into Game 5, and Luna and Snowy especially, like Game 5 going against a much more underdog team.
No, yeah, this is going to be a good one for sure. I think, like I said, Luna and Snowy, they're really known for adapting throughout the set. The longer the tournament goes, the more dangerous they become. Anime and Pierre being a newer team, they also have room to grow, you know what I'm saying? They don't play too much, so the longer they play together, the more they will also strengthen. But I do think Anime and Pierre are the underdogs going into this next match, but anybody can take it, man, for sure.
I mean, as you can see there with the stats, we have Luna and Snowy both having a number of gold medals in this game mode, and Snowy also being one of the two current 2v2 world champions as of BCX last year, meaning that there's a lot of experience and pride coming in on the side of Luna and Snowy, having that many gold medals under their belts and having that much experience. And meanwhile, Pierre and Anime, definitely not players to sneeze at, but in the face of the #1 seeded team, anyone else is going to be seen as an underdog. But we saw previously that underdog teams have that chance against Luna and Snowy. They're not unbeatable in the slices. That being said, it does look like we have some of our players hopping into the lobby now. Snowy and Luna have arrived, just waiting on Anime and Pierre to get into the lobby and get things started. I'm expecting the same team comp we saw from Luna and Snowy before, the Cross and the Thatch. We did see some issues with the defense on the Thatch coming out of Luna, struggling to survive some of that aggression, but we also saw some games that Luna was surviving the longest between him and Snowy, so I think it's more a playstyle thing that led Luna to go out a bit more early into those games than the defense, because we've seen that he's able to survive very long even with poor defense, so it may not be that legend issue.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the first game. I forgot who it was. I believe it was Tiffany. Took Luna out very early at the top on one of the 6 with one of her nairs, my fault. And that ended up costing one of the games at the beginning. But they were able to adapt and overcome. Like you said, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. If anything, Luna does have some pocket picks he can work with. He has the cross, he has the whoosh arm, you know. I think they'll be all right in terms of character selection.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Snowy is going to be on Onyx, right? Like, we already see Snowy looking on the Onyx. I don't think it's feasible to say that. I mean, like I said previously, if we see Snowy swap character in 2v2s, the most it's going to be is to, like, a Zol, right? Sticking with that canon, because Snowy sort of has pushed how far canon can be used in 2v2s very, very far, and has shown that the Onyx is a very strong legend in the game mode. So you very rarely see Snowy swap legends in 2v2s. The moment he's on that Onyx, it is there to stay regardless of what happens throughout a set. And we are now seeing our players coming into this game. I'm interested to see if we see Pierre lock in the Rayman right off the bat, or the Val that he swapped to later on in the set previously. We did see him pocket pick onto the Val when things got a bit tough in that previous set, but he did start out on the Rayman. And he is going to be starting out with the Val by the looks of things, so it's going to be Val and the Shovel Knight crossover for Nash versus Onyx in what I assume is probably going to be a fetch going into this.
Wonder what map they're going to opt to pick for the playoff.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see them going straight in on something like APOC or Fortress of Lions. I mean, maybe a Demon Island as well. These players do like their very orthodox map picks, and honestly, if we saw anything else, I'd be kind of surprised. But I think just waiting on a quick legend select coming out of Anime Fan, but we know what he's going to be looking at. It's going to be that Nash, as we saw previously. As we saw him lock that in before. And there is a bit of like it is interesting to see Nash. We did see in that set earlier that Anime was doing really good work with the Nash within that set, regardless of the fact that we don't see Nash too often. And that, I think, is partially due to the fact that we've seen a big hell buff in this most recent patch that gives Hammer some of the power it had previously, and the ability to find those deep light combos much more consistently.
I like seeing Sword in 2v2s. I think Sword is such a fast weapon with a lot of hits done, a lot of follow-up potential from your teammates. So I can understand why you're going for the patch pick. And Luna, you already know, Blasters king, amazing with the Blasters. So I don't see him giving up Blasters.
Yeah, we are going to be getting into the map banning for this first game, or not, as we take a step back for a second. But yeah, we did see immediate banning out of some of the less standard maps, and yeah, leaving open Miami, then Apocalypse, and small Fortress of Lions as we go into this. I'd probably be expecting APOC going into it, but I mean, maybe any three of these maps are very, very consistent maps that we see a lot of play in 2v2s with. But yeah, APOC, it will be going into this first game. Pierre and Anime going up against Snowy and Luna in the winners semi-finals here at Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble. Let's
Give me like
get
10
into this game.
seconds. So use the bathroom.
Okay, we have Snowy starting out, picking up these gauntlets, racking up some damage onto the blue team, but in response, I mean, Pierre kind of going in with the arm, finds the sword as well, getting good damage onto Luna. Luna forced to recover and already being pushed into the orange. Anime keeping Snowy away from his teammate, and Luna already 20 seconds into this game, already entering the red. Now we see both teams having one more damage player than the other. Both Pierre and Luna caught by that D-Sig coming out of Snowy. Another one ripped out. Doesn't manage to find it. Anime actually following up onto his own teammate here, but the damage pretty consistent across the board. Besides, onto Snowy, and the side air will send Pierre far down. Won't be able to find the recovery back to the wall, but the down air will almost do it against Snowy. Luna is there to protect his teammate, and now both blue team members forced to play off the back foot here. Yeah, ripping out that gauntlet. Side Sega looking for a easy knockout. Does find the side air. Snowy caught by another as well. Just going to fast fall out of there. Get back on to help his teammate out. Because Luna, for a short moment, is forced into a 2v1 against the blue team, but gets those blasters in hand and builds up that damage onto Anime as quickly as possible. Snowy cannon in hand as well. That's actually interrupt his own teammate finding that neutral light, but damage still slightly in favor of the red team as Anime is pushed off to the right side of the stage. Snowy continuing this pressure. Meanwhile, Luna keeping Pierre away from his teammate, keeping them split apart. Side air coming out from Luna, and Anime has already fallen. Yeah, down in the depths, manages to make it back up onto the wall, caught by the sidelight. The end light not quite enough, but Pierre does manage to touch once again. And the red team kind of taking a bit of a stronger lead here right now, but Pierre doing a good job of surviving. Anime looking for these knockouts, recovery not quite enough. Probably going off top of the head of Snowy multiple times, but Luna in the meantime is going to close out Anime's teammate's stock as Pierre falls down. Now Luna and Snowy, a small lead in favor of the red team. How far can they build it as Luna falls down? Anime doesn't manage to find the follow-up onto Snowy, but Snowy could be soon to follow his teammate as the side air comes through. And now the red team brought back to equal footing with Anime and Pierre.
This game one is coming out really close right now. Everyone on their last stock. Anime on orange, but it's ultimately going to come down to these next few interactions. Anime is sharp. Oh my god. Luna almost stealing the stock on Pierre.
Yeah, the damage. I mean, the stocks became equal pretty quickly, but the damage did not follow as the blue team already having lost one member, and Pierre very, very close to following his teammate off the top there, caught by the nair. Sidelight won't knock out, but the down air certainly will, and the red team taking a confident first game. Despite a little bit of shakiness throughout the middle of the match, they managed to close it out consistently. And the blue team needs to try and find a way around that brick wall that is the aggression of Luna and Snowy.
Straight into game two, man. No hesitation. Let's see if we're going to go for a map switch.
I mean, leaving open the same three maps, actually, Miami Dome Apocalypse and Demon Island, would not be surprised if you go straight back to APOC for this game number 2. Pierre actually not swapping off the Vel, not going back to the Rayman that we saw earlier on. Anime sticking with the Nash, the exact same legend picks that we saw in that first game. Not a huge surprise. Only losing one game isn't necessarily grounds to just completely swap up your legend comp if you're the blue team. So going into this game 2, it's going to be all about how the blue team approaches adapting to the red team. And it's really how well the red team have been able to get a read on keeping the blue team apart where they need it and protecting each other when it's needed as well. They have a really, I mean, some of the best understanding of this game mode of any players in the world. And so to compete with that, the blue team really needs to come up with something special here. Right now the damage, pretty equal.
This game's starting out pretty equal right now. No any crazy team combos coming out, nothing too crazy. Just a whole lot of neutral. Okay,
Snowy looking for a lot with these gauntlets. Pierre goes for the end sig, actually, pivoting it back onto the stage. Anime looking for a KO with that hammer. Everyone off the side of the stage here for a second. Pierre sent all the way down, manages to get around the stage. The scoop coming out from Anime. Not going to be enough for the high defense of Onyx, but in the meantime, Luna going to fall to Pierre on the side. Oh, we left alone for a second. Goes to the side sig, punished hard by the side air, but the end sig is going to trade out those stocks. Now Anime, the only player left on their first stock.
Anime hanging on to that first stock. Huge for this game right now. Right now he's only in orange, so this is great. He's pretty healthy. You know, if he can put in a lot of damage before he goes down, he put his team in a nice position to take this game number 2. Right now Luna going crazy with the blasters on his teammate. Classic Luna Snowy action. Minimum 50 team damage per game. Nice air follows, good coverage.
The damage actually building very much in favor of the blue team here. Not actually taking too much damage in terms of Pierre. Anime will fall down. Pierre makes it back up onto the stage. Recovery catches both red team members and disarming them both. In fact, the N-Sig, though, thrown out will be punished. Anime looking for an early knockout with those Nash signatures. Won't manage to find the N-Sig that he went for.
Anime doing a great job. Stock tank right now. Red team in the red. Oh, nice air follow-up. Great catch. Luna.
He went into ground pound. Snowy once again. Yeah, Snowy forced the tank and the wake up scoop coming up. Anime and the moving team combo coming up with the blue team as well. Luna taking a bit of damage in the process.
I love those moving team combos.
Anime still the healthiest player on the board, tanking very well for the blue team. Snowy looks for the side sig there. Pierre could be in trouble, manages to take Luna off his back with the recovery. And now both red team members approaching the orange here on their final stocks, while neither of the blue team members even entered their final stocks here. That being said, though, Anime will find a team knockout, but the side sig is huge onto Luna.
Oh, recover down crown, but it's beaten by the Nair. Nice. Beautiful coverage. Nice option to opt for right there. Oh my god, he's smacking everybody.
Luna's just gonna get out of that.
Anime doing work with that nice shit kid.
Yeah, I mean, Anime really showing a really good understanding of this character, despite it being a character we don't see too much of in ones or twos. And yeah, with Luna swapping over onto the cross, perhaps a bit more tired of that lower defense and leaving open some different maps here, but going straight back to APOC. And yeah, Luna swapping over to the cross being the only legend swap we see as we go to a 1-1 scoreline. Pierre and Anime looking a lot more confident in that second game, as Anime especially doing so much work on that Nash.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Game number 2, man. Or 3, sorry about that. Anime is surprisingly much better on the hammer than I thought he'd be.
Yeah, but we've seen Anime on the spear as well, and we know what he can do with that. Pierre managing to get gauntlets in hand. Luna racking up the damage onto Anime. I think the red team might be picking Anime as a target after how long he was managing to tank last game. Pierre really struggling to relieve that pressure off his teammate.
Sure, he's going quick this game. For as long as he stayed alive last game, he's going immediately this game. First quarter, took him out. Red team is in the red though. If Anime can stay alive, not take too much damage, get these 2 cleanup kills right here, it's a game.
Ooh, the side sig not gonna quite be enough to take out Luna. Another side sig, once again Snowy just about managing to survive. The high defense on that Onyx keeping Snowy alive. The damage kind of racking up onto Anime now. The red team really have picked their target in this game. Pierre is a secondary issue for them in comparison to Anime, but Luna will fall. Snowy does manage to avoid the blue team's aggression, doesn't fall to the 2v1.
Anime's getting beat up right now.
With the juggle onto Luna. Red team really split apart right now, but the end sig just sent all the way up and hard, smacking Anime down on the red team.
Anime on his last. Right now, red team in a huge lead right now. 1 stock, big damage lead as well. Ooh, good dodge on the ground pound. Nice side sig.
That's a huge side sig.
Quick neutralization coming in from blue team. Just like that, game flipped around.
Yeah, it really is just blow for blow between these two teams. Super, super close. It doesn't matter how far one team will push. It seems like the other will always manage to find a way to equalize. The double gauntlets of the red team starting to cook up on Anime a little bit.
I'm liking the switch to the cross. The gauntlets is putting in wonders for my boy Luna.
Yeah, absolutely, and Luna
Yes, sir.
being the only player on the red team with 1 stock. Anime in the same situation. Pierre struggles to make it back, caught by the D-Sig. He does have that extra stock to play with, but even if he does fall, it will give the red team time to possibly find a KO onto Anime. So he cannot afford to lose it at the wrong time. And this may be it.
Oh, Anime, hang in there.
All the weed in between every single option. Snowy
He went for the D right
trying
there.
to find it.
If he can get rid of Luna right here, this might be it. To put Pierre in a very nice position, because he only have to 1v1 even if Anime does end up going down. Luna is in KO percent if they hit him with something nice. Oh, this is not looking too good with blue team. Anime going. Pierre about to get...
Just putting out so much aggression. The sides it back up onto the stage is going to send Luna far. He will be able to make it back. Dodges around the ground pound.
He went all in right there.
So he has so much room to work with, how much health he has on this stock. The neutral light won't be enough. Luna going for the star points there with the weapon throw into D-Light. Recovery. Not going to be enough. Pierre trying to play it safe. Goes to the ground pound. Gets caught by the D-Light and the recovery will secure it. A 2-1 scoreline so far in
not,
favor of the red team.
not going out without a fight, man.
Absolutely, gotta respect it coming out of Pierre. And yet another very, very close game, leaving APOC open once again. And it looks like Pierre is going to be sticking with that vow. The exact same legends, in fact. So the blue team really have confidence in this comp.
For sure. I like the switch, too, from the cross, man. I did a lot of wonders. My boy had a little bit more defense. You know, hanging in there a lot longer.
3, 2,
Let's see what this game number 4 does. Right now, 2-1 lead in favor of the red team. Hopefully, blue team can turn us around and give us another game 5.
Oh, but immediately right off the side, the red team looking to try and get an early gimp onto Anime with that moving team combo. The Gauntlet's really doing work here onto Anime.
I love this switch,
Pierre
man.
getting good damage onto Snowy, but the
God.
N-Sig just pivoting it around and giving Anime a hard haymaker.
Luna is so quick and shifty with his movement, man. Oh, he punches Snowy in the chin. Right now,
Yeah,
pretty
both
even.
teams having one player that's a bit more damaged than the other, right? We have Snowy and Anime on both sides. Actually, ironically, the characters that are a bit more slower and known to be a bit more tanky, taking the more damage on both teams. And the recovery will secure the knockout onto Anime. Pierre, once again left alone in the 2v1. Finds the N-Sig, though, finally landing its mark.
Beautiful 2-part signature to catch him on the way down. Sweat jars. Oh my god. Luna is terrifying.
Luna
with the
is just
blasters in his
flowing
hand.
with these blasters right now. Yeah, absolutely. Just ripping it up. Anime already taking so much damage on this second stock, and it's looking dangerous for the blue team right here. As the red team is starting to pull away into a bit of a lead here. Luna expecting the sidelight match just to get a punish. And neither blue team member could really get anything started right here. Pierre actually without a weapon in his hands for a little bit.
Luna still hasn't gone down yet. Still on his 3rd start, man. That defense really helping him, and he's gone just like that. Anyway, red team with a little bit of damage lead in their favor.
Oh
no,
no,
this
Pierre,
kill
no!
huge.
Luna! What was that? Just getting, he dropped back in onto his second stock and immediately said I've had enough and just absolutely annihilated both the stock.
Fresh out the respawn. Luna looks locked in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anime once again just getting this damage racked up onto him. Cannot avoid the disjointed hitbox of Luna's blasters.
Oh, shit.
Side air, Anime just about surviving. Luna looking for an early edge guard. Doesn't manage to find the dare. Yeah, really struggling to cover for his teammate.
It's looking rough for blue team right now. Back all the way against the wall right now. Oh, he's
That's gonna do
gone.
it for
Yeah,
Anime.
1v4.
Gotta heat up here. He's gotta find this motivation, this energy.
He's not down yet. Not without a fight, man. Oh my god.
Oh no, and there into Sarah. He's gonna fall down.
They're looking
Luna
like
and
the
Snowy
Terminators out
taking
there.
it. Yeah, absolutely. They start. You said it before, man. The longer you let Luna and Snowy play in a set, the more they will heat up. And especially Luna, 700 damage, 6 knockouts. All of the knockouts on the blue team taken
Luna
by Luna.
looking like the Terminator out there, man. Yo. That's crazy, man. Bro was locked in that game.
Yeah, it just started to sort of fall apart as Anime really started to struggle to put on the damage and avoid taking it. Especially in that last game, taking 600 damage and only dealing 200 of his own 0 knockouts. That's not to say that Anime didn't make a really, really big impact throughout that entire set, but that final game just slipped away from him.
No, yeah, that was a great game. Up next, we got Cutie and Dawg. Versus, who are they playing against?
Java and Blazy as well. This is actually going to be a really interesting match because Java and Blazy were looking confident. I mean, they did go to game 5 against MegD and Raydish, but they felt like they were in a lot of control throughout that set, regardless of that final scoreline. There was a moment in all of those games where it looked like it could have gone the way of Java and Blazy, and once again, they did come off a 3-0 against Stingray and Impala. So going into this, I could not tell you who I think is going to win this set. Dawg and Cutie, a very well-established team, coming into this tournament with a lot of confidence, but they have to get through Java and Blazy, who showed that they have really good fundamentals in the way their team comp is set up.
Java does a lot of work with that hammer. He was cracking me up, man. He was hitting ground pounds in the middle of the stage, man. That I'm really excited. Lazy too. We wanted to tell you, man. The pogo action was crazy. But this is Cutie and Dawg, man. Their team combos are immaculate. You know, I can say one of my favorite teams to watch. So I'm really excited, man. It's gonna be Rodeo Rumble for sure.
And getting into this lobby, we have, I mean, all of the characters you'd expect from these players. We've got QT locked in on the Ang crossover for Wushong, Dawg on the Luke, the crossover. We have Jabba on Bobar, of course, and Blazy locking in on the Hattori that we saw in that previous set. And Blazy, especially on the spear, was looking really terrifying. Some of what Blazy was cooking up with that spear was really, really deadly, especially off stage. Those pogos into weapon throws we saw in one of those games just so consistent. So getting into this game, I'm looking to see a really, just a pure brawl, honestly, absolutely juking it out.
For sure there's going to be a rumble, and it's looking like they banned the Paco already, so most likely Demon Island or Miami, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'd probably be. I mean, we did see some Fortress of Lands coming out of Java and Blazy, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, we'll be going back there. Fortress of Lions for this first game coming in here. Java and Blazy versus QT and Dawg, game number 1. Let's see how this set shapes up.
All right, man, let's get into it, man. Good luck to both teams. Okay. Java putting in work with the fists.
Yeah, right now QT managing to stay pretty much untouched for the time being. Blazy taking the fair share of damage in the blue team, but Java really finding these dribble reads with the sword, but the recovery drops onto Dawg. That could have been such a good early knockout.
Dawg is almost going already. First quarter, 20 seconds into the match.
Oh, the team combo with the weapon throw just saved by Dawg!
Yo!
How many weapon throw saves have we seen today? That's got to be like at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think that's the third one. That's crazy. The amount of timing, accuracy, and like foresight you have to do something like that is insane.
Yeah, the fact that it's been a consistent trend throughout today is absolutely absurd. And the double swords coming out here as Blazy swaps over into the spear, actually. The blue team holding a small lead. Java going all the way off against Dawg. Doesn't manage to find the second dare. Damage has been dealt to Dawg.
Ooh, beautiful save.
Just
like that, neutralized, man. Both weapons in the red team hands. Java gets his hammer. Can we see a team combo?
Oh, another raw ground pound coming out from Java. He's so confident with these.
Yo, I'm
he can his own teammate. He's going crazy with it.
Center stage, raw ground pound, man. It's silly, but it works.
I mean, you just don't expect it, right? Like, it's the last thing you expect to go for, and Java just rips it out. Goes for the side sig, doesn't manage to find it, but the blue team holding a small damage lead here. Dawg will fall. QT trying to put some damage back onto the blue team.
Oh, what?
Java finds the D-Light Sare. QT will fall. The blue team holding onto this lead. It's nothing massive, but it's certainly something.
For sure. Beautiful lead coming in right now. They have to get a KO ASAP. Got both players in the red. They haven't taken too much damage so far, so this is definitely doable.
Java sword in hand.
Nice follow-up, team combo, nice.
Yeah, that is that strength of the blue team, that if they find a setup move, they have such a consistent rate of finding those follow-ups. Meanwhile, the blue team do drop their own there, but it may be a little too late as Dawg. Very damaged there, but QT going all the way up for the lock onto Java. Java finds the side air though.
That would have been
for another. Oh, QT responds.
If they get a kill right here,
knock out onto Java. Oh, but Blazy's there. D-Light recovery.
And QT was trying as best as he could to steal a stock because he knew how major it would be in this 1v1 situation, or 1v2, because it would have made it a 1v1 situation. Right now, this unfortunately, Blazy's still bright yellow, so this is almost impossible.
Yeah, Java being the most damaged player, but Blazy has a lot to work with. They drop the follow-up though, D-Light recovery, and that will do it. The blue team taking fast game.
Game number
It's a-
one.
Really, really strong, consistent gameplay coming out of all those players right there. I think the only issue was Dawg just falling a little bit too early for the red team's sake and going straight back to Fortress of Lions for this next game. No legend swaps out of any players right here.
For sure. Dawg went down almost immediately. He was red within the first 20 seconds of the game. That was, if he can fix that up, it'd be a lot closer of a game. But with the follow-ups that Java and Blazy were putting in, it's tough. Okay.
Immediately getting into this game, gauntlets on the mitts of both red team players. Blazy taking a little bit more damage than anyone else on the field right now. The blue team trying to target hop over to Java there, but QT taking the brunt of the damage. Just second, Java goes for another ground pound. Oh, but Blazy is there to take that. I have to love how it's almost like telepathic that Blazy just knows when Java needs that protection. Not even like just a full-on save, but he's always there the moment the red team tries to find an edge guard. But in the meantime, Java isn't there for Blazy, and the red team find that handoff. Take an early lead. It's nothing massive, as both red team members are very damaged on their first stocks, but it's enough to give them some room to work with, as Dawg just manages to survive there. QT in the same situation. Both red team players pushed off the sides.
Yeah, I love what you said, man. It's like telepathy, man. Blazy's always there for Java anytime he needs help getting back to stage, things like that. It's amazing what we see at this high level gameplay.
The blue team kind of struggling to find these knockouts here, regardless of how strong their weapons are. Does manage to find the neutral light, but in the time it took for them to find that equalization, the red team did rack up the damage, especially onto Blazy here.
For sure.
Both blue team members set high up.
Both team members in red. Java off stage right now. Need to get back. D-Light said, not gonna do the trick.
Java trying to find all these big siders with the hammer. Does get the Sambo team combo coming onto Blazy. Java isn't there to protect. Does manage to find the D-Light, but gets caught with a recovery, and now it's a full stock lead, or full two-stock lead rather, for the red team. Side stick coming through as well.
They have
Hyper aggression
for every startup move, no matter if it's a D-Light, a share, a nair, no matter what move they start up, and no matter where on stage, they have a follow-up for it, which is insane. Yeah.
Oh, but the side sig is lovely coming out of Blazy, but Java doesn't manage to interrupt the recovery, and now Java in the 2v1. Very healthy on this final stock, but hammer is a very heavy weapon, very punishable in a 2v1 situation. I mean, the way Java plays it, it might not be, but...
If he steals a stock off Cutie right now, this is doable.
It's doable, but difficult. The D-Sig comes through, goes for the ground pound, he's just not finding the connections with these moves. Goes for the Rafier instead of the D-Light Sare. This is looking real difficult for Java as the damage builds up. Finds the nail onto QT, the recovery onto Dawg as well. Up and throw down by QT. Java. By the dare. Sideline into the recovery.
Ooh, with the outro. I see you, Cutie.
Yeah, Blazy was just kind of... This is the thing with Blazy, is that he'll either have an insane game or he'll really get caught in that beatdown by the enemy team. Like that game, he only managed to put out 250 damage, which it's nothing terrible, but it's a demonstration of the fact that he was really... It might be an issue of... It isn't like a balance between how much the blue team are relieving each other's pressure. Blazy is putting a lot of effort into keeping Java safe, and Java is quite often going out for these really big hits with the hammer and trying to take these stocks early, and sometimes that's leaving Blazy wide open to these punishes if Java overcommits off the side. So I think the blue teams are trying to play a bit more together. They're doing a really good job of finding knockouts when they need it, but sometimes they're leaving each other open to a bit too much punishment.
3, 2, 1.
1-1. Even game right now, even series. First to 3. Let's see who can adapt more in this series. Ooh, the nair doesn't connect. Bad timing on it. Good weapon toss coming in from Java. Makes it back to stage. Right now, a whole lot of neutral. Nice followers.
Ooh, Blazy. That's it again. Blazy there to relieve the pressure for Java so consistently. Into sidelight. Java, the most damaged player on the field right now. Sidelight into N-Light, trying to get some pressure onto QT right here. The red team holding pretty equal damage right here. Everyone on the field entering the orange. Blazy approaching that red state of damage.
Man, Dawg's doing a much better job of staying alive.
Oh, the side sig!
He takes
Java
straight from the orange to red. Everybody in the red right now. Big KO coming in with the side
game.
Nice save. Not gonna do the job.
Ooh, the spot dodge by Java. Finds the side air as well. QT will fall. Dawg trying to float above, avoid these setup moves.
D-Light.
Oh, and Blazy's there to interrupt the D-Light.
Oh, he doesn't kill his teammate.
Well, that comes through. Java, the only player remaining on his first stock, finds a recovery onto his own teammate. QT looking really desperate to get Java out of it, entering that barbecue sauce red right now, and Java gets caught by the side out, will fall, and Blazy in the meantime forced into a team combo in the D-Sig. This is what I mean. Java falling at the exact wrong time, giving the red team a chance to really capitalize on having Blazy alone, and Blazy just cannot deal with that pressure.
Right now, Blazy needs to hang on to this start. Last life is important, man. Pivotal point in the series right now. Game number 3, going up 2-1 will be huge. Nice follow-ups coming in from QT. Not able to get the job done.
Onto the hammer, finds the nair, looking for these big swings.
Good save coming in.
Right there.
This is anybody's game right now. Anybody on the red team goes down, it's pretty much even game. Blazy doing a great job of staying in. Blazy staying out the mix, but not too much. He's still there when Java needs him.
Yeah, for sure. And Dawg holding on for right now. Like said, Java disarmed by the side air.
He couldn't get the save.
Very minorly in favor of the blue team, but Blazy is very damaged. And if Java goes down at the wrong time, we could see a repeat of where Blazy got just absolutely racked up damage by the red team. Java is back on the field. Blazy very damaged, but it's doable for the blue team.
Blazy hanging in there as best as he can. Sarah not gonna do it. Java by himself on stage. Oh, nice dodge.
Oh no, the ground pound!
Kills his teammate. Oh, unfortunate. 1v2 situation. Mountain to climb right here.
Oh, the D-Sig will catch Java. Push for the raw ground pound again. Dodge gets caught, really struggling to find these hits onto the red team. Gets disarmed by the neutral light.
Java struggling. Get his footing right.
Just to find a touch. The side sig will come through, and the red team securing their second game, putting them one game away from moving forwards into the winners final. Java and Blazy in a tough spot now.
2-1.
Really
favorite red team. Do you think we're gonna see a character swap? I don't think so. I think everybody's locked in at this point. Everyone's confident. You know, I think they're more so going to reevaluate game plan and decision making at this point rather than character.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Java's pick usually besides Bodvar is going to be Hattori. So yeah, he is going to lock that Bodvar back in because double Hattori, I don't know, you don't want to just risk that chance for DI and having both your weapons being identical. So Java sticking with the Bodvar for now, going into this game number 4. And Dawg and QT holding onto this momentum right here, going back to Apocalypse. Java and Blazy on the back foot, need to win this game. So far, a bit more of a slow start to this match. Damage not building up as quickly as it has prior. Java liking the wrong way to punish that on Dawg, and now Blazy could be in trouble, but Java trying to go crazy up the side with the sword.
Yeah, Java's playing in pain with this sword right now. It's such a quick weapon and has so many active frames on a lot of its attacks. It's very good for 2v2. Oh my gosh.
That being said though, the gauntlet's really doing work here from Dawg. Sider will send both red team players out to the left side of the stage. Gauntlet's in hand for both red team members, and Java gets disarmed. Doesn't manage to trade the knockout and gets taken out by the recovery. Dawg and QT once again taking a small lead at the start of this game.
We might see a big team combo coming in right here. Nope.
Oh, Java, no!
Yo, Jesus Christ.
Hello?
Yo.
That was done after the down air. Everything beyond that point was just style.
Style points, man. Cutie with his style points, dude. That's the last airbender right there.
Yeah, now it's looking real rough for the blue team as the red team are full stock ahead and with the damage advantage over Blazy. Really is not looking good. The dare coming in from Dawg. QT looking to try and get some damage onto Java. In the meantime, team combo coming in.
Okay.
Java looking for an early edge guard here. Doesn't manage to find it. Going to try and go all the way around the other side of the stage. Just manages to make it back around.
Lazy about to be on his last dog. Java. Oh my god.
Java
Java's going.
Caught by the Sare. He's
style
done.
point Cutie.
Now Blazy forced into this 2v1.
Cutie is just racking up all the style points this game.
Oh,
look at
no. The team They're just going for everything at this point. And that's gonna secure it. The red team taking that final game in convincing fashion. QT and Dawg, as expected from them by now.
The cutscene combo is crazy, man. I wish we had replays. I really want to see the stomp Cutie put out at the end right there. That was insane.
Yeah, absolutely. That unarmed clip onto Jarl off the side of the stage was absolutely incredible. And that, with the end of that match, that's going to secure what we have coming up in our winners final later on, which is going to be Luna and Snowy versus Dawg and QT. That's a match that you've heard before. We see this kind of matchup quite frequently in community 2v2s, even in major 2v2s. This is a matchup that is very, very popular. Down on the lower side of the bracket, we have Tiffany and Hideaway, who are going to be facing off against Capsar and Kosalix, and then Fakey and Balloon Boy, who are going to be facing off against MegD and Raydish.
Shit, I'm excited, man. Luna versus and Snowy versus Dawg and Cutie, man. I'm excited. Let's get into it, man. Good luck to everybody in losers bracket. Good luck to everybody in winners finals, man. Excited.
Yeah. That being said, we are going to have to be going away and let another set of casters take up the mantle for the lower side of the bracket just for the time being. Thank you all for sticking with us for this first portion of the tournament. Don't go anywhere because after a short break, we're back with the lower side of top 8 of this 2v2 tournament with some incredible teams coming up. So don't go anywhere, and thanks for sticking with us. We'll be back later on.
Stay tuned.
Hello, Moose Wars fans. Welcome back to Rodeo Rumble, and this has been one hell of a show so far. My name is Graffiti, and I am joined by my very, very special friend today, my shadow against the wall. You can kind of see back there a bit more clear. I'm also joined by my good friend Jerry Boy, and we are here to bring you the top 8 elimination lower side of the bracket for this event, all the way up until top 4. Jerry, my good boy, my friend, what are some of the matches that we've had recently, and what are some of the names that we're going to be expecting to be seeing coming up soon?
So within the top 8, we just saw in the winners semi-final, we've seen Luna and Snowy 3-1 Anime and Pierre, as well as Dawg and Cutie 3-1ing Java and Blazy. Both of those are in the winners semi-finals. We're going to see those two teams later on in this stream, but what our first match is going to be is we are going to have Tiffany and Hideaway up against Capsar and Koslix. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is Hideaway's first top 8, so it's going to be really interesting to see how he pairs with Tiffany, and then obviously Capsar and Koslix, two old heads of this game. I'm pretty sure they've been playing since the game was born. So we're going to see how, two old heads come up against, Tiffany and Hideaway, maybe relatively more new into the top 8, and especially trying to push through in that bracket. We're going to see how that plays out in the end. We do have everyone in the lobby at the moment. Tiffany's locked in the Petra for now. Never mind, it's Kaya. Of course it's Kaya. I'll be interested to see if this matchup, if these two teams will actually have any pairs of gauntlets. We've seen definitely the more successful teams have either had one set of gauntlets or maybe gone the double, which we've seen that with both teams, but I'll be interested to see with these 4 players in the lobby at the moment if there's going to be any gauntlets. Of course, we've seen, the new patches come out within, only a couple days, and everyone's, it's early doors, everyone's just trying to adjust to it. It looks like some players are going to restart, but who do you reckon's going to come out on top here, Graffiti? I'm keen to hear your thoughts.
I don't know. I feel like, well, okay, let's look at this a little bit closer for just a second. Like you said, the team of Tiffany and Hideaway really kind of peaks an eyebrow, and although at first glance it might be kind of easy to kind of discredit them, like Tiffany isn't playing with Parallel, and I have really not seen much of any gameplay from this Hideaway fellow over here. But one thing that I need to remind y'all, if y'all weren't here for this, Tiffany and Hideaway took Luna and Snowy to Game 5, and we're just a few seconds, like a few spear sares away from knocking them out of winner's bracket and taking their spot in top 8, where they still are, but still it was a pretty close game. And so that's really astonishing to hear, especially just like you said, not only is Hideaway really kind of just starting to make the rounds, just starting to really get their name out there, but also this is, I think, one of the first events that they are teaming with Tiffany. And if that is the case, I'm not wrong about that, that is a really, really surprising start. And you could kind of say a similar thing about Capsar and Koslix, and that they haven't really teamed together in a while. They are definitely two titans of the game, and especially with the 2v2 scenes. They know how to get a pretty good placement and snag themselves a top 8 in 2s now and again, but it's still kind of a weird combo of players. So still, I'm not quite sure. I feel like the legacy of each individual player definitely leans towards Capsar and Koslix, but the story of what has happened today, how each player is proving themselves in this bracket alone, is definitely going towards Tiffany and Hideaway. I feel like it depends on how you look at it.
Well, either way, it is going to be an excellent match that we are going to have here. It is going to be game 1. It's going to be Small Fortress of Lions. It's always one of those 3 maps when it comes to 2v2, isn't it? It's either Demon Island, Apocalypse, or Small Fortress of Lions. And I don't see any gauntlets. What I do see is 3 sets of spear. I see the only person who doesn't have a spear at the moment is Koslix, and obviously, like, spear being relatively untouched in the balance patch, of course, it's definitely been really good in the 2v2 scene for a long time. But I am seeing 2 lances at the moment, so obviously Koslix with that level 100 Ulgrim, Capsar with his level 100 Hattori, which we've known for him for however many years now? 5?
He's
6?
probably been playing the Hattori longer than I've been born.
Yeah, it feels like it at that point, isn't it? Tiffany getting side-light side-air though, and Koslix trying to push further, but, you know, just missing there. So it's really interesting that already, you know, it's relatively even at the moment, as Hideaway gets a side sig, but Koslix actually manages to punish. Capsar not fully KO'd just yet, as Koslix trying to push Tiffany away. Maybe there is a chance here. If they can get rid of Tiffany, they can possibly get a team combo onto Hideaway, which they do, but the team combo can't come out just yet. Hideaway just using a lot of that aerial movement, trying to get away. Downlight side air is gonna knock Koslix out to the side. They had the opportunity there to try and get something onto Capsar, but they just couldn't capitalize. There is the owl coming out, and Hideaway with a down air. Can Koslix make it back? No, he cannot, and everything's evened up.
Red team just couldn't really quite handle the pressure of a red stock lead, because what are you supposed to do when you're highly damaged? Are you supposed to play like conservatively and not get hit, or are you supposed to expand your lead and really kind of drown your opponent in any extra credit you can get? It's really kind of a different day situation, and they couldn't quite figure it out. Although they're in a small damage lead, they're keeping up the damage lead, and chip damage is going really 49 to 51 in favor of them. Still, blue team isn't too far behind. It looks like actually their work focusing down on Koslix, just leaving Capsar to try and fend him for himself, is working quite well. You can kind of see some moments where the synergy isn't quite 100% downloaded. Tiffany couldn't save Hideaway from that team combo, and there's also been a little bit of team damage on the side of blue team. That's definitely not going to help when they're at a small damage deficiency, but it's still only a small one. This is also going to put a bit of pressure on Tiffany to try and stay alive a bit longer, but also stay in the 2v2 and not let too much damage pile up on Hideaway. And soon that same pressure is going to be on Capsar and also I think their tactic of trying to focus down Koslix and just leave this game as a 2v1 as much as they can, it's starting to pay off. The first few seconds of the game, a little shaky, but blue team finding their footing, and they have their opening. They just need to try and chase it down. They're almost there. They could have this.
Yeah, they're trying to, if they can get Koslix down as soon as possible, and then try and get Capsar into that 1v2, then they'll really push themselves into that advantage at the moment. You're seeing Koslix just trying to give himself so much space. Tiffany at the moment has the opportunity to edgeguard Hideaway, trying to get his side for it, but at the moment, this blue team, they really need to try and get that KO onto Koslix as soon as possible, because they're taking so much damage, both of them just getting into that burnt orange. That neutral air on the bow, still not enough to KO Koslix. It's gonna be the recovery, and that will finally do it. Now they have to close off Capsar. The bow neutralite Hideaway just keeping the weapons away from Capsar, just making sure that one doesn't spawn in, and the ground pound is gonna do it, and Tiffany and Hideaway, they take the first game.
Tiffany's bow skin kind of reminds me of like the crinkle fries that I just had.
You're thinking about food? Dude, I woke up like an hour ago. I haven't eaten yet. Don't talk to me about food. I'm trying to focus on...
I just ate a lot of food.
Dude, I'm feeling quite scrumptious, but what is even more scrumptious at the moment is this gameplay from Tiffany and Hideaway. You know, they did really well, especially just putting on a lot of damage onto Koslix especially, and then just making sure that there was a large enough damage deficit between the two red members, so that when Koslix got KO'd a little bit earlier, that they had the opportunity against Capsar. But it's gonna be interesting. No legend swaps from anyone at the moment. But how should Capsar and Koslix try and adapt from here?
The thing is, a lot of the cards are out on the table. It wasn't too hard to see blue team strategy, like we said. They just kind of focused on Koslix and then alternate the 2v1. You get Koslix out, you have the 2v1 Capsar, then you get a 2v1 and Koslix. You just kind of trade that out after focusing down one of them. Blue team strategy is really just out there right now, and so it's really just gonna have to be how well they're able to adapt to it. They've probably already realized it a mile away, half an hour before we have. But still, you can actually see they are hungry for some of these early KOs, and they are able to get it. We talked about food too much, and the first word that my brain went to was being hungry for something that's not actually food. We probably shouldn't have done that before games.
I think every time we cast, we talk about food. I think that's just an us problem. Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing straight away is that Koslix and Capsar, they are definitely a lot more focused on keeping that center of stage. You're seeing, like, either at one time they're trying to keep that center of stage. You know, Koslix might drift out, or Capsar might drift out, and then one of them immediately comes back in. Koslix does have that lance. It's really good at controlling the space, and then obviously Capsar, with a spear and a sword, you're just really good at being able to just poke damage, reset yourself back into neutral, which you don't find yourself in neutral a lot in 2v2s. Tiffany trying to go for the ground pound, but just ends up getting wakes up the Ensig. Tiffany doesn't have anything. Capsar missing the downlight recovery, and Koslix tried to follow up, but it just didn't work out. Holding that down sig, you're seeing it yet again. Both of the red team members, they're just holding that center of stage, which they're just trying to push both of these blue team members just out of their comfort zone. Hideaway hitting the recovery after Koslix, getting that true combo on his own teammate at the moment. Try to go for that GCN sig. Look at the damage deficit between Hideaway and Tiffany. Hideaway gets KO'd, and now there's a chance for them to try and get a team combo into Tiffany, but too evasive. They do get the side air though, so they have a chance now against Hideaway. You're gonna see the weapon throw though from Tiffany, but does get KO'd. And now they have that chance against Hideaway.
Red team's approach to having the red stock lead worked so much better in their favor compared to last game of Hideaway. Getting the clash and was about to also get a very early stock on Koslix. That clash, that would have resulted in a 1v1 transfer against Koslix. Is always going to be difficult, but it's still going to be much more favorable as opposed to a 2v1 with Koslix and his friend trying to gang up on you. But still, red team's approach to the to the middle part of the game was looking so much better. If Hideaway is able to get a very quick KO on Capsar, a dare is going to make it difficult for him to recover, but a Sarah is going to get a Sarah from Koslix is going to get Hideaway to back off, and another Sarah to close out the game. 1-1. And now the ball is back in blue team's court. They were able to take the first game, but red team always kind of knew, all right, we knew how we were able to win. Let's reverse that. And then now let's have to see what else they're brewing. There's got to be more surprises in their sleeves, right?
You would imagine there would be. But what's interesting now is Hideaway's just thrown away the Orion, and now he's on Zariel? Excuse me. I mean, we've seen plenty of, like, Zariel, especially in 2v2s, has had a big resurgence. Everyone kind of thought that Zariel was like, haha, gold legend, funny spam. But no, his signatures are really good, it turns out. And he was used, especially in BCX, by Fozy. And obviously, I'm going to be a bit biased here, but in Australia, we have a player called MegD. In 2v2s, Zariel is one of her favorite picks. So, at the moment, interested to see if Hideaway will actually try and use a lot of those signatures to his advantage. But right now, it's just a matter of if they can get these KOs and try and not get huge damage deficits, which you're already... Oh my goodness, Tiffany recovers his teammate, getting the second downlight on that spear. And now, Capsar is relatively compared to someone else. Capsar missing the follow-up though, but Ensig still doesn't KO. The Kaya defense really helped. Koslix getting his sidelight nair and reading the dodge with the recovery. Gets a GC side sig as well after the weapon throw, and a double KO for the Koslix. And they at the moment, but it's not... It doesn't look like it'll stand for long unless they can build up a lot of damage onto this blue team.
Okay, they handled the red stock lead quite
Oh
nicely
my
last
God!
time, and they are just going to continue to expand it. Kozlik's bringing this so much closer to a 2-1, but still, blue team is able to answer back. We've got Hideaway getting almost under the double KO. Never mind, blue team with double KO able to answer back, but still, listen, I know it's not over till it's over, and that almost any game state is salvageable, but Hideaway about to fall down to that last stock shifting onto orange. Meanwhile, both members of red team are on yellow. This is looking like it might have to wait until the 2-1 for blue team's comeback. But still, maybe I'm just a little pessimistic. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, because look at Capsar. All it would take is just, like you said, one good signature from Zariel, and that just might beat the stock. And I think you also read him very correctly, as we see a lot of signatures coming up from Hideaway, and a very risky signature from Tiffany is going to put Kozlik's second stock away. Hideaway touching down on last stock. Tiffany making this last stock survive for a very impressive amount of time. She's been on the stock for a while, and yet only really just starting to kind of color shift into yellow. Meanwhile, everyone joins her down into last stock. Blue team shifting into survival mode, SOS mode? I don't know what to call it, but their defense just immediately stepped up to answer the call.
Yeah, I mean, they really did bring this back, even though Kozlik's literally put Tiffany on a staircase and KO'd her so early. They've managed to bring this back. At the moment, it's still like one stock apiece. It's only blue team that have barely damaged a little bit more. And Tiffany trying to go for that side stick. Kozlik's is going to get a read though. Capsar downlight recovery off the top. Downlight side out. Kozlik's misses the follow-up. That would have for sure gotten the KO. Tiffany still has a chance here, albeit a small one. And Kozlik's side light nair, missing another read again, but Capsar's there to follow up, and it's 2-1. Red team taking 2 games in a row, and now Tiffany and Hideaway, they're on the back foot.
Although it is 2-1, I would still say there is a considerable amount of hope for blue team. They did take the first game, which means that these 2 games that red team won, they weren't right out of the gate. They were in response. That was red team realizing, wait, this won't be free. We actually have to really step up and try and find a counter. And also, there were some pretty good shining moments in that last game. So although red team does have the advantage in the set, I wouldn't quite say that they would have an immediate inherent advantage in the strategy or the actual gameplay, the meat of the set itself. And the map change is going to have to play a pretty important part of that. We do have Hideaway going back over to the Black Knight, so having a pair of gauntlets on stage might have not been the move. You know, gauntlets are meta in 2s, but this entire set, I think there's a small chance this entire set could go just the one game, having any gauntlet character at all on screen. And Hideaway chooses to play most of that on bow, not a lot of it on gauntlets.
Yeah, at the moment, it is Hideaway going back to that pick that we saw in game 1 and 2, but he's got a lot of ground to try and make up for here. At the moment, Tiffany and Kozlik's both more damaged than their combatants, and it's just a matter of if they can find, you know, just controlling a lot of that space. Tiffany getting the bow out, but Capsar is going to be the one to get that KO first. Both of these teams, they really need to try and like get control of the space that each team member is trying to infiltrate, as you might say. Tiffany getting that KO onto Kozlik's now. Capsar downlight recovering both blue team members. He tried to get a second recovery, but he's going to make his way back. Kozlik's now on this axe. I mean, he's still on that axe. I mean, Kozlik's, he might be a lance man, but look.
You got to switch to the other weapon every once in a while to switch up.
I mean, we're seeing that down sig on the axe come into use now, and at the moment, it is Tiffany and Hideaway. They are on the back foot still. Kozlik's and Capsar, it just seems like the old heads and the experience that these guys have is just too much at the moment for Hideaway and Tiffany.
Ooh, Caps are playing a very risky game, trying to challenge and reverse Tiffany's edge guard, falling off of that side, trying to get the Sair to punish the Slight Charge D6 for the chase dodge. It would have been very rewarding, but every single reward comes with a risk, and Capstar had to pay that price. Already starting to shift into yellow on that second stock, and blue team is handling game 4 much better. A little bit of trivia: every single time Mama Graphy says the game is slowing down when there was someone who was not in the best position earlier, what does that mean? It usually means that the game is now in favor of the person who was not in the best advantage state earlier. The game's slowing down, it's usually in the favor of the party losing, and this is already looking, gotta say, it's gonna be a real tight squeeze, but still a lot better for blue team. We just gotta keep our eyes on Tiffany and also soon to be Hideaway. They're about to fall down to that last stock very soon. I don't know, unless they're able to pull together and really keep it coming. And double KO almost comes through, but Hideaway is just barely able to come back from the jaws of defeat. Hold on to that second stock for just a little bit longer. Tiffany wastes no time coming back to stage, grabbing his spear, trying to close this out, but it might not be enough.
Oh, no.
Tiffany does not have enough options to make it back. Hideaway now has to complete a 2v1 just to stay alive in this set. It's not too impossible. He just kind of has to focus on Costlix for a bit for the 1v1. Capstar is going to make that very, very difficult.
Look, it's not even just the set, it's to keep themselves alive in the tournament. Hideaway, you're just seeing he's just keeping himself in the air, but oh, that could have been the downfall. But Costlix, he's missing that team combo opportunity, which really could have KO'd Hideaway as soon as possible. They can't really just give any chances at the moment. Hideaway is the most damaged out of anyone on this team. Tiffany fell too far too soon, and Hideaway is gonna pay the price for it. Both are. Hideaway trying to keep himself alive here. The Axe Ground Pound is gonna do it, and Costlix and Capstar, they take out the set 3-1, and they go through, and it looks like it will be Tiffany and Hideaway getting knocked out of the tournament. GG's to them, and Hideaway with his first top 8. So, you know, he's done really well to be able to get this far. So, look, I'm proud of him. I feel like almost like a dad to him. I feel proud. I feel proud of him. It's like, it's a new name. We've seen him. You know, he's done really well to be able to get this far and to, you know, not only take a game off Capstar and Costlix, but to put Luna and Snowy to game 5. You know, they've done really, really well.
And also, just to give him a few more props, that movement that we saw coming out from Hideaway from those last few seconds to try avoid that double edge guard, make it back to stage, that was actually some really smart decision making, and we saw a bit of movement creeping in. And if I guarantee you, if Costlix had any weapon other than Axe, that would have been a lived situation. It was just Axe Ground Pound that covered such a huge space that made it impossible for Hideaway to get back. But if there was any other weapon right in front of him, Hideaway would have been able to get back simply because of how good their movement was in that moment.
Yeah, and look, it is going to be us moving on to our next match, and this scares me a little bit, this next match. It's Fakey and Balloon Boy up against MegD and Raydish, which, one of these teams is getting knocked out at 7th. So, look, Balloon Boy has been, especially since he's got his PC, he's done really well in the ranked queue, but in tournaments, he's been maybe a little bit disappointing in comparison to what he could achieve with his full potential. Fakey obviously, you know, has played with Java, and, you know, they got 4th at San Diego with himself and Java, but, you know, him being paired with Balloon Boy for this tournament, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Obviously, Balloon Boy and Jeff Wardo is the huge synergy match. And I'm interested to see how Fakey and Balloon Boy will actually, you know, go up against a really, really strong team with MegD and Raydish. Obviously, MegD, Raydish, they're still double gauntlets enthusiasts. Raydish, he's been using that Tezca a lot. MegD, it's been that Chun-Li in the 2v2s. And I believe Fakie and Balloon Boy. We're seeing Balloon Boy on the Zariel, so still another pair of gauntlets. And Fakie, especially with when he's been playing with Java, he's been on that Hattori. I'll be interested to see if that's the pick that he goes for.
And also another important thing to note about MegD and Raydish is that you bring up San Diego, and that is a very good thing to bring up because I'm trying to look through their events. They got 5th at Springs, and I'm trying to see, what did they get it? They were at San Diego, right?
Yeah, they were at San Diego. I'm pretty sure they got 3rd at San Diego.
I'm pretty sure they did. It's not showing up on Start, at least not from their team page. I don't know. I might have to look
we have a little tool. We can find that.
Ooh.
We can find that. If I scroll through numerous amounts of Discords, I'm in too many Discords. I need to do a kind of a clean sweep.
So while you're looking for this, the winner of this set will go on to fight against Anime and Pierre, and we're actually getting into our first game right now.
Yeah, I can confirm it was San Diego. I did a little bit of a squeeze. Yeah, I have quite the memory. And now, as we're gonna get into this game, Fakie, he is on that Kaya instead of that Hattori. And obviously everyone else, they're on something that we've known and loved them for. But right now, it's really interesting. Just if they can pull through. I'm waffling. I'm gonna be honest. Oh no. Okay.
Red team is almost able to get a double ledge guard, but they retreat back to center stage to try and keep that control. Any reversal might not have been worth it to risk it, and maybe they're right, as they were almost about to get a double KO, but still a single KO is going to be more than enough to bring them just a little bit further in this race. We gotta watch Balloon Boy very carefully. A lot of weight on those shoulders to try and make sure I gotta still keep myself in this fight while not risking myself too much, but going off stage. And are we seeing a double? Are we seeing a double? Is there to bring them back to stage? MegD runs out of options. The Mind Gim. That is something we don't see happen to MegD a lot. I keep saying this, MegD, mental of fortitude. I don't know how to say it. I also don't know how to say Balloon Boy falling down in the first falling out of the first stock, because that makes me sad. But still, game state is looking quite even. Red team is actually getting really good control of center stage. That's going to be very, very hard for blue team to answer back. Lots of the damage that they've been getting is really just capitalizing on these smaller little times the door opens just ajar, or these little bits of chip damage that they're able to get an extra hit or two in. They're not really getting too much stage control. You're going to see Balloon Boy gives up center stage to Raydish to try and help out in the double ledge guard, but who knows? It just might be worth it. They secure a double KO, and blue team's actually looking pretty good, despite what the numbers would tell you. They are up in the set right now, or maybe they're up in the game. The first game in the set, so as much of the set as we can see.
Oh no, they almost got a second gear onto MegD. MegD has just been pushed off stage. Fakie, you can't be doing that. And Raydish gets KO'd regardless, even with MegD trying to save him. Oh my goodness. Look, MegD and Raydish, they're a really good team, and Fakie and Balloon Boy at the moment, there's been so much offstage action. Fakie missing the recovery though, but he gets the KO regardless, and it's going to be 1-0 to start off with for Balloon Boy and Fakie.
Okay, that map pick is making a lot of sense. There's a decent amount of offstage space on Miami Dome, and the fact that you can't recover below the stage, I think we're seeing why we went to this stage, and I also think we're going to get a quick glimpse as to what Red Team is planning. It was not just one random offstage encounter that like swayed the game. It wasn't just, oh, we got an early stock. No, that was That was a repeated demonstration of how good they are off stage, not only individually, but together. They were able to close out stocks at the other one. They were able to close out stocks on one of them throws one player off stage, and then the other one comes in to finish it up. And they're able to recognize, okay, my teammate just is starting a ledge guard. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to get the edge guard, and I'm going to get the confirm. And also just how good they are individually off stage. There's been times they would both come back from a double edge guard from blue team. So this map change, a thinner, I think that's actually smaller walls to grab onto. So that is a very interesting choice. You also still can't recover below the stage. The only difference is that we got less reliable platforms because we got one platform that moves rather than two that don't. We're going to have less solid space other than the main platform. But still, the off-stage space is kind of similar to Miami Dome, if not even more punishing to be off-stage for. So giving that to a team that's really good off-stage and really proved themselves when, their feet were not touching solid ground, that is a really peculiar choice. I'm really interested to see how this turns out for MegD and Raydish right here.
Yeah, at the moment, MegD and Raydish have gotten some early team combo damages. Raydish is just gonna get
signature too.
A double KO to his name. He's gonna hold on to the boots though. MegD is gonna be keeping onto those gauntlets that we've known him for maybe a while. But at the moment, it's still really even. Fakey getting that GC side sig onto Raydish, which is gonna get the knockout. They're trying to get MegD, but still, it's his really defensive style gameplay, which we see in the 1v1s. It's crossing over into this 2v2s. He's just, doing really well at making sure that he doesn't get hit. Look at his damage. He is in barbecue. You could sneeze. There's the sneeze. Yeah, that's the sneeze that gets the KO onto MegD. But, oh no, Raydish gets KO'd early, and now look at the damage deficit between MegD and Raydish. It's an entire stock. If they push onto Raydish, that is an early and easy 1v2 for Balloon Boy and Fakey.
The reason that Fakey and Balloon Boy lost the set that they did
oh
on
my
stream
goodness gracious me.
was because I forget if it was
these
game
team
4 or
combos.
Game 5. I forget if it was game 4 or game 5, but Balloon Boy just lagged off their last stock and did the thing where they just walk off because the server wasn't receiving any new inputs from their client, or I'm pretty sure that's how it works, but I could just be saying stuff and pretending it makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, at the moment, it's... There is a lead at the moment for this red team, but it won't take much for someone to get KO'd soon, and MegD is actually going to get Fakey. Balloon Boy actually can't get down, and now they have a 1v2 opportunity against Balloon Boy. They get that GCN light, which puts them back onto stage, but oh boy, it's not going to work out from here. Another follow-up again. MegD and Raydish, they have team combos. If one of them hits their opponent, they are looking to, and that interesting bands. It's Miami Dome, Fabled City, or Western Air Town. Yikes.
Fabled City would be a wild choice to see, because how often do we even see that map roll around? I mean, it is pretty, but how often do we even see that? And hey, it looks like that's where we are ending up. And then just like you said earlier, that MegD and Raydish, they woke up. That wasn't just in between games. That was during the game. That was in between stocks. Blue team, Balloon Boy and Fakey, they were at a pretty good lead, but then I'm not even like joking or making it up when I say this. I looked away for a few seconds because I got distracted, and I have a very, very awful attention span. And all of a sudden, red team was just in the lead again, and they close out another stock to increase their lead. And blue team, I think, chose their map right, because they're starting to get a pretty nice damage lead so far. Red team is slowly starting to answer back. Blue team, I think out of all three of these games so far, is getting the better of the opening dance. You know, the first few engagements, the scramble to try and find any amount of stage control you can in twos. It's a pretty difficult task to surmount, but still, it looks like blue team's kind of slowly getting the better of it each time, and then it's up to red team to answer. One time they have been able to answer, another time they have not, and this time they might also be struggling to answer a bit, as Fakey, just like I said earlier, able to prove himself off stage, getting a KO on a Raydish, avoiding MegD's options, even when he was already out of all options. Fakey avoided MegD's ground pound when Fakey was completely out of options. Sweat beads dropping. And we got a leapfrog combo, not quite enough, but still, look at Raydish's health. Minute and a half, and we could have Raydish fall down a last stock while neither member of red team have fallen down to their second.
Oh, don't give them you've given them caster's curse there. Fakey does. I got
excited! It was going so well!
Yeah, at the moment, Balloon Boy trying to follow up with the ground pound, but hits Raydish with one instead. And now Raydish is on his last stock, and we're a minute and a half in. 2v2s, it's just so much, just back and forth. The lead changes all the time in 2v2s, so you never, ever really know who's winning, as Balloon Boy does get KO'd down there at the bottom, but there's such a huge damage deficit at the moment between MegD and Raydish that you would expect a 1v2 to happen soon. Like, very soon. As the owl comes out, hitting MegD, Raydish, he's trying to survive here, and Balloon Boy can't get the follow-up. Oh, but Balloon Boy does get the save, though. He gets pushed off stage. Both, they're trying to go for these steerable ground pounds. Oh, a GC Ensig from Raydish, which gets saved by Balloon Boy. And then, what? So much happened. Raydish gets KO'd at the end of it, and now MegD is in 1v2. Oh my!
Oh my god, that is another fun thing about Zariel, because just like you said, not people play this character, and therefore you could get away with so much nasty stuff. How else do you think I'm Llama made his breakout run in Winter? Sure, it was right over a year ago. How else do you think that Raydish was able to make just an incredible run in Summers? I'm pretty sure it was also 22, where he won on Petra. I'm pretty sure Petra alone. If you play a character that not play, how else do you think people like XJ and Guichibo are able to catch so many people off guard and just get away with Moida on these signatures? Because nobody knows to expect them. Nobody really plays characters like Zariel because nobody plays those characters to begin with. So Balloon Boy demonstrating just how much nasty stuff you can get away with when people don't really know what to expect from you.
Anyways, as we push through here into this game 4, we're going on to Western Air Temple here. No swaps from anybody at the moment, and Balloon Boy and Fakey, they really dominated in that third game, and now it's MegD and Raydish that have to respond. And, you know, if they can manage to just pull off the combos, try and get separated so much in spacing, because, you know, MegD and Raydish, they're near each other. Obviously, both of them have bow, and they're just able to juggle and just pick apart their opponents, which at the moment, both of these teams, they're trying to just build up the damage, hoping to get those KOs relatively soon. Fakey gets the poke ground pound onto MegD. That's exactly what I was talking about. MegD and Raydish were way too far away from each other, and MegD pays the price for it. They do get that KO, though, onto Fakey now. And Balloon Boy, he's hanging onto that edge of the stage. He's trying to work his way around, which at the moment, it's an even game so far. But Balloon Boy getting that GC down like ground pound, it's not enough to get the KO onto Raydish just yet, but MegD gets a dare into recovery. And both, now you're seeing the team combo come out, but Fakey has pushed MegD out to the side. Balloon Boy can't get that side sig, but Fakey gets a ground pound. MegD trying to work his way around. Raydish with the save. It's all happening here. Balloon Boy finally getting that KO onto Raydish. He survived so long, and now MegD, he has to try and survive here. Fakey gets it down there. MegD trying to drift out wide. He makes his way back though. He puts himself on the center stage, but Fakey gets a side stick. Still not enough to get the KO though. And now he's being edge guarded. Fakey trying to make his way back, and that's a fatal mistake. Fakey is now on his last stock, and Balloon Boy trying to work his way back around. He does get back onto the stage though, and now Fakey and Balloon Boy, they are the ones behind right now.
MegD is stepping it up, and part of kind of what it was giving me some hope for that is that earlier, like I said, blue team was almost always getting the first few advantages, the first few stock or damage leads in this game. But MegD was able to cut that short and respond and turn a double KO, what usually happens in most games, into a trade and keeping the stocks instead of 6-4 to be 5-5. MegD really kind of starting to answer the call, putting himself out there a lot more, and we do see them also trying to separate blue team. Fakey just desperately trying to make this last stock last as long as possible. MegD also on last stock, but not quite in such the dire situation that Fakey was in. Now that it's all up to Balloon Boy. This 1v2 is definitely going to be difficult because you have Raydish, just an absolute incredible player. I'm pretty sure was at the previous 2 Royales, if not definitely the most recent one. And then also we got an aggroed MegD. We got a MegD who is really kind of taking the shackles off and is really starting to throw himself into the fray a lot more. You can start to see movement options and the ability to respond really coming alive, but it might end up being Raydish to take that first stock. No, it's not. Balloon Boy makes his way back up the stage, is able to try to make the best use he can out of this little temporary 1v1 he's got. Raydish steps his way back onto stage, and MegD putting himself in front of Balloon Boy and Raydish, but Raydish snags the NSIG. That is not quite going to be enough, but finish up the edge guard. MegD brings us to a game 5.
Look, I don't know about you guys, but this seems to be the tournament of game 5s. Majority of games that have been streamed have been game 5s, and we have another one here. The map bans again. It's Enigma, Miami Dome, or Fabled City. What is going on? Usually NA is like a staple of Apocalypse, Demon Island, and Fortress of Lions. That's the big 3, right? Fakey has just wiped those off of the board and is trying to, it looks like they're trying to get KOs as soon as possible with probably the 3 smallest maps in the 2v2 map pool. So I don't know if it's a mind game or if they're just trying something out, but it's gonna be Enigma though for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. And oh boy, buckle your seatbelts because stocks are gonna be flying everywhere here.
I probably really wanted to see Fabled City again because we never see this. We at least see Enigma like sometimes in ones, but we never see Fabled City because it's not even a ones. People like never pick it and choose. A part of me really wanted to see it again. It's kind of pretty.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty map. But at the moment, hang on, Balloon Boy is trying to send Raydish off to the top as well as MegD onto Fakey. Look, Balloon Boy hasn't been touched on this stock. Okay, well, there we go. Look, Caster's Curse.
You want to talk to me about Caster's Curse?
Hey, yeah.
I'm still holding his
Fakey's already gone. Look, Fakey's already gone. Balloon Boy trying to make his way back onto the center stage. Fakey now, he's going to pick up a spear. And at the moment, blue team, they're already a stock down within, oh my goodness, they've evened it up. Balloon Boy just chasing with that ground pound. But look, at the moment, 2 stocks have flown really early, and now there is a huge damage deficit between, like, both of the players. How is it that, like, Fakey and Raydish barely been touched, and now it's MegD and Balloon Boy that have just taken so much damage right now on this stock? Finally, I mean, the blue team, the damage at the moment is evening up a little bit, but Fakey is a full stock behind. That's not what you want to be, as they do take the KO onto MegD, which, you know, works out at the moment, but they need to try and secure these stocks as quickly as possible. Balloon Boy trying to go for a hard read, but it doesn't quite work out in his favor. Both blue team members try and send Raydish off of the top, but Balloon Boy is going to find a GCN sig, and now they have a lead of 2 stocks, but look, they're both blue team members are in the red in damage, so it won't take much for either member to get KO'd. There goes Balloon Boy, and just as the curtains call, there goes Fakey. Both Raydish and Fakey are onto their last stocks, and we're not even 2 minutes in.
MegD so far being the most damaged one on second stock. Raydish and Fakey are both going to be probably the two most pivotal players in this set, both being on last stock. Whoever's able to make this last stock last longer than the other, or at least as long as possible, is going to give their team the advantage. Blue team was having a pretty astonishing role for the games that they won, but red team was always able to snag a few wins out whenever they could, proving that blue team was never really too far ahead. And if they leave the door open too far, red team is just going to slam it open. But Balloon Boy revokes that second stock from MegD, puts Raydish in a very, very difficult spot, but still the same could be said about Fakey, especially considering Balloon Boy is also on red. They just need to isolate Balloon Boy from Fakey and maybe capitalize on this 2v1. Team unites to center the stage, but it's not quite going to be enough. MegD doesn't quite get the read. Fakey is able to reset their jumps, but at what cost? Almost suffers from this double ledge guard from red team. Woo! Balloon Boy's able to save him, but also getting the Balloon Boy, one of the best team players that we have seen of the night.
Yeah, now you're seeing Fakey. Look, it's not even a sneeze. It's like you wave hello at Fakey and he will get KO'd. So there's the hello, and we're saying goodbye to Fakey because now it's a 1v1 between Balloon Boy and MegD to determine who will go through into the bracket or who will get knocked out and finish at 7th here in this game 5. MegD, he's really just trying to, you're seeing the defensive game plan that MegD has been known and loved for, or maybe hated for, depending on who you're a fan of these days. But at the moment, it is Balloon Boy with the advantage. MegD is in the red, gets that bow sider, pushing MegD off stage. Balloon Boy, he's trying to just get through MegD's defense. And what is it gonna take? It's gonna be the bow neutral air, sending MegD up to the top. Maybe another one of those will do it. There it is, and Balloon Boy and Fakey, they go through into the bracket, knocking out MegD and Raydish at 7th. Wow.
Balloon Boy, team player of the night, getting that last KO on Raydish, saving their teammate Fakey, and although they weren't able to make that 2v1 last quite as long as they really wanted to, and it was a 1v1 with MegD, Balloon Boy was still able to close it out against PR. What PR is MegD again? Let me check. Isn't it like PR 3 or something? PR 5.
Yeah, 5. It's a really good team that Balloon Boy and Fakey have ended up knocking out here. And we're going to go further here into the bracket. We're going to go to the losers quarterfinal. And we are going to see Java and Blazy up against Capsar and Koslix. Java and Blazy, they got sent down into the losers bracket by Dawg and Cutie in that winners semi-final. And up against Capsar and Koslix, who, knocked out probably one of the more informed teams in this tournament, and definitely a bit of a surprise as well, in the shape of Tiffany and Hideaway. But now we're seeing, how either team could push through. They can get themselves a guaranteed top 4 if they win this set. And Capsar and Koslix, look, it's going to be no surprise as to what they pick, and it's going to be the same for Java and Blazy. I'm going to be interested to see how and who will come out on top. One of the things that I want to look out for a little bit more, especially with the hammer buffs, with, Downlight getting buffed back to something of its former glory, Java, he's on the Bodvar. Why wouldn't you be on the Bodvar? But Java, he's been known for the Bodvar for how long now? It's, especially that BCX 2021 run. Bodvar just went through everybody. Except Cody Travis, but we don't talk about that. Java and Blazy, look, they've done well to, you know, put themselves into that top 8 on the winner's side, but now that they've been knocked down, facing Capsar and Koslix, it's a bit too tough to call. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm gonna have to get my co-caster's opinion on that one. So, who do you reckon will come out on top here, Graffiti?
Well, I feel like kind of like we've been leading up to for a while. Both of these teams are in a very, very similar spot. They all have been high-level players for years at this point, and each person on each team kind of fills a similar role to someone on the other team. We got Java and we got Capsar, both people who have some pretty phenomenal aggression and are known to make a clip or two every time they enter a tournament. And they got players like Blazy and Koslix, although they're capable of hitting a clip or two, they don't really let that fuel their entire run, and they're just overall solid players.
Yeah, we are now gonna get into the map bans really soon. I'm seeing 2 Hattoris, a Bodvar, and I don't have to point out the elephant in the room of Koslix, but it's Macho Man. Like, what else would it be? Thea? I actually kind of want Koslix to pull out the Thea. Now that it's legal, and Koslix, especially on Twitter every now and then, has been praising the Thea. We've seen a couple Koslix Thea clips. I kind of want to see the Thea get pulled out. Like, I get it, it's Dire Straits, but I kind of want to see the Koslix Thea. It'll be the closest thing that I can get to seeing a Thea in competitive play. At the moment. They might ridiculously buff Thea. They might give, like, side sig on boots, like, a startup of, like, 2 frames. Which would be insane.
Doesn't it already have a startup of 2 frames?
No, it has, like... It has a startup... Well...
Some of her signatures feel like light attacks. Some of her signatures are basically light attacks.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, it was, like, 11? Like, was the frames? Which was pretty much unreactable. Yeah. But now it's 15. As Java is the first to fall here, you know, on to his second stock. Koslix being the one to get that KO, and at the moment, it's relatively even here. Java on this Bodvar is trying to just, you know, put the pieces of the puzzle together. They do get the team combo, though, and that's going to put Koslix onto his second stop. Capsar with a quick round pound, and Java following suit, just getting that swipe of the stomp side air. And now it's really even here in game number 1. So, you know, if either team can just adapt as soon as possible, Java, he's already, you know, getting towards that amber orangey color, which he's gonna want to not get hit as much, help, and just let Blazy, you know, try and take a little bit of the front as Java gets sent off stage, and he doesn't touch. Hello? And Blazy is gone as well. So, Koslix and Capsar, they have the lead. And a relatively convincing one too, but it's 2v2s. That can change very, very quickly.
Because you also got players like Java forcing Capsar off the stage. Capsar is able to recover, but if he wasn't, that might have spelled disaster for this little Hattori. Because Java's ability to remain comfortable, and not even comfortable, just confident off stage, is unlike any other player we have seen. One of the best players off stage. Look at that, avoiding the ground pound and getting a reversal. Weapon throw to seal the stock, and immediately making the stock lead seem just a little bit less overwhelming. But still, this 2v1 is going to make life so much
that's gonna be
for Java. And at that point, you might as well come back from the 0-1. But still, kind of thank you for proving my point, Java. I don't usually get things right, but still, Java, it is so hard to catch him uncomfortable off stage. He always knows his way to somehow get a reversal or get another touch or get another hit. He is one of the best offstage players in North America.
Yeah, right now it is Koslix and Capsar though that have they have the game 1 lead, and they took it honestly really convincingly. They got rid of Java relatively early, and then they just built up such a huge lead. They ended up leading that one by almost 4 stocks. if someone didn't get KO'd, it would have been a 4 stock. It would have been a 4 stock. So at the moment, how as Blazy and Java do you try and adapt from here? Well, potentially an answer is just try and control the space that Koslix, with his lance especially, has been doing so well with. He's just such a threat with these side airs and a lot of these neutral airs. You're seeing Koslix, it's just so much lance. Java trying to follow up, and they do push Capsar over to the side. Java choosing to actually go towards Capsar, try and get that edge guard instead of, going over to Koslix, hoping to get a team combo. Java stomps there, is gonna get the stock, and he's gonna get, not yet, and it's gonna be the sword side air that will get it, but Blazy is the first to fall for blue team, and Java very, very soon will follow suit if he's not careful. Even then, a side air is still not enough. Koslix tried to get the follow-up onto Capsar, but it couldn't just quite work out for them. Just miss-spacing that one ever so slightly. And now, the double sword neutralite. Koslix actually ends up DIing off it. You rarely these days see, like, any DI from any team combos, especially at the top level play. And at the moment, Blazy is on this second stock. Java's still on his first. And there he goes. And Blazy is about to go as well. Koslix double weapon throw. Blazy is trying to make his way back, and Java's on in for the save. Capsar trying to get the downlight, but he does get a recovery instead. And now Blazy and Java, they are an entire stock away from each other. We're seeing the deficit. Java with a GC side zig, honestly beautifully placed. Yeah. Koslix now, with this lance, he's trying to get these neutral airs, just send Blazy up on a staircase. Capsar double downlight Sare. Java side-zigging everyone, which is gonna knock out Koslix. And they're trying to get this KO onto Capsar with the edge guard. Gets the sword down air. Koslix sending Blazy up to the sky at the moment. Still, there goes Blazy, and Java now has to 1v2? Look, he has 2 stocks though, but he still has to 1v2. Which is very, very difficult. Almost next to impossible. As the team combo comes out, the ground pound, and, I mean, is that it? Is that it? Java is, at the moment, in the red. He's trying to make his way back. The sweat beads come out. What? He still makes it back through all of that. Java still, he's hanging on by the thread of a needle right now. And it's okay. Is that gonna be it? No, still. Java's still alive here. He does make it back onto the wall. Capsar just going for a ground pound. It was bait. Obviously, that was bait because no way you would ground pound like several miles away from your opponent. And then with coverage, Java does get that stock. He has a little bit of 1v1 time against Koslix, but only gets an unarmed nair in that time. And now the team combo, Koslix misses that. He really has to be holding on to those. And now, Java has the offstage opportunity. He just pulls himself back in time. Double down, does get a downlight dare onto both members. He's trying to get a hold of the hammer, which at the moment, Java trying to go for that ground pound. And Koslix pushes Java off stage with that side air on the lance. You're seeing Koslix just trying to hold himself on here. Java getting the side air onto both team members. You're seeing him go for the hammer recovery. He's trying to go for it again there. Just hoping to get an offstage Gim. Capsar, GC downlight nair. He gets the side air into Koslix, and now he has a 1v1 opportunity against Capsar.
To send Java off stage. He's found his way back from
and that's gonna be it.
Oh. Why not this one? After a nail-biting 2v1, Java is not quite able to bring this back, and we have Capsar and Koslix going up in the set. I think my single favorite moment from Koslix was when he joined the lobby for a community tournament. His set was up. I forget if this was like a Galaxy Cup or a Moose Wars or whatever, but he joined a lobby. In all caps, he typed Macho Man with like 7 exclamation marks. And then I think he proceeded to 3-1 that set.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he didn't hit the sturdy after typing Macho Man in all caps, I would say that is an imposter, and to just vote him out of the spaceship, just send him away. But at the moment, Coslix and Capsar, they've been doing really well in this tournament. Like, they've made a little bit of a loser's run, and at the moment, they are, you know, one game away from knocking out Java and Blazy 3-0. So, they're doing really, really well for very, very experienced players. You may argue definitely nowhere near their prime anymore, but they're still doing so well. At the moment, this game 3 is a bit even. Blazy getting a 3-piece onto Coslix. He's trying to make his way back. Capsar gets downlight into that. What the angle?
Oh my god.
And Java can't get the follow-up. Capsar wasting a GC, and Java capitalizes. I mean, look, it's interesting. Java and Blazy, they do take the lead though, but a very small one as Coslix gets that axe side air onto Blazy, and now, well, onto Java, I should say, and now Blazy is the one that is really holding onto this stock. Look at that health. That's the kind of health that you have at a Sunday barbecue. That's the kind of color it is. It reminds me of a Sunday barbecue that I would have. And now,
look at Blazy. That end light almost KOs. And also, look at Coslix and Capsar. The only one who's not in danger of being knocked out right now is Java, like you said, on second stock. We do have Blazy getting that first stock revoked, but how much does that really matter? Java is in a position to take one stock away from Red Team. Blazy's ability to make this first stock last for a very long time, really paying off as Java is able to send Coslix down to last stock. Java's also gonna get some cooking, schmoovin', whatever you want to call it. Get some cleaning done on a Capsar, bring him down to last stock. Java is starting to get at risk of falling down to one stock gang himself, but still, Blazy, despite his best efforts, can't really prevent that. Blazy, temporary 2v1, trying to guard the weapon. Red Team is able to snag it eventually. Weapon star of Java for just a little bit more. Unarmed Java is not going to be quite as effective as Sword Java, but Sword Java is not quite going to be super effective against Lance and Coslix. I think we're going to be seeing the hammer come out to try and bring this a little bit closer to their favor. But in NSYNC, Blazy's been so good with using Hattori signatures as follow-ups. I know that's a really specific thing, but he just knows how to use that heavy attack so well in 2v2.
Yeah, now it's Coslix that is in a 1v2, and it's looking unlikely that he'll be able to bring it from here. Java and Blazy very close to being able to take a game for themselves. They're trying to get this edge guard onto Coslix, and a downlight hit, and nothing happened from it. Finally, a downlight sided onto Blazy's sword, and that is gonna be a game for Blazy and Java. They put themselves on the board. So, good job to them. Java's hammer was doing so much work there for just no reason. He didn't have to go off that much. You saw him, like, Coslix try to make it back to stage, and he burned his dodge, and you saw Java just go weapon throw, pick it up, hammer recovery, throw him down, and got the KO with it.
That's what it was.
Now we're gonna go. We're gonna go into a game 4 here, and Java Blazy, you know, looks like they've adapted for now, and it looks like the ball is now in Capsar and Coslix's court. So, what's the game plan here? How do they play it? Do they play it by the book, or do they just go freestyle like Java? Ooh. Oh my goodness gracious me, Java! You can't. Stop it, please. He has a family, man.
He's not a dog. He can do what he wants. You don't gotta order him around like that.
Look, I can do what I want, but apparently Java just has the free will, land of the free, home of the brave, and he is sending the Canadians packing back to France. I think that's where they came from. But oh my goodness gracious me, Java is going crazy. And, oh well, look, Coslix got revenge for now.
Revenge, yeah. They're able to answer back.
Look, they're able to answer back. The one thing about 2v2s is you might have a lead, but it's never one that you should be comfortable with, because leads change and dissipate all the time. As you're seeing, you know, Blazy get KO'd. Finally, Capsar is the one to fall, and now we're seeing the team combo. Java gets the complete follow-up, and that's going to put Kostlix on his last stock.
Right now, Java is going to have a little bit of pressure to try not to get hit around into red soon enough. Kostlix, you can see, just trying to evade the chaos. Immediately also able to grab Lance and also get some center stage control with his teammate. Blazy's not quite able to fall victim to the barrage of Lance attacks Kostlix is throwing out. You gave praise to Java's hammer. I'd also give some credit to Kostlix's Lance, because it is looking quite tasty clean today. We do have both members of blue team starting to fall at risk of falling down the last stock. Capsar not quite able to join them yet, and Kostlix a little bit worrying since he is also on last stock, starting to shift down into red. Java could revoke Capsar's last stock right here. And we could be having a double KO as we have Blazy throwing him off stage, but no, it is going to be Blazy himself to try and clean up the stock. Kostlix is welcoming everyone else down to last stock again. You can see him just trying to dash dance around, keep himself alive a little bit longer, capitalize on whatever movement he's able to use, while also helping his teammate grab center stage. It's something that he's been doing this entire set. It's definitely a tactic that he's comfortable doing, but it has to play off now, more so than ever, if he wants to prevent the game 5. As unlikely as it is, it still isn't quite impossible. As you can see, he has made a red last stock last long enough until everyone is now red last stock, and we have a sudden death 2v2 match, but eventually goes up in smokes, and blue team is able to close out the team combo. We have our first game 5 of the night. We have never seen one of these.
Yeah, and yeah, look, game 5s are always really good. Kostlix and Capsar winning the first 2, and Lazy and Java might be able to 3-0 here. So it's really, really interesting that, you know, especially in that last couple seconds where Java had just KO'd Kostlix really, really early on his first stock. And Kostlix was like last stock red, welcoming everyone into the party onto their last stocks. And it didn't take too long, but everyone was evened up, and all of a sudden everyone was like last stock red, and it was only a matter of time before, you know, someone got KO'd. And it was enough to, you know, it was enough for blue team to just be able to just lock in, get that KO as quickly as they could, and they got the game 5, as at the moment, Kostlix putting Blazy on the staircase, trying to send him up to the skies with that lance. Java try to go for some offstage shenanigans with this hammer, which we've known him for. And at the moment, it's really, really even here. It's just a matter of if they can push themselves around, just try and get that center stage, hope for a KO, maybe something of a team combo like that one. And Kostlix and Capsar pushed off stage, and now, is that going to be at the side stick? Java gets the follow-up though, but it's not going to be able to KO just yet. Java, he does get the edge guard though onto Kostlix, and now Capsar falls as well to Blazy, and it is going to be blue team that take the lead here in game number 5.
Java and Blazy are such smart players. They always know the best option for any situation. Blazy is not able to evade that. I'm pretty sure that was a recovery to revoke that first stock, but still, it seems like they always know the correct option for each situation. They studied for this multiple choice test, and there is not a single question that you could throw at them that they do not confidently know the answer to. Number 4 is C, number 3 is B. Move on, and let's end this.
The next question that I have is, how do you stop Blazy from getting KO'd? Because Java is really, really damaged here on his first stock. And it won't take long before Blazy will get into a unfortunate 1v2 situation, which could put him on his last stock. So the answer to that is to survive. But will blue team see that? At the moment, Java gets KO'd, and now they have the chance against Blazy. He's dash dancing around. He does get hit by the lance side air though, and it looks like they won't be getting 100% on the test, but they might still be able to pass it if they can get these next couple stocks as quickly as possible.
Koslix has been at red for quite some time. His movement has been able to prevent him from getting that stock ripped away from his hands, but still that might have to end soon. Koslix always has Lance doubled down and primed and ready. So he's not gonna have to switch to Lance just yet. I mean, switch to Axe just yet, but a spear dousing, able to bring both members of the red team and all of their work trying to keep up with the movement and the groovement and the movement of staying alive. Ha ha ha. However the song goes, staying alive, I don't know, however it goes. They're able to put all that work away and say that anything we do, we always know the right answer to. But still, this could.
Oh my!
Wait.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Capstar's gone.
Capstar can't make it back. Koslix has a very difficult 2v1. And although his 1v1 legacy
no, the antique doesn't connect.
His 1v1 legacy, especially over the course of the past years, several years of his career, shouldn't quite disqualify for him. Don't say it till it's over. Yeah, it's kind of hard to be confident if you want to stop the reverse 3-0 Java and Lazy.
The reverse 3-0 for Java and Blazy, and they put themselves into top 4. Look, that was just immaculate gameplay from Java and Blazy. They've done really well to be able to, you know, get the reverse 3-0. They were really on that back foot, and then they just woke up. Like, that's all I can say. They just woke up, and now they are going to be waiting for their opponent, which is going to come from this next match, and it is going to be Anime and Pierre up against Fakey and Balloon Boy. Fakey and Balloon Boy, they took out MegD Raydish, and now they have Anime and Pierre to deal with. So, it's going to be really tight if they, you know, can go through, if either team can go through. But Anime and Pierre, you know, they've done well. They've got themselves into that top 8 on the winner's side, and then, you know, getting knocked out by Luna and Snowy. And now they are here up against Fakey and Balloon Boy, who took out a really, really good team. They, you know, MegD Raydish, they got on the podium in the most recent major tournament. And now it's how do you combat this? Like, I honestly reckon Fakey and Balloon Boy could go through, but Anime and Pierre, they're very strong players in their own right, so it won't be easy, and not by any means. So look, I mean, I have my prediction in. Also, if you're in chat, make sure you use your channel points to get those predictions, because gambling is fun, ladies and gentlemen, and you should do it all the time, even if it costs you your family.
Gamblers are always like 2 gambles away from hitting it big. Always bet more.
No, I don't recommend
Yeah, always bet more. Look, I'm from Australia. Apparently, like, our country has, like, the most amount of losses in gambling out of any country, and it's not even close. I think Singapore is second, and we, like, double them. So, if there's anything that I know about gambling, it's me. But Pierre and I've forgotten his name. Oh yeah, Anime and Pierre. We've gotten them into the lobby at the moment, and Anime Fan is on the Nash. Look, I mean, it's the Shovel Knight, but it's Nash. Look, there was a saying by one of my good old friends. His name was Scott Peace. He has the equivalent of like a level 400 Nash. He used to play a lot, but you know, he has the highest rated Nash out of anyone in the world. And he had a saying that if anybody selected Nash, if you queued into someone and they're playing Nash, they're probably playing random. So the fact that Anime Fan is playing Nash by choice, a little bit surprising. You know, Hammer, gotten buffed. Spear, really good in 2s. The character has funky down sigs, but you know, all of its other sigs are kind of good. I guess. As we're gonna get into it into this game number 1, Pierre is on the Val. Balloon Boy on that Zariel and Fakey on that Hattori, you know, picks that we've known those three for, but I'm more so surprised that Anime Fan is on Nash. Which, look, I don't know Anime Fan that much, or I don't even know anime that much, but Nash. Is this something that I should have known a while ago? Because I've never seen him on this character. I haven't seen anybody on Nash since 2021. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, was it 22? I think it was 22. Yeah, because that was the last time that piece played in a tournament. Was Winters last year. So, I mean, we're seeing another Nash,
Ooh.
but at the moment, it is almost Pierre almost getting KO'd there. And, hang on. Oh, the weapon throw! And, Fakey's gone.
God.
He's been put onto his first stock. Balloon Boy, huh? Okay, look. I know Zariel's funny. I get it. But what was that? Anime Fan actually does get the KO, though, onto Balloon Boy, and now Pierre has the edgeguard chance against Fakey, just missing that neutral air, and, hang on, now Balloon Boy's been pushed off stage. He does make his way back, though. Anime Fan is still holding on to his first stock at the moment, and, you know, he'll want to try and hold on to it for a little bit longer, but he does get hit by that neutral sig. It's still not enough to KO Anime Fan. Finally, he gets KO'd. It took him a decent while. Pierre trying to make his way back onto stage. And look, everything is even up here at the moment. So it's how can they push it back here is, look, it's someone's got to get an advantage here.
I mean,
And
hey,
what
it's
will take it?
just
Well-
another reason why I kind of love oddball picks of characters. Because if someone's playing Nash, yeah, there's a decent chance that they're going random and ranked. But if someone picks Nash, that's kind of got to be horrifying, is it not? Because that means that's a conscious decision, and that they have practiced with this character and known that he is best for them in this specific situation. Someone picking that, I guess, obscure of a route is kind of warning you, hey, you're going to be thrown in situations you're not comfortable in, and this is a person who has spent time and practice and expertise in this exact scenario. And although they all fell down to last stock, it's not before Red Team, it's after. They are in a lead and they are losing stocks slower than their opponents. So I gotta say, it's not going too bad. And also, we're not seeing too many signatures. And I feel like one thing that a lot of people don't really quite like about Nash is that, like you said, the signatures can be a little funny sometimes. So we're not quite seeing a lot of those, and we're just making good use of the weapons, and hell, probably the stats too. We got Pierre removing Fakey's last stock. We've seen Balloon Boy clutch out some pretty insane games, but this is still a new opponent. This could be very difficult for him.
Yeah, and it looks like Pierre and Anime Fan, they take game number 1 here. And look, I wasn't doubting the Nash, but it's done really well here in game number 1, maybe a little bit to my surprise. So how Fakey and Balloon Boy will adapt from here is a question that, honestly, I should be able to answer. It looks like Fakey has gone back onto that Kaya, though, which we saw in the last set of Balloon Boy and Fakey against MegD and Raydish. So he'll definitely be, you know, utilizing a lot of those bow anti-airs that he has. You know, the neutral light, the nair, the recovery even though, you know, in 2v2s, maybe you don't want to be going for bow recovery too often. But if Balloon Boy and Fakey can take some stocks really early on, just try and build up some team combo damage, then they will, you know, they'll manage to take a game and possibly the set. But it is all about that synergy, trying to make sure that, you know, you keep yourselves intact. And Balloon Boy getting Pierre knocked out already with the bow ground pound, not even 30 seconds in, and they take a stock.
Anime Fan also being at risk of falling out of that first stock too. You can see just how high that uppercut sends, but still catching both red team members in an end-light can be a pretty good way for blue team to reclaim some center stage and separate red team, and any efforts to try and KO Anime are really kind of going up in smoke. They are claiming stage control quite nicely. That recovery doesn't even send while Balloon Boy falls down to second stock. Will Fakey soon to join? No, actually gets a recovery to try and save himself, and along with the chase dodge, but that recovery also saves Anime. An N-Light sends off the top of Anime. That is how long he was able to survive, but right now needs to make sure he's able to get his friend Pierre to survive a little bit longer. Pierre's able to get the nair for the chase dodge, but not quite enough. Anime, trying to be the good friend that he is and save his teammate, actually gets sent down to that last stock. Any deficiency that red team were at just a few seconds ago is completely reversed, and the script is flipped 180.
Yeah, and now it's an entire 2-stock advantage here for Fakey and Balloon Boy up against Pierre and Anime Fan. And Fakey trying to go for that owl, but Pierre goes underneath it. His recovery gets taken out though. He does get the touch. Fakey is still going off stage after all this. He does get the touch though, but now both red team members, they were off stage for a little bit. Fakey getting a side sig, which does hit Balloon Boy as well as Anime Fan. Balloon Boy trying to go for that recovery. Pierre trying to get the KO off the top. Balloon Boy, everything's happening here. What is going on? Oh, that's an equation that I would love to be able to sit down as a fellow mathematician myself. Oh, that is a nice side sig though from Balloon Boy as Anime Fan gets down aired, and it's going to be 1-1 here for the set count. Look, the ball was in Fakey and Balloon Boy's court, and they just slammed. They just did an entire slam dunk and probably broke the rim as well. So now that, you know, Anime Fan and Pierre, they're trying to, you know, get themselves back into this game after, let's be honest, a really dominant display of Fakey and Balloon Boy's offstage prowess, which, you know, Fakey and Balloon Boy, they are good players. But we've seen a lot of their KOs, especially all of their, you know, good KOs where it just comes out of nowhere, is from off stage. And you don't see like a huge amount of team combos. Balloon Boy with an early KO off the top with a huge gauntlet read, and now Pierre, he is on that second stock, and this red team, they have a lead. Can they try and get a KO onto Anime Fan soon? He tries to go for that side sig, but it gets punished. Fakey and Balloon Boy, they're trying to get that KO. Anime Fan is so deep into that red, and it's going to be a downlight and light on the bow that finally gets it. And they have a lead, which might get lost very quickly. Pierre getting that GC side sig onto Fakey. Now they have some time against Balloon Boy. And Pierre misses the confirm option. And now they've just let themselves just, you know, take a little bit more damage than they should. Finally, Pierre gets that GC downlight into the recovery. They still can't get the KO onto Balloon Boy. He's going to make his way around. And finally, that side air is going to do it, though. So, look, there is a little bit of damage here onto Anime Fan and Pierre, but Fakey and Balloon Boy, you know, they're doing really well here. But can this blue team pull it back from here? We'll have to wait and see.
This damage lead that Fakey and Balloon Boy have built up in Game 2 really starting to be quite rewarding for them. They took a risk, and it is paying off. Although Anime could, just like we saw earlier from Game 1, could make this second stock last just a little bit longer and hold on for dear life, is refusing to get caught by any of the mind games. Fakey is thrown out by using any of these signatures. You know, a lot of people can just throw the highest signatures, have him hit. This will not work on Anime. Trying to poke anything he can with the end light, trying to dance around, trying to predict the movement, is not still not able to get that that stock revoked from him. And yeah, no, red team is actually having a bit of a difficult time expand this lead. Blue team is finally starting to get their stuff together, and we could be seeing this a 2-1 in really anyone's way.
Yeah, and now we are getting well underway into, you know, the last couple seconds of this game here. At the moment, Balloon Boy, he is still holding on to that second stock. Oh, that's gonna get a lot of damage onto Pierre, and Balloon Boy is gonna get the ground pound, and now Anime Fan has to 1v2, and we're seeing the team combo come out. Balloon Boy with the GCN sync. It's still not enough to get the KO onto Anime Fan. He's trying to work his way around. He could try, and he does get the KO onto Balloon Boy. He now has some time against Fakey. He tries to go for a read there, but Fakey opting not to dodge. The bow recovery, though, against Anime Fan. What in the world is happening?
Accidental save for Balloon Boy. Anime lives on for just another few seconds. Tries to focus out Fakey, and it's still not quite able to connect, but still disarmed. And also, I'm pretty sure still Clash.
Oh, he does get the KO onto Fakey now.
Down. Elite Sair, Balloon Boy is at a very, very good ledge guard right here, especially considering that he is at a damage advantage, but still Anime is just trying to toss this Zariel around, but a D-Light recovery. Gonna close out the 2-1. That was still really close, and Anime and Pierre could still have something up their sleeve, considering the fact that Pierre, I'm pretty sure, has to do a quick restart. So we're going to wait for him to get back for that. And while we're doing that, let's actually run through what their bracket runs. Both these teams have looked like so far. We got Anime and Pierre, and their runs through our pools were not too difficult. We got some 2-0s, we got some 3-0s. They also 3-0'd Sprite and Glue, so that's probably going to be a pretty good feeling to have. And then it's when they started to get into top 12. When they started to run into some issues. They got to a game 5 with Wubs and Pugsy. Although they are a difficult team, that game 5 is a little bit too close to comfort. And then, just like I said earlier, losing that 1-3 to Luna and Snowy. And they are one game away from being dropped from this tournament. Fakey and Balloon Boy, on the other hand, have had a pretty similar run. We got some 2-0s, we got some 3-0s, but they got sent down a lower bracket actually a bit earlier by Dawg and Cutie. So they stumbled a little bit earlier, and they're just looking to keep the momentum rolling. Meanwhile, Anime and Pierre, they're kind of new to the lower bracket, and they're looking to just get right back up there. They're looking like, I don't belong here. This was a misunderstanding. I should not be in lower bracket. I'm just gonna make my way back up, and I'm gonna get myself out of here. This should not have happened.
Yeah, now we're gonna go into the game 4. There are no swaps from anyone at the moment. Fakey and Balloon Boy, they have the advantage here. We're gonna go to APOC here for game number 4. Balloon Boy and Fakey, they've done really, really well. You know, especially through that loser side of the bracket, taking out MegD and Raydish, and now they are one game away from knocking out Anime Fan and Pierre and putting themselves into the top 4, and that's a huge start as Pierre, within 15 seconds, is already put onto his second stock, and now Fakey trying to get an early gimp out on the side on Anime Fan. He does make his way back to stage. They're really going after Pierre right now.
Really enough, Pierre isn't even the one most damage. It's actually hard to say if they're focusing any one in particular and that they're just trying to maximize their damage output. Pierre in a very good spot to get a fairly early stock on Fakey, making Red Team's path just a little bit more difficult. Balloon Boy is starting to run out of options, but is able to respond with a GC. I'm pretty sure that's the down signature, but Pierre giving us a bit of deja vu, trying to remove Balloon Boy's stock off to the side with whatever sort of dare and Sair he can, but Balloon Boy able to make his way back. A recovery, still not going to send Balloon Boy, and Fakey also starting to pick up some slack from behind, trying to get the stock off of Pierre, sending Pierre down to last stock. Just a little over a minute in, would kind of be insane, and it's real. There it is.
Yeah, and now Pierre, it's, you know, barely a minute in, and he's already on his last stock. Balloon Boy and Fakey, they decide to, you know, just keep pressuring Pierre at the moment. Anime Fan is not looking in the greatest of spots right now. Balloon Boy, you know, he's been doing really well in this set and in this game in particular. Pierre getting a GC sighting onto Fakey, and now they have a chance against Balloon Boy. They try and go for the ground pound, but Anime Fan is going to end up falling to his death because of that Balloon Boy side air, just sending him straight down. And now Anime and Pierre, they have to work their way back around. If they get KO'd here, that is the tournament for them. And they really, really have to work their way around. Oh, they just missed the stomp side air. You can't be missing those in such dire straits. Anime does make it back. Fakey.
No, the recovery.
Oh my god. Oh no. Pierre's gone.
Wait, no, the clash.
And so is Anime. But that's going to be the game. That's going to be the set. Anime Fan and Pierre are knocked out of the tournament. And Balloon Boy and Fakey are into the top 4.
Balloon Boy and Fakey are so good off stage. We saw this with MegD and Raydish, and we are seeing it yet again with Anime and Pierre. Do not try them when their feet leave the ground. That is when they are most potent. That was just an astonishing display of not only off-stage gameplay, but also just team play in general. That was impressive.
Really good all around, and that was a really good game for Java and Blazy. We are going to get into the top 4 in just a moment. We are going to, you know, just hop onto a short break. It is going to be Luna and Snowy up against Dawg and Cutie, and then it's going to be Fakey and Balloon Boy up against Java and Blazy. And the teammates are colliding into each other. Java is going to go against Fakey.
Yeah.
It'll be a good match, that one especially. But it will be that winners final first. But before we do that, we're going to go to a short break. My name's Jerry, and this is Graffiti alongside me. And we shall see you very soon.
Remember, y'all never give up hope. There's always, don't say it until it's over, We saw some pretty crazy comebacks. The semester is over for a lot of us, if not almost over, so hope you're all able to get some good sleep. Don't go to sleep just yet, because like I said, we'll be back soon, and don't gamble. Thank you so much for joining this ride with us. Jerry, if there's anything else that you want to say? I know that you already kind of said a lot, and I kind of just tacked on the end of it, but like...
No, you're all good. We will be seeing you all very soon.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm MegD More 2000. Today, I'm gonna be casting top 4 with my good friend there, Hackle. And Hackle, how you feeling right there, my man?
Absolutely fantastic. It is good to be back after the amazing start we had to this tourney, and there were some amazing matches just there in the lower side of top 8. And now coming up, we have some incredible action. Top 4 teams left competing for the top spots left in the tourney. And the first match of which is going to be Luna and Snowy versus Dawg and Cutie.
Yeah, for sure. And these players have been going crazy throughout the entirety of this night here. And even if we go over to the head-to-head here, if we're looking between both the teams of Luna and Snowy and Dawg and Cutie, let's go ahead and swap over here real quick. You can really see they all have a lot of experience when it comes down to tournament placements, whether it be in officials, whether it be in Moose Wars, whatever it may be. And we've seen these players just go absolutely nuts. And realistically, Luna and Snowy have been almost the tournament champions of Moose Wars for the past year on and off, and just have been going crazy with a variety of different placements. And whether it be ones for Luna or twos for both these players, just getting these placements, showing what they're made of. But now we're starting to see teams like Dawg and Cutie come up there, Hackle, and really show what they're made of, and are starting to get some higher placements now.
Yeah, Dawg and Cutie have been sort of vying for those top spots in both community tournaments and majors for a very long period of time, and I know Cutie especially is really hungry for that gold medal placement. As you can see there, he's claimed his fair share of top 8 placements. He's claimed a silver and some bronzes. He's getting himself up into those top placements in majors, but just can't quite clinch out those victories, and that is the grind these players are on. In contrast, again, they're against the #1 team in NA right now in 2v2s, most people would agree, I think, and one of the top 2v2 teams in the world. So they have a mountain to climb going into this, and for sure they are the underdogs. But we've seen them face this team before, and they really run them through the ringer sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And when it comes down to these players, man, I mean, we've seen Luna and Snowy throw around Dawg and Cutie. We've also seen Dawg and Cutie beat Luna and Snowy in one of our other recent Moose Wars events for one of our monthlies there, and just go absolutely crazy. So it's really going to depend on how things kind of change out. I mean, Cutie and Dawg are preparing for Dallas. They're trying to make sure they're as well prepared as possible to go into this event and really show what they're made of. And I don't know, I mean, seeing Cutie and Dawg really grow as a team, they've really started growing through Moose Wars when we started seeing them place higher in communities. That started replacing more so the scores and placements that they were getting in officials as they were practicing. And now we have Dawg and Cutie up on Moose Wars, now in the winners final of this tournament, and ready to go and ready to show what they're made of.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really excited to see how this match plays out. I'm excited to see whether Luna is going to lead in with the Thatch that we saw earlier on today, because it's definitely a very interesting pick in twos. Because, I mean, you have two really solid weapons and some very solid extinguishers, but the stats are just a little bit lopsided for the game mode. And we saw there were moments where Luna was struggling a little bit with the lower defense of Thatch and sort of getting knocked out very early on. In comparison to his teammate, Snowy, who is consistently playing that Onyx, rocking that 8 defense, there have been a lot of lopsided moments where Luna and Snowy are really struggling to keep Luna alive long enough to really make use of the momentum they can build. We did see Luna then swap to Cross later on when they were struggling a little bit in some of the matches, so I'm just curious to see if Luna's going to be going into this on the more versatile character, the one that's been a bit more up and down, or sticking with what he knows.
Yeah, and one thing we do have to bring up as well there, Hackle, is the path that these players have been taking. I mean, if you look at Luna, they went into the top 8 winner side. They went against Tiffany and Hideaway, who first off got their first top 8 placement, so congratulations to them as a team. And also took Luna and Snowy to game 5. So when you have that game 5 situation from Luna and Snowy already in winners top 8, you really have to consider how it's going to really go forward. They started doing better. They 3-1 Anime and Pierre, but then they're now here, and Dawg and Cutie are here, right? But I really can't say it was as easy as it was for Luna and Snowy to get through here, right? Because they did lose a game in their winners semifinals matchups. They did lose a game to Fakey and Balloon Boy, but with how those teams have been going, they've been going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very like up and down day for sure. There have been a lot of scorelines that really surprised me. I mean, especially that match between Luna and Snowy and Tiffany and Hideaway that went all the way to game 5, and it was down to a 2v1 situation where Tiffany was so close to edging up that victory. If Tiffany and Hideaway had taken the set over Luna and Snowy, this tournament would have been completely different, because you'd have a Luna Snowy losers bracket run, which is already very unheard of, but that's terrifying. If you've been knocked into losers bracket and you know you have to go up against Luna and Snowy,
yeah,
that is, it probably couldn't be worse in terms of like your prospects in a lower bracket run. So there have been some really interesting outcomes. I mean, we've seen teams like Fakey and Balloon Boy taking over 3-2, and MegD and Raydish. MegD and Raydish coming third at the most recent DreamHack. And so there's some teams that are really well established losing out or coming very close with these newer formed teams that are a bit less well known.
Well, that's the nature of tournaments, right? When you go into tournament matches, just like we're about to go into our first set between these players, you really have to consider, I mean, a lot of players are going to be some upsets. No matter where you go into this, no matter what way you think about it, there will be 100% upsets going forward. And if you're going to be Cutie and Dawg, you're going to want to be one of those upsets going forward.
For certain. And yeah, going straight into this first game, we have Snowy. I'm taking a little bit more damage than anyone else on the field right now, and yeah, we do see Luna locking in this thatch to begin with. I guess that's sort of how he starts feeling it out, but the D-Light into the side tick is going to rack up a lot of damage onto both red team members, and QT could be in trouble. Dawg is there for the save. Luna almost actually following up on the recovery of his own to finish off that stock. Luna actually the least damaged player on the board right now. All players racking up that damage to begin with.
Yeah, for sure. And things are getting relatively going back and forth between the players. No one's really having a lead, which is rather unusual for the beginning of the games. Like, usually you have a little bit of a lead one way or the other. But now we're starting to see that coming from the blue team. But then as I say that, Cutie comes with a knockout there onto Snowy, and he gets a silent recovery there on the Luna.
Yeah, QT, I was saying this before, that Dawg and QT are so good at that cleanup. The moment they have a situation where they can take out your stock, you give them a chance and they will find it. And we see the exact same thing from Luna right there. Finds that end stick and completely closes up the stock counts right here. Dawg, the most damaged player, now entering the orange here as QT still completely fresh on this second stock on the blue team. Definitely swapping up these targets quite frequently. Now that QT's left alone, they're going to rack up a lot of damage onto him, and that is one of the strengths of this team, is knowing when to swap targets and when to pick which player to just absolutely go in on. Speaking of going in, Luna trying to go in on Dawg, but QT's there for the trade.
Yeah, and one thing that I've seen in other tournaments coming in from Cutie and Dawg as a team is you'll sometimes see Dawg kind of get a little bit lower on their stock, and then you'll see like teams like Snowy and Luna really maximize on that, like they just did. However, Cutie's now starting to say, you know what, I'm going to rebuttal against that. I'm going to make things even, coming with a spear dare on the Luna's second stock. So, I mean, we'll kind of see what happens. Right now, we're seeing Luna and Snowy trying to keep, looks like the red team a little bit more to the ledge, while the blue team can get more platform control overall. But right now, Luna coming in, knocking out Cutie, and then knocking out Dawg on his final stock, and now Cutie has to deal with a 2v1.
Yeah, really quick to just take Dawg out of the picture right there. Slowly going down for the ground pound, and Luna was just ready to cover that option with the D-Sig. And Luna, I think, messing up the X pivot there right there and just end-lighting the wrong way. But still, this is a very dangerous situation for QT to be in, because so many setup moves can just lead to the end of this stop. Sorry, missing 2 follow-ups on a row there, but regardless, the damage is still building. QT into the red now, and Snowy and Luna both still relatively healthy.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you're going to be Cutie, you got to really maximize on trying to knock out Luna if you possibly can. But we're seeing Snowy come in here with these gauntlets, trying to do something with Luna in these team combos. However, right now, Snowy with that weapon throw, Cutie trying to get some trying to readjust themselves a little bit to be able to attack, but they're like, nope, see you later. Luna comes in, gets that final stock and knockout there on the Cutie, and Luna and Snowy take game number 1 in this winner's final here. And if you're Dawg and Cutie, you got to really consider, okay, keeping your stocks longer, and also Dawg keeping his stock especially longer, just because of how that game went last time. And I mean, even if we look at the stats here, I don't know if I can go here fast enough. We'll have to see. Here we go. And I mean, you're seeing Dawg do 291 and Cutie do 503. regarding damage.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think Dawg really has to, I mean, realistically, Dawg kept getting fucking attacked so much left and right. I don't blame him, right? So we'll have to see what happens. We're going into game number 2. And with that being said, things are in the favor of Luna and Snowy. But if I know Dawg and Cutie, they are the teams that have made the upset. So we'll see what happens going into this game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a case of Cutie kind of being forced to play Guardian Angel for Dawg quite a lot. We see Luna and Snowy pick a target and really focus them down until they get to a situation where, okay, let's swap. Their teammates now are out in the open. Let's capitalize on that. And Cutie is trying his best to be there for Dawg, and as a result, isn't finding as much value off the explosive playstyle that we know him for. But speaking of explosive playstyle, Luna just decimated by Dawg off the stage there, and that is a huge early lead for the red team as Luna loses an entire stock 30 seconds into this game. However, can the red team hold that lead? They can, and they will take Snowy down. And now Dawg, I think Dawg heard you. I don't think he's too pleased with what you said about his damage number, because he's really trying to rack it up this game with these gauntlets. So much damage been put out so quickly, but Luna will be able to stop the bleeding for the time being, will be able to find at least one knockout, but the damage has been dealt to the blue team. Snowy and Luna both in the orange range of health already.
Yeah, for sure. And we're kind of seeing the blue team really focusing on Cutie a little bit too. We're not seeing them really focus on Dawg, I think, just because of how that last game went. However, I will say this, that is allowing for the red team to go ahead and win this game right now. They're so focused on knocking Cutie out early, they're not really focused on doing more team combos than anything. And now the red team is just maximizing on it left and right. Snowy and Luna going down to those final stocks, a minute 30 in to this game. And if you're the red team, you're feeling comfortable. If I'm Dawg, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable, but not after getting knocked out there. But hey, I mean, still way better compared to the last game. And you kind of see Dawg and Cutie really maximizing on these 2v1 situations, but they do have a little bit of a trouble countering the 2v2 combos of Snowy and Luna.
Yeah, I said Cutie and Dawg have a very explosive playstyle, and we've seen that in full force this game so far. The speed at which they just took apart Luna and Snowy and brought them down to their final stocks came at such an unprecedented rate, and even though Snowy has just found that end sig onto Cutie, Dawg will find a knockout onto Luna and goes for the star points there with the pick downlight into weapon to pick up recovery.
Yeah, for sure.
It's starting to look a little bit doomed for Snowy. I mean, anything's possible, but the delay into the ground pound, I mean, will certainly secure it. And we're seeing a complete opposite in terms of damage that game. We see Dawg do 644 and Cutie putting out 380, which by no means is 380 a bad number to put out, right? Like, that's perfectly fine. But 644, that's a big number to be putting out in twos.
Yeah, let me pop up the stats here as well, just so chat can kind of see them there as well. I mean, we saw Luna and Snowy kind of stick around those 300 damage numbers, and Dawg just had the dog fucking come out of him, and he had 644 damage. And if we're going into this next game like we are right now, it's going to be very interesting to see how things kind of pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into this, what I'm hoping to see is for Dawg to hold that momentum, because he is very much a momentum-based player. We see some games where he's really struggling to get it going, and some games where the Dawg train don't stop. So it's kind of, the red team needs to tap into that momentum and hold that explosive playstyle. And so far, so good, as we have Snowy entering the red already in this game, but Dawg maybe soon to follow with that damage range. Cutie and Luna being the healthier players on both teams right now.
Yeah, and I think that also has been helping out the red team a lot as well. But as we say, that commentator's curse comes in, we see Cutie get knocked out of that first knock, and we see Dawg get a knockout there on the Snowy, and now things are fucking even. What just happened there, Hackle? And how can these teams really come back from it? I mean, now we're seeing blue team really trying to take advantage of their range, and it's starting to work out. We're seeing Dawg getting knocked out of that first stock, but man, what a weird exchange. Cutie coming in with the spear recovery as well. 2 stocks all, and originally when we said Cutie had the advantage, it went right out the fucking window in maybe 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's just absolutely blow for blow right now. One team finds an advantage, the other team shuts it down, and vice versa. And right now, Cutie is kind of the weaker link on the red team, being the most damaged player, the target for the blue team, if you will, and does get caught by that D-Light Stare. Looking for the edge guard, QT does manage to find a touch, but in the time that he was away from the stage, the blue team capitalized on Dawg being alone and built up that damage. But regardless of that, the blue team hasn't pulled that far away. The damage is not that far out of reach for the red team, and that doesn't even matter if they find an early ground pound to Luna. Now Snowy, let alone, finds a dash jump there. But Dawg will be able to make it back for the time being.
Yeah, for sure. But now, if we're looking at stocks, Luna is where Dawg was in game number 1. Luna is getting knocked out a little bit early. However, it's not by a whole lot. You know, you could see both of these players from any team outside of Luna get knocked out early, just like Cutie did, going down to that final stock. But relatively, it's still really even. Very nice job coming out of Snowy, knocking out Dawg of that second stock, and trying to keep the stock advantage that they have. But I see Spear, I see maybe gauntlets. There we go. I might see a knockout option as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a question of whether or not the red team opts to either prioritize getting Luna out or put Snowy in a 2v1 or try to, well, I guess Luna will do it for them. But regardless, Luna getting these sword dribbles and getting a lot of damage for it. If the red team can't get Luna out of here in time, and Snowy's going to do a good job to try to avoid that, then it's possible that it may run away from the red team right here. Dawg really hounding for it, no pun intended, on Luna right here. Luna will stay alive.
Yeah, he's
the wall snip comes in.
He's gone. He mind dipped himself a little bit. Dawg took advantage of it as much as he possibly could. Now with Cutie and Dawg being able to do a 2v1 against Snowy, this might be their game number 2 to their name.
Yeah, it's definitely a doable 2v1 for Snowy, but against a team like QT and Dawg, who we know have such good synergy, and they ability to pick up such good team combos on the fly just like that. We see it come out in full force, and QT and Dawg are going to put themselves up 2-1 over Luna and Snowy.
Yeah, if you're Luna and Snowy right now, you really gotta be considering what do we do in these type of situations. What has worked in the past, what, maybe 5 sets that they've had on stream? Or 5 sets, a couple sets they've had on stream, and it does look like we're still seeing Luna on that thatch, we're seeing Snowy on that Onyx, but Luna also has a variety of different weapons that they can, or variety of different ledges that they could pick, but they decided to stick with that thatch, and maybe they're just trying to see how it goes going forward. But that down signature has hit Dawg quite a lot going in previous games though.
Yeah, certainly, and I don't think thatch is being an issue for Luna right now. Luna isn't really having issues with being knocked out too early. In the situation last game where he lost his last stock, that was simply just due to outplay on the edge. Yeah. Nothing to do with the defense of the legend. And speaking of outplay on the edge, we're seeing some serious outplay coming out of QT as both red team members try to find a gimp off the side here. Dawg finds the NSIG, not quite going to be enough, but keeps it going. The ground pound. And Luna caught by the weapon throw as well!
Look at that, man!
That was like a 30-second edge guard.
And out of Cutie. Dawg went crazy off the ledge. Cutie came in with the follow-up. And that's how that team really works out in a 2v2 situation. And I think now we're seeing Dawg go down to that second stock, and Cutie's got to be careful now. Just try to keep that stock as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, it's really blow for blow. Regardless of how incredible that first early lead the red team took, the blue team has already equalized it up, and they're securing a possibility to take even a lead in the situation to get every good on Dawg. But QT and Dawg there looking for the edge onto Luna. Luna needs to be careful around them on the edge. We saw what they can do off this edge in that first stop. All of a sudden, damage up onto Snowy out of nowhere. Dawg and QT target swapping very consistently. Snowy looking for these openings. Luna finds a follow-up. The NC catches both red team members, and all of a sudden, QT, despite having survived the longest on his first stock, is already down to his last.
I ain't gonna lie, the Dawg's kind of a step ahead in different things, and as I say that, he does get knocked out, but when he was dealing with that 2v1 situation against Luna and Snowy, he was getting these silent recoveries, silents, that were just a step ahead of them, and now we're seeing a down signature come in. We're seeing Luna going down to the final stock, and so does Snowy do the Dawg's hand. He's such a powerhouse when it comes into it, and it always comes down to certain points within the tournament with Dawg where he just, something just switches and he just goes off, and we're seeing that right now when he's going against Luna and Snowy. He does not want to go down to the loser's final at all.
Yeah, he absolutely has just turned up the heat in this set, but maybe the heat is already high for Luna. Snowy is just going side to side with those side airs, and Dawg will fall to the NSIG. The NSIG has so much force on Thatch and QT. Finds the Pogo to get back to the stage. Very well placed there, but This is a tall order for Snowy to make with Spear, especially in the side air will secure it. I'm just stunned that the blue team managed to take that game after what an atrocious first stock they had.
Well, I think as time goes on, I mean, you build more and more and more of a advantage to yourself, right? If you keep on chipping away at those stocks here and there, it will go ahead and prevail. And that's what we just saw, right? But also, I think as soon as I saw, especially during that final stock, when I saw Snowy hit Luna, you could tell Snowy was just so comfortable. He was just willing to his teammate. And it looked like it was on purpose, but he felt comfortable with it based off his movement right afterwards. So we'll see what happens. Dawg's really popping up, but now we're kind of seeing Cutie not really doing a whole lot. They did 317 damage last game, while Dawg did 491.
Yeah, it's definitely a case of one player in red team feeding off the other, and if one player is really getting it started, the other needs to be able to reciprocate, otherwise they're going to start having issues. And so far, I mean, they're not having an issue with Luna, but that being said, Cutie's in trouble here! Oh, Dawg there to get the chase dodge! What is happening on the side of the stage here?
Exchanges is happening. Exchanges of different varieties and shapes and sizes. Because, I mean, now we see Luna Snowy going into red when originally they had to lead off the ledge against Cutie maybe like 10 seconds ago.
They're speaking a language that none of us can really speak when they go off stage. The rate at which they find these exchanges is just too fast. That's one I can understand, though. That NSYNC handoff.
Nice.
You know.
What language would Brawlhalla be, though, if it was its own language? Like, what would
Latin.
be close to? I don't know. Like,
Latin, absolutely Latin, because no one speaks it.
Pig Latin? I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to see. But right now, I mean, they're definitely using some type of language, whether it be in voice call to really communicate what they're doing. Because now Luna's going down to that second stock. Dawg is going down to that second stock, and things are even going into this game 5.
Yeah, and I think a game 5 is, I would not expect any less from this kind of matchup. QC trying to do the most right now with these gauntlets, but oh, Luna actually messing up the team combo, hitting his own teammate. That's really good for the red team, because there was a situation there where QT was very damaged and may not have been able to comfortably interrupt that team combo to save his teammate. So that is really that dichotomy of, do I let them get damage on my teammate, or do I risk losing this entire stock for the sake of protecting my teammate? And right now, the red team has done a really good job of equalizing things up. QT, good understanding of when he was going to get punished, but regardless, can't avoid every single KO move in the book when it's coming from Luna and Snowy. But he has some of his own with the recovery, and now it's completely blow for blow, super even in this game 5. Could go any way here.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're seeing it come down to Dawg coming with these gauntlet jump side airs, knocking out Luna. Now we're seeing Snowy deal with this 2v1. We're seeing the blue team also trying to land some unarmed gauntlet combos, and that's another thing as well that the blue team learned, especially fairly recently, is they know a lot more unarmed, like, one weapon combos than most players do, and we're seeing them kind of really be shown. It's allowed for Snowy and Luna to really stay where they're at, but I mean, currently Dawg's still alive. If you're blue team, you're focusing on Cutie as much as you possibly can. They do knock out Dawg. Cutie's now in a 2v1 situation until Dawg comes back, but Cutie held that very, very well.
Yeah, Luna is in trouble here. QC tries to go for the D-line into the recovery, doesn't manage to find it. Dawg just looking for any option to get Luna out of here, because if they can get the 2v1 with Snowy, it's going to be very comfortable for them, but Snowy isn't letting that happen easily.
Is not.
The red team can't afford to get too comfortable here, but the recovery comes out onto Luna. Now Dawg and QT had the 2v1 against Snowy, who's left alone, disarmed. Weapons in the hands of the red team. Side air comes through.
For sure.
The second side air will secure it. The Reds team, Dawg and QT taking it in a game 5 over Luna and Snowy.
Yeah, that's huge for Dawg and Cutie, right? They don't want to be back in the situations of going into losers finals and having to go back into grands. Snowy and Luna definitely can. We've seen it happen in the past in previous Moose Wars events. They definitely have the opportunity of still winning this event, but it's going to really come down to how they do in losers finals against their opponents, and if they win, how they do against Dawg and Cutie going into grands. But overall, let's look at the stats here. I mean, that final game, it was so down to the wire. We saw what? I mean, look at, all right, This is a coincidence. I don't know. 666
A
damage
demonic
from
amount
Dawg.
of damage
The
coming
demon
out of Dawg that
came
game.
out of him there, Hackle.
Absolutely. I mean, 1.1 thousand total damage coming out of the red team. And regardless of that damage disparity, 300 damage more by the red team, it was still close, which I think speaks to the efficiency of Luna and Zoe. Regardless of the fact that they lost out on that set, they're really, really efficient with finding knockouts the moment they're available. Even if you think it's not possible, Luna will find some crazy like sword end sig on Thatch that will just take you out in orange. It's absolutely absurd, and that is that efficiency that we know them for. Regardless, Dawg and QT did manage to take it with a decent amount of convincing force in that final game. That last game did come down to those last stocks, but it was, it was in the favor of Dawg and QT for the majority of that match.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, when it comes down to things overall, that was awesome gameplay from both teams. That could have gone any person's way overall there. It just came down to his final stocks, and Dawg had that extra stock this time. He really learned from that first game. He knew what he had to improve on and really showed it. But with that being said, Hackle, our next matchup on stream, and I'm so happy both of these teams are doing so well in this event. I love seeing it. We got Java and Blazy, a fairly new team together, going against Fakey and Balloon Boy. And one thing as well, Java and Fakey were a team before
Pretty
Dallas,
recently.
before going to Dallas, because I think Fakey's unable to go to Dallas, so Java had to find a new teammate. So Java chose Blazy, and they are already in the top 4 of this event. On top of that, Fakey and Balloon Boy, who are also just powerhouses within themselves now, are coming together, and now they're a team, and now they're going against their old teammates, right? To a degree. So I don't know. I'm very happy to see these players here. It's very rare that we've seen these players, or some of these players, come up in the top 4, especially in 2s. So I love seeing it, absolutely. And with that being said, let's go and get our next matchup ready. And how do you feel about the matchup there, Hackle?
I am very, very excited. A number of very, very talented players in this match. It's a very interesting picks as well. I mean, we love to see Java on the board bar. Blazy's been making the Hattori work incredibly well. Balloon Boy on the Zariel has been making it work very, very well to a degree that is honestly unprecedented, because Balloon Boy, we've been saying it all day, is much more of a 1v1s player, and Balloon Boy recently has been making a lot of strides just in general in Brawlhalla. To see him here alongside Fakey, 2 players that have made their names primarily in 1v1s, pushing all their way up to the top 4 in loose wars, is really, really impressive. And I couldn't tell you who I think will win this set.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. That was fun. I'm looking in the Brawlhalla chat. I told them what, within like to go and start within 30 seconds, and then they're like, I see Fakey in the chat, in the Brawlhalla chat. He's like, we got the wrong teams going. Why is it the thing? Usually it's Fakey and Java teaming, right? And then all that. But with that being said, good luck to the players. I'm not gonna hold them back any longer. And I'm glad to see these players here, and I've talked to a lot of them, and really they've really worked hard to get here, so I'm extremely happy to see them here. So they're doing map bans right now. Swap over to that real quick, see what's going on over there.
I'm expecting an apocalypse. I mean, anything else would be kind of like odd for these teams. You've seen both teams favor apocalypse all day, and yet there it is, the apocalypse going in for game 1. We're seeing Fakey locked in the Kaya, Balloon Boy on the Zariel, Blazy on the Tori, and Jabba on Bobar, of course. Going into this, it's definitely a battle of more orthodox and more unorthodox team comps. Because I said it before, Bobar and Hattori, it's not imaginative, it's nothing new, it's nothing special, but this team comp has been in 2v2s since 2v2s was a thing. It is the bread and butter team comp that has been seen in every region, in majors and community tournaments, for good reason, because these 2 characters are just incredibly solid. And so we've come to expect that from this team comp, that they just have very, very strong fundamentals. And we've seen that today. And right now, Java trying to get some chefery going with this hammer onto Balloon Boy, but does get caught by the ground pound. Java in a bit of danger here as the blue team forcing both red team members off the side of the stage, and Blazy will actually fall. Doesn't manage to find the touch. Java could be soon to follow. Doesn't manage to find the dodge onto the wall, and the blue team taking an unprecedentedly early lead in this match.
Yeah, and that's huge for the blue team. It's definitely something that they want. But if you're Java and Blazy, man, it came down to really using your jumps off the ledge properly. Java got knocked out by himself, right? So they made themselves have that disadvantage. But now we're seeing Java and Blazy knock out Fakey. But now Balloon Boy is dealing with a 2v1, and he's doing semi-decent right now as Fakey comes back. But overall, though, blue team still has a lead. But you're seeing the red team slowly chip away at that lead that the blue team has right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fakey already down and like keeping pace in terms of taking damage with both red team members. The only player really ahead of that is Balloon Boy, as the red team really struggling to find the knockout. And the down air will actually clash out Java's recovery and knock out his stock early once again. Another clash! What is this, AJ?
Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. We're just seeing them go fucking crazy off the ledge, even if it's unintentional for the clashes. Look at that! What's going on? Java is knocking off ceilings. We're seeing clashes off the side of the map. This is just a weird overall fest of a variety of different weapon combos and clashes. It's mind-boggling. We're 2 minutes in. We already have Fakey, Java, and Blazy down to their final stocks, and Balloon Boy still on 3 stocks? What's going on, Aggle?
Somehow, yeah, the tanking comes through, and he might actually stay on 3 stocks for the entirety of the match. At this rate, it's Fakey takes out Blazy with the N-Sig, and Balloon Boy spends the entire game on his first stock.
Good
That was
Lord.
just pure chaos. That felt like I was watching the highest level of Friendly 2's gameplay, if I'm honest. Like, that was just constant chaos. Players using their stocks to the most absurd ways. And, I mean, winning a game on doing under 800 damage in 2v2s is crazy, right? Like, that's absurd.
Yeah.
Because you've got to consider the fact that you're taking 6 stocks. And, and the average amount of damage in 1v1s to take out a stock is between 150 and 200. So you'd expect like around 1,000 damage to take out 6 stocks. That less than 800 for 6 stocks is nuts, to put it bluntly.
Well, for sure. It came down to these clashes, right? I mean, when you don't have any more jobs, you can't do anything against it. So we'll see what happens going forward. But we're going into game number 2. We're seeing a lot of movement, a lot of momentum going in between these players. You're starting to see Blazy and Java kind of stick together. But look at Blazy just go. I mean, Blazy just went crazy on Balloon Boy.
Yeah, the triple was that was the triple, right? That wasn't a quadra. I'm not losing my mind, right?
That was a triple or quadra. I saw that. Oh, but look at that. Balloon Boy's now down to that second stock.
Oh,
that was a good.
Java is taking some major risks off the side here. And usually I'd have faith in Java. He sort of lives off stage, but in this matchup so far,
yeah, he's still alive.
I'm not. Yeah, he's still alive, but every time he goes off stage, my heart skips a beat a little bit because I could just hear the clash sound effect coming.
Well, apparently the blue team felt that as well, and they're staying on platform, knocking out Java that first stock, and also knocking Blazy down to that second stock as well. And overall, though, it comes down to synergy with your teammate, right? I mean, you can't really go into 2v2s, especially at this high of a level, and say, hey, I'm going to 1v1 everyone. That's just what's going to happen. Like, no, you're going to have to do these team combos. We're seeing a lot coming out of
Fakey!
What was that? Balloon Boy and Fakey knocking Blazy down to the
He's doing it again!
Fakey again on the Java.
Okay, get him. Get chillax. This is. Are we watching Moose Wars or are we watching 2v2 Clip Contest 3? Like, what?
Are we watching BCX? Are we watching that type of gameplay?
Yeah, this is BCX Grand at this point. Like, what on earth is going on? Blazy now the only player down onto his final stock. Less than 2 minutes into this game, and Java is really going to be forced to try and make up that deficit. He does find the side sig, but Fakey barely damaged on this second stock in comparison to Java, who almost got knocked out by that recovery right there. The blue team, while the stocks may be even, the damage really isn't, and that's really showing right here as Fakey gets dribbled around the side of the stage. What can the red team do to sort of bring this back in their favor? Not much, I guess.
Oh my gosh! I mean, what? He went so far in for that neutral signature. Then we see Blazy getting knocked out on the side of that map. And then we're seeing the blue team saving Java just for them to go in and knock him out here in about 5 or 10 seconds. And it mind boggles me what's happening. And Fakey is just destroying Java off the ledge.
I mean, Java is going all the way under the. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, there's some serious balls being present every time someone. Oh, Java. You gotta cool it off, man. Like, I know you want the clip.
Yeah.
I know you want the clip, but the game is done 2-0 in favor of Fakey and Balloon Boy.
Dude, and here's the thing as well. I think Fakey has 100% an advantage over Java just based off of what we're seeing. I think Fakey knows what Java misses on from him being his 2's teammate, and he's just punishing him left, right, and center, while Balloon Boy is just throwing around Blazy on the side of the map. It's like, hi there, see you later. But it's funny to me because we see the blue team really show their team synergy on platform, but it doesn't matter if they're on platform or off the ledge. The red team just can't counter a lot of the stuff that they're throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, with a team comp like Java and Blazy, you'd expect this to be the team that's going absolutely crazy offstage. And I mean, earlier on in the day, we did see that. A lot of offstage interactions, especially with Blazy's Spear, were just absolute deletions of stocks. But it feels like they've met their match with Fakey and Balloon Boy, especially Fakey, who just seems to know everything that Java's going to go for offstage. Team combo does come in, but Java doesn't find the side sig. And Balloon Boy is completely untouched on this stock until just now. Meanwhile, Fakey at risk of losing his first stock already.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Fakey definitely has to be careful now, but the red team are doing the 2v1 situations against the blue team. Oh, and Balloon
What is happening?
by mistake trying to come back to the platform, and Java comes in to stop neutral air. But Balloon Boy's still alive. That Zariel was powerful from him so far. Uh-oh.
This is a nutter of a set so far. Java going for another dry ground pound. We've seen those from him all day. He really, I think Java really is holding a grudge against what Fakey can do to offstage, because every chance he gets, he is going off with that hammer and trying to find those gives. But blue team at a bit of a deficit right now. The red team holding a small lead here. D-Light set from Fakey isn't going to be enough to take out Java. The pogo onto Blazy won't be enough, as Java is there for the unarmed save, and then Blazy comes back to save Java as well. The synergy between these two players is really good, but the D-Sig will finally be enough to take out Blazy, and the D-Light into recovery will be enough for Java as well. The blue team equalizing up the stocks in number, but not quite in damage just yet.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, it's 2 stocks all. Blue team has a little bit of a disadvantage. And that came down to how Java was really approaching the 2v1 situations in the beginning. However, now we're seeing the red team have the advantage off the ledge, and Balloon Boy and Fakey lose their second stocks off the ledge before the 2-minute mark. And if you're Java and Blazy, you're definitely feeling a lot more comfortable. But as they say that, Fakey comes in with his spear. We see Balloon Boy with his gauntlets. Nice bait coming in for Balloon, being able to punish Java for it. Oh, that signature is hard to land apparently there with Zariel. But Fakey is throwing it Blazy off the ledge. Oh, but Balloon Boy knocks out Java. And Fakey knocks out Blazy. 1 stock all clean. Look at what just happened there, Hackle.
Yeah, keep in mind that Blazy and Java had, like, they were not that damaged on their second stocks when they took out both blue team members' second stocks. Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, it's an even game. All of what's happened throughout this match until this point just does not matter anymore, because it's now just down to these final stocks. And in this final stock, Fakey is really starting to cook with this bow, and Blazy struggling to contend with this spear a little bit.
Dude, that spear is just... I mean, Blazy's just really trying to... I think what Blazy's kind of doing right now is he is playing that Hattori where that's the character that also Fakey knows very well, because that was the character they used when he teamed with Java. So realistically, blue team has the full control here. But as I said, Balloon Boy gets knocked out. Fakey gets the signature knockout there on the Blazy. Java getting launched into the air by neutral air by Fakey. The no way! Just 2v1 Java and Blazy in 1. That's set 3-0. What? They had the advantage. What just happened?
Fakey made that 2v1 look like a piece of cake. Just a quick sprinkle some N-Sig here, just a quick sidelight into D-Sig here, and boom, you baked yourself a 2v1. Like, that was incredibly swift.
I have to give props to both teams, though. I mean, it was really good gameplay back and forth, but I think realistically, Fakey has learned a lot facing Java, and on top of that, with him playing Hattori in the past and going against Blazy, and how Java kind of does choose with that character, he had such a very big lead. But the fact remains as well, Balloon Boy popped off with those gauntlets as well and kept up with Fakey overall, and Fakey has 617 damage, Balloon Boy with 538. But overall, that was anyone's game at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the red team were holding a lead for the majority of the game until right at the end, where they even had a 2v1, and Fakey just made it look like light work. It was just get the 2v1. It's that simple. Get it done and bring home a 3-0 against one of the most formidable teams in the world, and that's just how Fakey does it, I guess.
And I do have to say this, I love both of these teams a lot. I respect them all. They all have gotten into top 4, beating some of the best players that Moose Wars has ever had, right? And now we're going into top 3, and no matter what happens, Java and Blazy, you guys were seed 6, you guys got 4th. So you beat your seed by a little bit. So props to you guys on that. Now I might have to reseed you guys for the future, but right now we're going into the losers final hackle, and we're going to be having Luna and Snowy versus Fakey and Balloon Boy. And that's seed 1 versus seed 10. If this happens the way that it could possibly happen, we're gonna have one of the biggest upsets of Moose Wars. Let's go fade this over. Luna and Snowy versus Fakey and Balloon. Luna and Snowy are the champions, probably the champions of Moose Wars. They've won the most Moose Wars events out of all the players, not Sandstorm and Boomy. Luna and Snowy. So
it's just so jarring to hear the words Luna and Snowy in losers finals. Like, that's such a rare occurrence when you're playing in North America. Like, it's not that they have like a perfect winning streak. They've lost tournaments, but it's almost always a situation where they get reset in grand finals. It's very rare for them to ever enter losers bracket outside of grand finals. And so seeing them here, they've got to be shaken up a little bit. I mean, they have to be just a little bit shaken up, because they lost out to Dawg and QT, who have been really on the carp, and QT and Dawg they were going blow for blow with Snowy and Luna. Like, it wasn't like a stomp by Snowy and Luna at any point. The games that Snowy and Luna won were close at best. I mean, and so going into this game, Balloon Boy and Fakey have that mental buffer of just taking that victory, pushing ourselves into top 3, guaranteed 3rd place. And Snowy and Luna have got to be thinking to themselves, we need to just get through this match to get back to grands. So they have that sort of, they have to push back, whereas Fakey and Balloon Boy are carrying over that momentum. And I think that is going to be really important going into the set, because it could determine how this plays out.
I'm just jarred, right? Like, my mind is just completely just blown to pieces right now, just based off of the fact that we have Luna and Snowy going against Fakey and Balloon Boy in the losers final of a Moose Wars. We never seen Balloon Boy up this high, and for Fakey to come in with a brand new teammate, come in and beat his own previous teammate to get here, that's jarring to me. It really, really is. And we're going into this set. It's gonna be dope. Let's see what happens. It's the elimination final of Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting into this, no surprise to find us on Fortress of Lions to get things started. The big surprise here is seeing Luna immediately locking in this cross. I didn't think that he was really having an issue with playing that he had earlier on. Yeah. But apparently, he seems to think so. And I mean, he knows better than I do. He knows better than anyone else, because, I mean, he's an incredibly talented player, and we see that firsthand as Fakey just gets deleted off the top of the stage. But Balloon Boy giving Luna the same treatment. Another ground pound, that will secure it.
Look at the control off that ledge. That's insane. Very nice job by both the blue team members making things even. But that was mind-boggling that quickly.
Absolutely, they made it look like just any day in Brawl, so just ground pound Luna like that twice and just take him out. And now blue team actually holding a small lead here, with Balloon Boy holding onto this first stock, and Balloon Boy needs to try and hold on to this if they want to hold on to this lead. But Luna could be in trouble here with the side sig, and Snowy isn't there to protect his teammate.
Dude, they are destroying right now at the ledge. Just keep at it. Keep going off the ledge. Make the red team go off the ledge. But also making sure not to get punished.
Just don't fight Fakie off stage. Don't fight Fakie off stage.
What are you doing? Why?
He falls for it, but it's still 4 stocks to 2, and Balloon Boy stock tanking. Never mind, but still a 4-stock lead in favor of the blue team. And I mean, the red team need to. I think the blue team are just sort of embracing the chaos. They're just playing this 2v2 in a way that looks almost messy, but it's organized chaos. They know what they're going for, and they're just taking apart the defenses of this red team. Fakie is very damaged here, but as long as Balloon Boy can be there to protect his teammate, this really is looking dangerous for Luna and Snowy.
Yeah, they're really sticking towards not strategy, but a mindset going into this matchup of how they realistically should be playing. And it's showing. However, Fakie, I really would have to urge to keep an eye on your stock. Do not get knocked out, because I do not know how Balloon Boy does in 2v1s, but we're going to find out here in a second. We're seeing Fakie out, Balloon Boy on his second stock still. What both red team members are in the red. He's got technically the advantage, but I don't know. We'll have to see with Luna knocking Balloon down to his final stock. Let's see.
I believe in Balloon Boy's supremacy. He can do this. This wouldn't be the first 2v1 that he's won today. Okay.
But it's team combos.
I may not believe in Balloon Boy's supremacy anymore. Never mind. Never mind.
They found a flaw. They found a flaw. Luna and Snowy went crazy. Well, if you're Balloon Boy, you gotta shake it off. You gotta make sure you're not on platform against those guys anymore. But Luna and Snowy found something against Fakie and Balloon. They knew if Balloon Boy's in these 2v1 situations, it's easier for them to knock them into team combos. And their team combos are fantastic. But on top of that, Fakie's also the main guy has come in right behind Balloon Boy to finish the job that Balloon Boy was originally doing. So going into this game number 2 on Fortress Alliance again, let's see what happens.
I mean, that was so close to being a Fakie Balloon Boy game, and they were in the lead for the entirety of that. It just came down to Fakie overextending off stage, losing that stock early, and then going down to a side state coming out of Luna. But this still can go in any direction, and we're seeing them really scrap it out right now. Balloon Boy not afraid to rip these ground pounds against Luna of all people off stage, and Fakie trying to battle out right here, but Balloon Boy just going in on Snowy!
He just wrecked his shit in! Oh my god! Alright, if you're blue team, Balloon Boy go against Snowy while Luna goes against Fakie. That's kind of how it has to be if they want to win that. Because look at that, man. That was mind-boggling to watch.
Balloon Boy is going to get knocked out by that side air, though. This could be dangerous for the blue team if Fakie falls again here, as Luna still very healthy. Well, not so much, but still quite healthy on this first stock in the grand scheme of things. Fakie looking for this early knockout on to Snowy. And it's odd that they're targeting the player with the higher defense here. But, I mean, maybe that's just how they're feeling this game out. I mean, so far, so good as Snowy. At risk of losing this stock once again. Fakie, ever present to protect his teammate right there. Goes for the side, doesn't manage to find it, but in the meantime, Luna...
Get the knockout! Oh, I'm getting too hype out after seeing these guys, man. We're seeing Luna get knocked out at first stock. We're seeing Snowy solo. We're seeing the Luna on the Fakie, and then Balloon Boy gets out. But
Luna was ready for it.
This did not come out. Uh-oh, Fakie.
No way!
Fakie, you knocked yourself out. It is, yeah.
What is this game? What is this game? It's so absurd. Like, the blue team have been taking so many leads and they've just been disappearing and then coming back and disappearing. My heart can't take it, man. If they take Luna out here, then it's an even game all of a sudden. But like, what happens?
I don't even think the other teams know what happened. They're just going with it. They're not going to really know what happened until after the game. Because right now, another thing is Fakie's having a rough time following up with Balloon Boy because the red team's separating them a little bit. Oh, and Balloon Boy can beat Snowy in a 1v1. Oh, but Luna knocks out Balloon Boy. Fakie's not going to deal with that 2v1. He can do it. It'd be very hard to, but he could do it. I
I'm just gonna stand there for a second.
You're just like, okay, let's breathe.
Yeah, the red mist of war definitely has descended for this game, and it's gonna lift as Luna finds a D-Light into the recovery and puts them up 2-0. But this doesn't feel like it's a 2-0 sweep for Luna and Snowy. This has been so back and forth, and Balloon Boy especially putting up so much work for the blue team in that second game.
Yeah, let's check out those stats then real quick. Let's go ahead and fade over to him. Overall, Luna's doing a lot of damage on that cross, and I think he realized how this team is going to be playing, and I think he's a lot more comfortable with that cross compared to that Thatch. I think that Thatch was more of a an option pick going forward. But right now, as we get into our next game here, if you're Fakey and Balloon Boy, it comes down to really using your team combo options more than anything.
AJ, do you see what I see?
I think chat's about to see what we see. We see Fakey
I see
on
Fakey
Mordex.
playing Mordex in 2v2. Oh no, dude, I was just gonna talk about how much. No way!
Oh my gosh. What just happened, Luna and Snowy? We were just chatting about Fakey being on Mordex, and you guys just like, hi, no, that's not a thing anymore. Goodbye. They just threw them in outer space and threw them back.
Man, I just wanted to talk about how Fakey made his big community tournament debut playing Mordex in 2v2 with Shadow Walk, and how they were like, oh, it's double sight in 2v2s, it's viable, look, we can do it. And then, I mean, Fakey has a crazy sight, and we're seeing that right now, but I mean, regardless of what happens here, they need to get Snowy out of here as soon as possible, because so much room has been created by that team combo taking out both blue team members within 10 seconds of a game starting.
Dude, Fakey should have not swapped off a spear. That was a thing that was, he was getting a lot of damage on.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Maybe I regret my words? Maybe? We'll have to see, but...
It's possible. It's still doable.
It is. It's like, oh, get him. Oh, watch out, Fakey. You're going to get run over by Snowy's gauntlets, but Snowy knocks out Balloon Boy instead. Fakey.
Oh, Fakey going for it. Fakey going for it.
Go for again.
Take him out!
Okay, he's still alive. We're seeing Luna still alive as well. But Fakey's also got those gauntlets. This is even. They made it even from a 2-stock disadvantage.
What?
Lead, Eckle.
I'm not jinxing now. I refuse to cast this curse in this situation. Anyone can win this game. It's fine.
Anyone can win.
It can go any way, Fakey. You can chillax. Zoe, you can chillax as well. Balloon Boy has a family.
I think
he's got bills to pay.
What happened earlier? Oh, hold up, Balloon Boy. You gotta make sure you don't get knocked out. Same thing with Snowy.
Yeah, Fakey is doing so much work, but Balloon Boy needs to try and just stay alive. Keep the pressure. Fakey's gonna fall. Balloon Boy may not be long for this world. The D-Light ground pound, and Fakey left in the 2v1. Finds the ground pound to Snowy. This is doable for him, though. This is doable for him.
They're gonna let him approach him.
Oh.
Now Fakey has a problem. He's got a 2v1 situation against both Snowy and Luna. This is a situation where if you're Fakey, you cannot be too aggressive because of the team combos that come out of the red team. You don't want to jump into a team combo option by the red team. You're seeing these weapon throws to try the red team trying to throw Fakey off guard. Look at this lead. What's going on from Luna and Snowy? What? They had such a big disadvantage too. Oh my gosh, but they were the ones able to follow through. I don't think realistically Fakey and Balloon Boy were really expecting it to go that crazy at all, and I don't blame them. I mean, if we look at the stats here as well, I mean, things were relatively more so in red team's favor because Balloon Boy was having to run away. He went down to the final stock so early, Hackle, to the point where realistically Balloon Boy had to walk around and Fakey had to come in, but Fakey got knocked out early on that second stock too, to the point where they had that 2v1 option. Balloon Boy had no options. He had no options on coming back to that platform, man.
I have no options for words to say about that set. I mean, that was absolutely insane. My only question now is how are QT and Dawg gonna like keep up with that level of hype, because that was, I mean, that was a 3-0, and yet I have never seen a 3-0 that was that close and that exciting to watch, right? I mean, That final game, Fakey put out as much damage as Luna in a game where both him and his teammate got taken out in 10 seconds in the start of the game, and he always managed to bring it back single-handedly with Scythe in 2v2s. Very well played to those two players. Going out in third place is certainly nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. I mean, incredible performance. I just wish we got to see more Fakey Mordex a whole day, man, because that was... The one game we got to see it was pristine.
It was good. I don't know if it was better than his Spear, though. I think his Spear, with how Fakey was playing, he was following up better with Balloon Boy. And I think he was able to land a lot more Spear-based combos that, and where Spear's at right now, it's a heck of a lot better than where Scythe is. Well, that might be objective, of course. I'm not a pro player. But overall, I mean, when it comes down to these teams, I mean, if we see more of Balloon Boy and Fakey going forward. So also another thing, I don't know, as far as I'm aware, Fakey's not going to Dallas. That makes no fucking sense.
You might have done a little silly with your microphone, AJ Moore 2000. I hate I hate to say it to you, but I don't know if your microphone is coming through on the live stream. I don't know if chat can hear me as well. If you can, I will let you all know that we do have our players QT, Dawg, Snowy, Luna, all in the lobby prepared for their... Players are going to be seeing two Lukes in this matchup, and Ang coming out of QT, and of calling into this game, waiting for the players to get to the map banning and get us going. AJ, are you still waiting on these players to get into their map banning? And oh, brother. Chat, you can't hear me, right? Like, you haven't been able to hear me this whole time. Oh, you hear me? Oh, you hear me. Fantastic. Okay, I thought I was muted as well. AJ's just gonna be a mime for this this set as we wait for the players to go ahead and get into it. He's gonna be giving us a sign language narration of the set as it goes on. Yeah, we will be waiting just to fix this quick audio issue, and then we will be getting into this set coming up. And I do have to ask that question again of whether or not QT and Dawg are going to be able to hold up to the hype of that previous set, because what an incredible set it was with those players. I mean, regardless, and still was incredibly exciting to see both teams really just absolutely duke it out. It's not. I have mentioned the legends we do have in here, and I'm liking seeing Luna on the Luke. I'm just trying to fill time here for them, guys. Like, there's nothing more I can do in this situation. He's just gotta fix his stuff. Yeah, we saw Luna on Thatch earlier in the day, and right now he is locking back in on that Luke, on that cross, which does fill me with confidence, because we saw what it could do in the set previous. It's always a bit odd to see him on Thatch. He has played Thatch previous whatsoever. I'm back. I didn't know I was gone, my friends. AJ, what did you do? What did you do to us? This is my stream? Yeah, no, it's me, Hacklemore 2000, owner of Loose Wars. And really happy to be presenting this stream. Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna be going to a break just so AJ can fix this audio. I shall be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple of minutes so AJ can figure out what the heck went wrong with the audio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Grand Finals. Chill out, grab some popcorn, and we'll see you in a minute.
With you guys, we are back ready to go for the Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble Grand Finals of this 2v2 event. I'm MegD 2000. I was here 3 minutes ago, and I'm casting with my good friend there, Hackle. And we have had so many amazing upset matchups going forward in this event. And now we are down to the final two, man. The final two players going forward. And realistically, we have Dawg and Cutie going against Luna Snowy. And Dawg and Cutie, the lower seed, are on the grand final side. So when we're looking at this now, I mean, let's look at the PR stats here real quick before we get into it. Let's go fade over. Bop. There we go. That's the stat scene. Haha. There we go. I messed up with you. We got it right here. That's still the stat scene. There we go. Fade in. There we go. So PR overall, we have Snowy PR1, we have Luna PR4, and we have Dawg PR7, and then Cutie PR6. Right? So overall, seed 1 and seed 2 of this event. These players have had a lot of experience. We said a lot during the winners finals, so I'm not going to say too much here. But overall, these players have been doing fantastic in this event, and now they're the final 2 teams to figure out who takes the first place prize in this event. And with that being said, Hackle, is there anything that's changed that you think that we should bring up before we go into our grand finals there?
Not massively. I mean, the question remains of like who is going to take this grand finals and how on earth are Luna and Snowy coming into this on the lower side. That is a really, really rare occurrence.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just excited to see how this plays out because their winners finals match, that was a game 5 set. That was incredibly close. And Dawg and Cutie managed to close that out. So all we're really waiting for is just to see how this pans out. We're going to get a grand finals reset. We're going to get a 3-0 sweep for Dawg and Cutie somehow. What are we going to have coming up? That is the big question. And are there going to be any more technical issues throughout the rest of the stream?
Nah, I think we're fine. I smashed my desk earlier when we were talking about the Fakey and Balloon Boy matchup. That might go XLR, just went out the window. But in regards to that, we do have something popping up on screen while the players are striking. There's a Moose Wars avatar. Let me know who gets in the Twitch chat. I'm going to close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who got it? Let me know. Let's go to game. We're going to game number 1 between these players here. It should be fantastic. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, who's joining the Moose Wars avatar gang? But going into this first game here on Fortress of Lions, we see the same legends that we have come to expect from these players so far, with Luna on this cross. Cutie diving in there with the spear, racking up the damage onto Luna. And speaking of Cutie, Cutie is practically untouched on this first stock going in, but Luna doesn't care about Cutie, wants to get everything onto Dawg, and the offstage shenanigans right now are going absolutely crazy as Dawg and Snowy both get damage racked up onto them. And speaking of damage, it's gone off Dawg as he gets sent flying off the right side of the stage. The blue team had an early deficit against Luna and Snowy at the beginning of this grand finals.
Yeah, and right now, man, I mean, if you're going to be the red team, you want to have these first games. You want to go for it with a 3-0. You want to go ahead and have that. So when you go into that second set that you have to do to knock the winning side down, you'll be good. But look at the red team already knocking Cutie down to that second stock. Same thing with Dawg. Luna's still on his first stock as we're a minute in, and it doesn't seem like it's going to change unless something happens in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, and Dawg has had this issue before where he really sort of struggles with tanking these stocks sometimes. Cutie tends to be the one who's a bit better at. I mean, we saw this before. Dawg, he's either on or he's off. He's either playing absolutely insane, he's the best player in the world, or he's struggling a little bit to hold on to these stocks and make as big of an impact as he can, and that we know he can. And I mean, we're seeing that right here as Dawg almost SDs, but his Guardian Angel Cutie is there to save him just for a moment. But the red team still holding onto the lead. Luna fresh on this second stock, while Dawg is fresh on his final.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, yeah, you brought up that point, but also the point that we brought up in the winners finals was that Dawg had to make sure that he kept his stocks alive as long as he possibly can. But now it may not be an issue of that. Maybe it's an issue of, hey, knock out Luna, then knock out Snowy type thing. I don't know. We'll have to kind of see, but right now we're seeing a lot of back and forth between both teams, a lot of exchanges that made things relatively even. We're now starting to see Snowy and Luna focus on knocking out Cutie. They go and do so.
In trouble.
Then we see Dawg getting knocked out there by Luna's there, and now Cutie has to deal with a 2v1 situation. Exactly what the red team needs if they want to go ahead and make this a reset.
Yeah, I mean, Cutie forced into this 2v1, and this is a really good start for the red team as they get the dribble 2v1 combo off the stage. D-Line to ground pound into unarmed D-Sig, and they're just freestyling this onto Cutie. The D-Sig won't connect. Cutie finds the recovery, not going to be enough, and the red team just looking for anything. D-Line into Nair Snowy looking for any unarmed option. QT, it's really starting to look a little bit dire here. The unarmed recovery will take out Luna. If QT can get rid of Snowy, then maybe if he plays a perfect stock against Luna, it's possible, but manages to narrowly avoid the D-Sig. The Endlight isn't quite enough. QT gets caught by the unarmed neutral heavy and gets sent flying off the top. And Luna and Snowy making a statement with their first game in this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you guys that do not know, Luna and Snowy, since they're on the loser side of the bracket, they have to win 2 sets against Dawg and QT. Dawg and QT are on the winner side. This is double elimination. So if Luna and Snowy want to win, they have to knock QT and Dawg to the loser side to have a proper BO5 matchup. And then they can go ahead and figure out what they want to do from there, right? So that's exactly what Luna and Snowy really want. You're seeing Dawg and QT try to counter it a little bit, but they're not putting as much energy into these sets as you might expect, primarily because they might be aiming towards using all their energy during the reset. So we'll have to see what happens, but right now things are even going into this game number 2, and Luna and Snowy are up 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one game, and there's so much room for adaptation and reading and so much room to work with right now, but I mean, Dawg and QT, even if they don't want to invest all of their mental energy into this first set of the grand finals, they can't afford to get too comfortable, because if they let, I mean, they got a bit comfortable there off the side of the stage, because if they let Snowy and Luna start to run away with things, it could be really dangerous for them here, because, I mean, we know Snowy and Luna are like a freight train when it comes to momentum. They start building it up, and if you let them get too far, they just will not stop. They will plow through you with immense force. So shutting them down at the right time is incredibly important. So far, we're not quite seeing that from QT and Dawg.
We're seeing a lot of immense violence, speed, and momentum coming out of the red team right now, and it's really showing with Dawg going down into the red of the second stock. QT's still there, but Snowy and Luna are doing very good at focusing on Dawg and then doing a 2v1 against QT, because QT's having a rough time against those 2v1s.
Yeah, I mean, Luna and Snowy really seemed wired in. They didn't seem like they were that sort of plugged into the game as they in the winners final. But here they are ready to brawl. They are absolutely pulling out all of the stops just to secure this grand finals reset. And I mean, there's currently 4 stocks to the 2 of the blue team right now. And that's a dangerous spot to be in if you're Dawg and QT, because Dawg as well has taken a bit of damage on this final stock. QT may be fresh, but with how quickly we've seen the red team can just rack up this damage, Dawg is already at risk of one good team combo from just being completely obliterated on this final stop. It's a nice handoff onto QT right there, but we need more where that came from.
Yeah, and right now, if you're red team and if you're Luna, you're feeling comfortable. I mean, you're still in your second stock. You want to make sure you can keep it, but I mean, you're definitely feeling a lot better than where Dawg's at. And Luna does get knocked out of that. He may have gotten too comfortable. Now Snowy saying, you know what, the 2v1, let me knock out Dawg real quick. Let's make this a 1v1. You're seeing them really trying to approach Dawg here. You're kind of seeing them trying to bait them off the ledge. But it's kind of the thing of, I think also Snowy's very careful of, he doesn't want to get his stock knocked out early by QT and Dawg.
No way!
And now it is a 2v1 for the red team against QT. Look at that snipe though, man.
And QT in a 2v1 again, spear in hand. Has been finding so much accuracy with these pogos though today on this spear. Does manage to avoid being knocked out for the time being, but the D-Light Sider will secure it, and a second game in the books for the red team. 651 damage coming out of Luna.
Yeah, even if we pop up the stats here as well, you're 100% right if we fade over real fast. I mean, 651, that's definitely a heck of a lot of damage. We're seeing Snowy come in, but it's almost like Luna's kind of being that, I'm trying to find an example. But remember when Anime Fan Dawg used to play? Anime Fan used to be that one person that would go and be extremely aggressive while you have the support player. Luna is that player for Snowy. So we'll kind of see what happens, but when we're now going over the game, players are ready to go and they're ready to have some fun here.
Ooh, I'm liking the Demon Iron, I'm liking the swap up, getting rid of that platform, getting rid of that verticality, forcing both teams to play more of that grounded neutral game. And that is kind of where Dawg and QT shine, because if they get those grounded setups, they're really going to exploit how much damage they can get out of those team combos. We know they're so quick and snappy with finding them, but I mean, if Snowy's going to keep on just separating them with these wide sweeping cannon areas, it may not be a possibility for the blue team.
Yeah, I don't know, but we'll kind of have to see what happens here, and staying relatively even. I mean, if you're Dawg and Cutie realistically, also amazing animated Demon Island map, by the way. But if you're Dawg and Cutie, you really gotta consider, do you want to put all your energy for reverse 3 and then get reset? So you're kind of seeing them play, but Cutie is not going to be as aggressive as he is. You're going to see Dawg kind of step in a little bit more, but you're going to also see the red team really try to do those 2v1s against Cutie.
The Dawg finding the D-Light recovery onto Snowy. Luna may be soon to fall as well, depending on if the blue team can find the right knockout move. So far, so good for Luna, but as I say that, the side out will come through. Dawg trying to go all the way up there onto Snowy with that Blaster's Ladder. Doesn't manage to find it. Cutie trying to rack up some spear damage onto Snowy, but Snowy is there trying to find the edge guard onto Dawg. But Dawg finally starting to extend the stocks, and right as I say it, Luna trying to get the ladder onto Cutie and finds a recovery! Just decimating that stock.
Dude, he got the double knocker. He got the one onto Dawg, and then went with that ladder build up on the Cutie. I mean, very nice job overall. And yeah, if you're blue team, you're not going to use a whole lot of your energy. You're just going to attack. You're not going to try to aim for too much. But oh, they aimed for that though. I think they want to get the double knockout at least. Oh, nice neutral. Also, another thing we got to bring up as well, Cutie and Dawg don't have a lot of unarmed and weapon-based combos. They're kind of more so of a double weapon style person.
Okay, Cutie.
Oh, Snowy!
Oh.
Dawg knocked, or
What
Dawg
is
knocked out there by
happening? Dawg will find the recovery into Luna. It is actually equal across the board now. If they can get rid of Snowy, this could actually be dangerous for the red team. Luna coming back swinging with those gauntlets, and Dawg trying to relieve the pressure. Recovery isn't going to be enough. Cutie there to help out his teammate, but his teammate's still going to get ripped up a little bit by the red team. Cutie hanging out there trying to find that down air onto Snowy. Does manage to find it, but Snowy just managing to make it back to recovery will secure it, but is it too little too late? Has Luna secured enough damage to win this 2v1? That is going to be the question. Luna is very low, but the double D-Light is going to come out from Cutie, and that will secure a game in the name of Cutie and Dawg.
You know what would be crazy? If Cutie and Dawg go ahead and go crazy here. I'll fade over to the stats real quick while we're waiting for this next game. But if we see Cutie and we see Dawg do a reverse 3 on Luna and Snowy when they were that big of a disadvantage in that game. Oh, that would be interesting as heck. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to aim for it. Maybe they're just trying to challenge themselves a little bit. Maybe that's the mindset they have right now, but we'll kind of have to see. But overall, I mean, there's one leader of each game right now that we're seeing. And for Luna and Snowy, it's Luna. And for Dawg and Cutie, it's Dawg.
It's the cross on both teams, racking up that most amount of damage right now. And we're seeing both crosses actually duel it out for a little bit here, as gauntlets are in the hands of every player across the board. And damage kind of building up a little bit onto Dawg as Snowy goes all the way up for those recoveries, but now the tables have been turned and the blue team tried to find a knockout onto Snowy. The side sig will connect. Snowy manages to dodge the weapon throw, manages to make it back onto the stage. Both teams have one player in the red, one player a bit more healthy. The question is, will the blue team be able to build a lead out of this? Apparently not.
I don't know, but the red team is just trying to do these 2v1s against Cutie, but they also know how Cutie kind of plays. However, we're kind of seeing Dawg trying to fill in a supportive role. They're trying to, and they're kind of getting distracted. Oh, but they distracted them enough for Cutie to get that silent recovery. Both red team members are going down to those second stocks, and Cutie gets down to the second stock, and things are even again. We're back to square one within a minute of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like I said before, it's just blow for blow with these two teams. The damage building up incredibly consistently, and Cutie trying to get these long-ranged follow-ups with that spear, the pokes coming in, the side airs as well. And now both teams, once again, having one player who's a bit more damage than the other. Snowy and Dawg both being in the red on their second socks, while Cutie and Luna both being in the yellow right here. Dawg finds silent recovery onto Snowy. And now Luna, left alone for a second, does manage to avoid a team combo of too much damage from the blue team. Dawg just manages to survive that recovery.
He does
Luna.
indeed, and right now it's in the blue team's favor again. They're kind of bringing it more and more and more into their favor. It's looking really, really dope right now. Luna and Snowy trying to go ahead and make things a little bit more in their favor, knocking Cutie into their final stock. Dawg now getting knocked out there as well. And now if you're blue team, you're like, hey, let's knock out Snowy. Let's go for it. Let's go ahead and launch Luna off the side.
Oh, Dawg's in trouble.
Will the red team allow that though? Because they're doing really good off that ledge.
That edge guard just racked up so much damage. The entire lead that the blue team had invalidated in an instant. Now Dawg could be going down here. Does manage to find the nair. Luna will fall, but both blue team members deep in the red. Snowy finds the recovery onto QT, and now Dawg left alone in the 2v1, caught by the recovery, will survive for now. Right ground pound. No KO follow-up for Luna. Oh, the recovery not quite enough, but Dawg really in this flow state right now.
He is, and he has to be if he wants to win this game number 4, but down light, side light, come in with the follow-up. We're going to see Luna and then Snowy come in. There we go. Snowy coming in with the knockout option on the Dawg. We go into a grand final reset between Dawg and Cutie. Very, very nice job.
And Snowy, oh boy. I mean, the Dawg and Cutie, I think, started to turn up a little bit by the end of that set. And while it was a 3-1, that last game was incredibly close. I'm not going to be expecting to see any legend swaps or big setup changes going back to Demon Island, in fact, for the next game. And it's really going to be a question of, are Cutie and Dawg ready? Are they ready for this proper final stakes set? I mean, Snowy and Luna clearly are. They just proved the fact that they're ready to take it over Cutie and Dawg. Can Cutie and Dawg shut down that momentum?
Yeah, for sure. And if you're, I don't know. I mean, if you're Cutie and Dawg, this is where you need to pop off if you want to win. I think that this is absolutely where you need to pop off, but it's also the pop off point for the red team. The red team put a lot of energy into that losers final. They put a lot of energy into that first grand final set. I mean, realistically, they're running on fumes right now if I were them, right? So we'll kind of see what happens. Cutie with a very nice punishing on the Luna and on Snowy. Snowy gets knocked out due to Cutie's spear. And then we're seeing Cutie with a spear combo knockout on the Luna. He's dealing with the red team by himself.
Oh, do you like ground pounds dangerous? So the fully charged unarmed side heavy by Luna. Team combo could be coming in for the blue team. Doesn't manage to capitalize too much. Speaking of team combos, the red team trying to cook up their own right here, but QT is hyper aware of what's going on, just finding punishes for every single situation. Dawg will fall to the recovery, and QT left alone for a second, gets a bit of damage onto Luna, but will fall to the recovery as well. Stocks equalized. Red team a little bit damaged on both players, but nothing irreparable for this team, especially with what we know they can get done with these legends.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, both teams just so comfortable. I mean, they're not comfortable, but they're in a better spot than the red team is, and I think they're gonna feel as much pressure. So I think that's gonna allow for Dawg to be aggressive as much as he needs to be, but he's also still gonna be very, very careful of how much his stock does go down. They are forcing the red team off the ledge a little bit. Red team does regain platform control, but that allows for Cutie to knock out Luna of that second stock. But Dawg with a down light in his side air, and now the team has the lead. Look at that team! Making me mix up my words, and Luna coming in with the knockout option on the Cutie. Oh, but
they both make it back?
Double neutral air from Cutie hitting Dawg.
Okay, I think they might have been reserving themselves for the reset. Yeah. That was absolutely incredible. Yeah. What was that, like, makeshift combo where they went for the ground pound out of the side air, or the side sig as well? That was insane. And now Snowy in danger off the side here. Luna will find the knockout onto Dawg, and both blue team members will fall, but Luna very damaged on this final stock. Blue team, if you're them, you're really going to be focusing down Luna here, but they get the moving combo onto QT. QT manages to get out without taking too much damage, but Snowy really taking this front seat right here, as you should be if you're in his situation. Damage starting to build up onto the blue team all of a sudden. Getting a little bit desperate by the looks of things. Doesn't find the follow-up onto Snowy.
We saw this earlier in the first
the end sig though.
The first set that they had.
Luna finds the read.
Luna knocking out Cutie. Snowy's knocked out by the blue team as well. It's 1-on-1. Who's gonna bear gauntlets? Luna or Dawg? We'll have to see.
Luna does. It's Luna. Luna has a better pair of gauntlets. I'm sorry. Unless he's fighting Godly, maybe. The question of whether or not Luna has a better pair of gauntlets is yes.
I mean, it depends. I don't know. I think Luna does a lot better under pressure than most people. And I think Dawg is known for being that powerhouse, right? But Luna and Snowy really showed their power in that game overall. And even if we go check out those stats here real quick, if we fade into them real fast. I mean, well, actually, you know what? Cutie did more damage in that game.
Yeah.
Oh, because of the beginning of that round. Because of the spear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the spear. QT at the start of that game was hyper aware of everything. He was finding punishes left, right, and center. It felt like he was just wired into every move the red team was going for and had the perfect punish ready for everything. But that didn't last, and we'd seen that the blue team do fall apart. And it was really just down to them not being able to find those knockouts on that final stock. I've said it before, Snowy and Luna really have a last stock buff effect. And I mean, QT and Dawg just weren't ready for it.
Well, and I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it's kind of funny because both the players that were like in that final 1v1 both had the least damage. But I'm also looking at Dawg, and I'm looking at his stats, and I'm looking at team damage. You see the 135 team damage that Dawg did to Cutie? That probably was the main factor in that too. So I think kind of Dawg, when he does pop off the way he does have to be very careful of team damage going forward on top of his stock. Cutie's doing pretty well overall with that spear, especially in the beginning. Really controlled those first stocks, but they just let the red team get that lead. So we're going back to game overlay, or the game here. Let's see kind of what happens here going forward as we go into game number 2 of the grand final reset of Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble 2v2s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is dangerous for Dawg and QT because it seemed like they were really pulling out all the stops at the start of this reset. They're like, you activated my trump card, I'm ready for you this time. And then they got shut down. And now all of a sudden it's looking really, really dire for them at the start of this game as QT already pushed into the red on this first stock 15 seconds into this game and already at risk of losing this first stock. Luna, incredibly healthy here on this first stock of his, and Snowy in a very similar situation. The red team really are holding onto some momentum here.
They are, for sure, and we'll kind of see what happens going kind of forward. I mean, the red team, I think, with getting that first game is going to definitely be a morale boost for the red team and also demoralize a little bit of the blue team and how they thought this was going to go. Because realistically, if you're the blue team and you go in that reset, you're like, oh, we're going to go. Oh, they got first game. Uh-oh. Now we don't have the advantage, right? And now we're seeing that impact of the first game going into our second one, and we're seeing Dawg get knocked out of that first stock. But Cutie's also coming back and saying, you know what, let's not make that a thing. And they go ahead and punish. So it's a lot of back and forth when it comes down to these players. And you never fully know what they're doing because they keep on thinking of thousands of different ways they can go forward. That's their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself as well that like QT and Dawg, the advantage they had of being on winner side of grand finals is gone, and now the advantage they had of having that reset in their favor is also gone because now it's just a normal set, and it's a normal set in which Snowy and Luna are actually on the upper hand. So the blue team really needs to try and bring this back as soon as possible, stop this bleeding and stem the flow before it gets really dangerous for them. And right now they're doing a decent job at it if Dawg can manage to survive here and QT is there to protect him. The side air not quite enough to take out Luna, but both red team members in danger of losing their second stocks here. QT isn't there for the follow-up of the M-Light from Dawg, and Dawg is going to get disarmed by the ground pound. Now all players on the board getting heavily damaged on their second stocks. Luna will find the recovery knockout onto Dawg. Can QT make something work here? The recovery will catch onto Luna, but Snowy will respond with a gauntlet string of his own, securing that knockout, and the red team now holding a very minor lead once again.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, the red team, what their advantage is right now is their momentum, right? I mean, I haven't really seen something from QT and Dawg that's really, like, impacted that momentum yet. And even considering the break that we had, our technical break, usually when players are in the momentum, they go do better, but they realistically took a break for 3 to 5 minutes. That boost went away, and Dawg and QT kind of allowed them to get back into that momentum of where they're currently at now. So unless Dawg and QT can do something to kind of say, hey, you're going to the side, just like that, knocking out Luna, the final stock, and now having Snowy down to that final stock in a 2v1, if they win this, as long as they don't get that, as long as they're both alive here, they're going to remove that advantage that they have, and weapon throw comes out, but Snowy's able to come back.
Yeah, Snowy doing a good job of spacing out this blue team right now. Blue team kind of struggling to find these knockout moves. Oh, D-Light into the set, and that will secure it. The blue team putting their name on the board. And now the bleeding stopped. Now it's an equal game.
Yeah.
It may have gone to reset. They may have lost the first set of grand finals, and they may have lost the first game in the reset, but they've managed to secure a place on the board, and the score is now equal. So it's equal footing for both of these teams. There's no sort of mental block that's saying, oh, we're actually kind of pulling apart here. They've brought it back, and they are now... They're duking it out. They're battling.
3, 2.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going into game number 3 between these players, man. And I mean, it's kind of funny because I said that the momentum that the red team was going to go away after the last game. If you look at what's happening right now from the red team onto Dawg, I am definitely mistaken. I was definitely mistaken with that opinion over there. And right now, the red team's really showing it. Look at the control they're having on Cutie and on Dawg right now.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's scary if you're the blue team, and QT just ripping out that side, so you're gonna get punished hard for it. And speaking of punishes, that D-Sig that D-Sig will hit very, very hard and take out the remaining blue team player. Now the red team has a lead here. QT trying his damnedest to get a knockout with the unarmed, but to no avail. And Dawg also kind of desperate here for this knockout with the blasters. The side air not going to be enough onto Snowy. The side air from the blasters not going to be enough onto Luna either. The knockout's just not really coming either way. And this cleanup ability of the blue team that I was talking about before is kind of starting to fall apart here, AJ.
Yeah, and right now, blue team's trying stuff, man. They're trying to aim for different things, but I think they're it's kind of getting into their mental a little bit. They're having a rough time really coming back. I think as soon as the red team has that lead in the beginning, it's starting to hit the blue team a little bit more different. And we're seeing that now, and now we're seeing blue team say, okay, let's make this a little bit more of a 2-stack all situation. Let's see what we could do on Snowy and Luna. But also, you got to consider it's hard to knock off the ceiling with blasters and gauntlet from both teams.
Oh!
I say that the red team just does a combo off the ceiling, and they
it's really hard to knock off the ceiling, right? It's really hard to knock off the ceiling.
It's hard, and then they just do it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
It's hard if you're not Luna and Snowy.
Indeed, I would say that.
From that equation, but Cutie! And Snowy's gonna fall. Can they get the same on Luna?
Oh, Cutie just saves Luna, though. That was the issue. They would have been able to make it even, but with Cutie doing that spear recovery, it allowed for Luna to come back to that platform and really have that advantage over the blue team. This is going to look like a red team advantage unless blue team does something here. And right now, against the red team, we're trying to do stuff here, but they're just having a There's the signature Snowy now doing 2v1. But it's still 1-stack all, and red team still has their advantage right now.
Oh no, Snowy's cooking the side sig, and Dawg was so healthy just a moment ago, and then all of a sudden the stock gone. Q's trying to find this momentum here, trying to get this edge guard onto Snowy, but he knows that side air is the end of him. Game 3 going in the way of Snowy and Luna, but what a close chance the blue team had at a comeback there.
Yeah, if you're Luna and you're Snowy, you're happy as heck, man. I mean, you went through losers, now you're in grand finals reset, and you're going ahead and going crazy. And overall, though, it wasn't a whole lot of difference between the players and the teams overall. Look at the damage difference.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have one player doing 500, one player doing 300 plus damage. And I mean, the damage difference in total was about 100 across the board for both teams, but it was just the efficiency for Luna. Like, we saw QT and Dawg, especially on those first stocks, really struggling to find the knockouts.
Yeah, it really came down to whoever had the momentum there. It could have been anyone's game. It really could have.
Yeah, and now we are heading over to Fortress Alliance for game number 4. And if you're the red team, you're hoping this is just it. This is the end of the tournament. If you're the blue team, you're hoping, okay, let's get a game 5. Let's do what we did last time, find the game 5 and secure the victory. And right now, the damage is very slightly in the favor of the blue team, but it's nothing crazy quite yet. If they can get Snowy out relatively early, that could be huge, but the D-Sig will actually hit the wrong opponent, but the side Sig coming out of Dawg. Dawg just cleaning house with the signature kit on those gauntlets, and all of a sudden, A minor lead for the blue team for the first time in quite a while.
It's funny because Dawg hasn't had a pop-off moment in the past in this overall matchup in grand finals, and now it's coming out of him. And I think once he feels pressure, he feels like he can do a lot more, and he's doing a lot more. However, as I say that, we do see Cutie going down to that second stock, and same thing with Dawg. Luna and Snowy are taking advantage of how Dawg is playing and saying Dawg is going to go really one-on-one, and that's going to allow for the red team to go ahead and do 2v1s against Cutie. And that is one of the main things that Cutie's been having problems with this entire night, is the 2v1 situations. They've had a couple situations, especially in this matchup in grand finals against the red team, where they've been able to 2v1 with Spear, but overall the red team's had that advantage, so we'll see what happens. But it's 2 stocks even right now, Hackle.
Yeah, and Snowy just found that nice save onto Luna as well, which meant that the blue team couldn't find that secured knockout on to the higher damage player on the red team. And he spot dodges the side sig as well! And the follow-up doesn't come through as soon as he had to save. The hard recovery almost takes out both, but it's not quite enough. The Blotches recovery will take out Dawg.
Nice.
The exhausted recovery for QT, but what started that was a lead very much in favor of the blue team is now replays up again. The cleanup crew not really cleaning up that well anymore. Azuna finds the recovery, and Snowy clings onto this second stock. Dawg in trouble here as he's left alone, and QT back onto the stage, but this is looking a bit dire for the blue team now. They need to get something onto
Snowy.
Luna, but the team combos are coming in! QT's already almost dead!
Dude,
This is really dangerous.
see, this is where Snowy needed to pop off. He needed to pop off right now, and he's doing so. They have a 1-stock lead.
Oh,
We'll see what
QT's
happens.
done!
QT's gone! Dawg's in a 2v1 situation against Luna and Snowy. But Luna and Snowy, knowing how well they do in 2v1 combos, they're gonna really prevail here. But Dawg's like, you know what? Let's knock out Snowy first. Let me try and knock out Luna in this 1v1. Can I do that? Can I make amends for the 1v1 earlier? But Snowy's gonna come in with this cannon in about 5 seconds, come in with a cannon there and a signature knockout option. More likely, and get the knockout. And silently comes in. Luna saves
Side
that knocks Snowy with the goal inside air. None of the attacks, multiple of these attacks from Luna and Snowy have been going crazy. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You have Luna and Snowy winning that set 3-1 over Dawg and Cutie, and winning Moose Wars Royal Rumble 2v2s from the loser side of the goddamn bracket. Congrats there. Holy crap.
Yeah, Luna and Snowy pushing their way all the way through the lower side of the bracket. I mean, I say all the way through. They were not really they didn't push that far. They pushed a little bit through the bottom side of the bracket, made their way through, and then just decimated in grand finals. And that means that Luna and Snowy are indeed your Moose Wars Royal Rumble 2v2 champions. And I mean, in convincing fashion right at the end as well.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to Dawg and Cutie, I think they felt too comfortable in grands. Right? I mean, they did hold back a little bit, but it did allow for Snowy and Luna to have that momentum going into the second set that really showed in gameplay. And as soon as Luna and Snowy got their first game, they just kept chipping away towards the win, and you could really see that there. And I mean, at that turn in that game, though, Cutie just had a rough time on the final game that they had. But outside of that, though, things have been relatively even. There hasn't really been one person overall that has just like held the other person back. There's more so a team synergy thing overall, Hackle.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just a shame because I mean we know that QT and Dawg have really good synergy, and we know that they can play really well together. But I think they just sort of started to cave a little bit as they approached that last grand finals, and just I mean that's as if we're saying that coming second place in a tournament this stacked is anything to sneeze at whatsoever, which it absolutely is not. That was an incredible performance by them, but unfortunately just couldn't clinch out that top placement, which is going to go again to Luna and Snowy. Very well played by both of those teams, very well played by all the teams who took part in this tournament, everyone who plays top 8, top 16, top 32. I'm sure there's some people who got their first top 32 in this tournament and are very proud of that, so well done to everyone who took part, and well done especially to our top placing finalists.
Yeah, for sure. And we've had so many teams tonight really make a breakout performance as new teams. Props to you guys. While I'm bringing up those names, let's go ahead and pop up a Moose Wars avatar up on screen. I might do one more. We'll have to see, chat. We got one on the screen for you guys. But overall, though, I mean, in top 8, props to Java and Blazy. That's a new team that went crazy. They got 4th in this event, and they're planning on going to Dallas as a team, from what I'm aware. Right? Then you have Luna and Snowy showing off who they are. We're seeing Dawg and Cutie still keeping up with it. We need as many NA teams. I do not care. We need as many NA teams ready for Dallas, because we do not want to lose 2s and 1s at Dallas. We don't want to do that again. So all these teams coming
no
in
comment.
as hackles from EU.
Yeah, no, personally, not too opposed to North America losing in 2v2s and
Yeah, I know. But overall, though, I mean, Java, Blazy, Fakey, Balloon Boy, Caspar and Koslix being a new team there as well, and Tiffany and Hideaway. Hideaway's not ever had a top 8 in a community event, as far as I'm aware, or online major, and this is huge for them, especially with the synergy that they had with Tiff. That was really good. They was in game 5 against Luna and Snowy.
Yeah, that was our first set of the day that we casted. That put me in the mood for some Brawlhalla, seeing our power ranking, our caster tool said that their power ranking was in the mid 200s. Yeah. And then Tiffany coming in at PR 40 in 2v2s. And they came up against the #1 North American 2v2 and took them to game 5 and almost took that final game. It was down to one of the most amazing 1v2 clutches I've ever seen by Tiffany that almost took them in the upset against Snowy and Luna. And then they would have had to make a huge losers bracket run. Not just the small one they had just now. Whether or not that would have stopped them from winning the tournament, but
yeah, for sure.
Either way.
But with that being said, though, also I do have to give props to Emperor Free and Yamadash. They got 9th. They beat players like Hardy, MJ, and Zyder, who were a team. Days Fame Time, also Llama and Snipes. That's a huge team. Teams to beat, right? Then you have 6 CYX. And you have Toast for Prez. I know them by Worthy and Toast for Prez, but they got 9th, right? And then you see Wubs and Pugsy as a new team getting 9th as well. So we're seeing a lot of these new teams coming in, beating the heck out of some of these old teams and really showing what's made of. And I think we're starting to build something for Dallas. By the way, if you guys have not signed up for DreamHack Dallas, make sure you guys sign up there. I will be there. I will be working there. So if you guys need help with tournament admin stuff or pools with Start GG, I will be there. And we'll make sure everything's all good to go. But NA's going to try to represent, and we saw a lot of really good new teams. It's going to be dope. But with that being said, do you have anything to say before we go ahead and hop on out for the night there, Hackle?
Thank you to everyone tuning in to watch such an amazing tournament. I mean, that was an absolutely crazy top 8 with some amazing matches. Even before top 8, it was absolutely fantastic. Well played to everyone who took part. Well played to all the teams who formed newly recently and placed really well. And thank you once again to everyone for tuning in and sticking with us and bearing with us for the couple of technical issues we've had tonight. And we all really appreciate the patience.
I especially do as well, by the way, chat. And it was all because I slammed my hand on the desk. The more you know, right? With that being said, have a fantastic rest of your night. We're going to go ahead and hop on off, and we'll be live. Make sure you guys set up for 1s. 1v1s is tomorrow. Make sure you guys set up for that. We have over 400 people already signed up, and registrations are not even closed. Some of the best players in the world. NA, we have Knees coming in from EU during this tomorrow as well. We have South American players coming in. Join in. It's going to be a fantastic event. We'll be live on Twitch, roughly around 4:30, 5 o'clock. And with that being said, I'm not holding you guys any longer. It's late. Have a fantastic rest of your night. And I will see you guys tomorrow night at 4:30 to 5 p.m. Eastern for the live stream. And I will see the rest of you guys later. Have a rest of the night, guys.